What's going on, everybody? Appreciate you guys checking in. You in here? Look, today's going to be a good day. We got about a week left until the draft, and we got to get as much talking as we can. There's a lot to talk about. Obviously, the Raiders have 11 draft picks. There's a lot of back and forth as to who we're going to get, not just in the body of the draft, but there's been some talks about the number one overall pick. I think the most of y'all that rock with me, you know where I want to go with it. But to get the best draft talk possible, we did it last year. I got a special guest, Dante from Gridiron Apex. Shout out to him. He is not only a scout himself for the college ranks, but we did a show last year, and we kind of went back and forth. We gave our own perspective, and I think it was probably one of the better shows that I've done as it relates to just true talk when it comes to football, right? Shout out to my guys. Also, if you guys don't know, I go live with Chris Textual Podcast as well as The Severe Raider. Definitely go check those guys out as well. I go live with them on Monday or on Sundays as well as Tuesdays. But just knowing that Dante, and when you hear Dante talk, you know he's a former coach, he's a former player. He's played this game. He understands it. He does his homework. He does deep dives on a lot of these prospects. And so, he does. Trust me, I'm gonna tell you, he does a better deep dive than me most of the time, given the fact that, like, I'm only focused on Raiders, but he does a deep dive on all these prospects, and that allows us to kind of get a bigger view as to what's out there. And I know a lot of us are just kind of fans sitting on the sideline a little bit, but Dante is definitely going to give us definitely a deeper insight to some of these players. We're going to focus on our top 30 visits. And then I'm also want to kind of chop it up a little bit about guys that he's high on, maybe some sleepers as well. And then we are going to finish it off with some Fernando Mendoza and Ty Simpson talk. So buckle up for that. If the chat gets a little bit live, I got a couple of beers down below that I'm going to have to crack open to kind of fend you guys off a little bit. But definitely I'm excited for this show because I do think Dante brings a lot to the table as it relates to just the knowledge of the game as well as the college prospects. And I bet you he's going to point out some players that maybe we weren't high on or haven't heard of. And as I always say, you can listen, you can digest it, but always do your own homework. Go do your own homework. Go take a look let your own eyes do the assessment. Don't just take our word for it. Definitely go do your homework. So I'm going to say what's up to the chat. Just a second. Do me a huge favor, chat. As we kind of go through this, hit the hashtag Raiders if you have a comment or question for myself or Dante. But without further ado, man, I'm going to bring in my special guest. We're rocking with Dante. What's going on, brother? How you doing, man?
Man, I'm excited. What an intro, man. You make me feel like I got 100,000 subscribers or something.
One thing I do is, and obviously based on what we talked about last season before the draft, I've said my history a little bit, playing this game and coaching this game. Played for 15 years, coached it for 23, both started at the youth, but the high school level as well in California as well, and in Texas. And when you talk to other people, you can kind of hear coach talk. You can hear when people have been able that have the experience, on the grass in between the white lines, and the terminology kind of flows a little bit, and the conversation flows when the terminology are both understand, the terminology and kind of that coach talk. And so that's what I meant. I wanted to bring you on, but before we do a deep dive into it, because we got a lot of topics to talk about, let everybody know kind of your channel, a little bit of your background, and where they can find you.
Yeah, you broke a lot of it down already. Former coach. I'm doing the scouting thing right now. I'm still working with high school players behind the scenes, watching their film whenever I can. My job doesn't allow me to coach anymore, but I am watching film and giving them the best feedback that I can. And it's just like, I tell everybody, one coach is going to have a different opinion than another coach. So it's good to get all informed opinions about your game to make yourself better. So shout out to those guys, first of all, the high school guys that reach out. It takes a lot of balls as a 16, 17, 18-year-old to reach out to somebody you don't know and get critiqued. So was just recently at the Elite 11 this Saturday. So if a lot of people saw on social media, I was scouting out there and taking a lot of video and pictures. So I've been constantly sending as much as I can to these players. So it's good to see all the best quarterbacks in my region. But yeah, I mean, it's everything football on our side. as you know, I went through a rebrand earlier this year. You know, we were East Coast Gridiron before. When we changed it to Gridiron Apex, we felt like that was, you know, we don't just talk about East Coast stuff, and I think a lot of people are just so fixated on that. I'm
Yeah.
from the East Coast, but I talk about USC as much as I'll talk about, you know, we were talking about Old Dominion, right? Like,
Right.
I can speak to both. So, but yeah, our channel is just all around football, watching the film, having a good time. You know, sometimes we don't take ourselves too serious, but when it's time to get down to the talk, you know, we get super passionate about it, very opinionated. But it, you know, I always tell people your opinion could be wrong if I don't feel like there was any facts behind it. In my opinion, it's the same thing I used to tell people when I coached. Like, what you see, the eye in the sky doesn't lie, right? So you can say that you can do this, but your ankles aren't as loose as the other guy, you know, on film, or you know, you weren't as sideline as what you thought you were on film. So it's the same way when we give you know, our opinion as well. So yeah, I started doing a draft guide this year, which was pretty fun at the beginning of the year. So we have that on the Substack, and I'm just trying to, you know, do as much as I can, bring as much information to our audiences as possible. And I'm always happy to collab with anybody that wants to talk ball. Like you said before, it was a great conversation. It was almost like we could just ignore the chat and just talk coaching, and like it was nobody
That is
there,
true.
you know. So that's what it felt like the last time we talked. It was like, yeah, the chat was flowing, but it was more so it was two coaches putting their heads together and just, you know, talking about ball, which is the most important thing at the end of the day. So I hope, you know, for your audience and my audience, I always say, and I'm glad that you said this, is always do your own research.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing. But at the end of the day, I hope a lot of people learn a lot from today's broadcast from me and you, because our opinion about Fernando Mendoza is not everybody else's opinion. That's for sure. But we're here to give you the information, not to just back up what everybody else is saying because that's what the national media says. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, this is one of the funniest things. We've been out at these media events, the Daniel Jeremiahs, all these people that do these mock drafts.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what they do. They walk up and down the sideline when these guys are practicing, and then at the end of the day, they're doing a mock draft or writing an article about what they saw at the Senior Bowl. It's all cap, man. It's all cap. So
One thing I will say, and I don't want to lose my train of thought because I definitely had something I wanted to say, but the part that really frustrates me is I think a lot of these, you know, guys that you see on TV and women you see on TV, I think that they use analytics too much. I think they rely way too much on analytics and they don't understand how to. I've said this a lot of times. You can watch game film, but are you understanding what you're watching? That's the difference. People can say, "Oh, I watched the game film." It's like, okay, that's fine, but are you understanding and digesting what you're watching properly? And then how do you apply that to whatever your evaluation is? It's a very different story.
yeah,
But the one thing I want to say, and the reason why I wanted to definitely bring you on is, you know, whenever I've been able to form my own coaching staff, when I went to Texas and I had to form a little bit of a coaching staff, some guys that were going to coach underneath me, I found this guy. He coached high school football in Maryland for about 8 years. Him and I had a very short conversation, and the thing is, you may not agree as coaches, but if you can respect the knowledge of one another, I think that's the best way to really develop a solid, whether it be a team or one side of the football. You don't always have to agree, but if you can both understand the game and both give your own suggestions and dial up a scheme, I think that is what makes a team and even a coaching staff more deadly when you have just knowledge to bring to the table. You don't always have to agree. And I
yep,
think knowledge as a collective is dangerous. And so, again, that's why as much as I do as much homework as I can, again, not my day job, you know, this is what I do as a hobby and a passion of mine. But bringing you on, I know you do your homework, man. And so I definitely are going to respect your opinion. And like you just said, as much as the chat can hear, as much as you and I kind of bounce off of each other, we also will, you know, respect the opinion, but also we're going to go back and kind of do our homework and just kind of verify, you know, just the takes. You know what I'm saying?
exactly. Yeah, that's the best part about this is like, as much as people are ready for you to be wrong, it's funny, the people that say that you're wrong the most are the ones that never did as much homework as we did in the off season. So to me, that holds less water than what I've done at this point. So I will always take my take or listen to people like you who I respect that I know do the homework. I'd rather form my opinion based off of that than somebody that just read what Daniel Jeremiah had to say on his mock draft, which
I'm
I don't care what he says, like, because I know he doesn't do the homework like we do. So
and I think it's difficult because at the end of the day, this is why the mass majority of them end up being wrong. That's why it's not shocking when they end up being wrong, you know. And so,
weren't you high on Bo Nix?
I was extremely high on Bo Nix. So we'll see. You know, hey, you know, the one thing I have learned about this space is it doesn't matter if you were right or wrong in the past. It's a matter, do you have the popular take today? That's what I've learned with this space. And so, but I still do it because I love it, the passion. It gets the itch out of coaching for me. And so this is why I just showed you.
You said it perfectly right there. I get the same itch doing this.
Yeah. And I get to break down some game film, you know, so it's always fun. So
yeah, facts.
Before we get into it, let me hit up the chat a little bit. Remember, you guys do me a big favor. Depending on what channel you're on, obviously, I'm 805 Raider, Real Talk Raider Nation. I'm focused on Raiders, but you got Dante. Anybody that follows me and is on my channel, definitely afterwards, go over to Dante, hit that sub button, because if you just want general football information as it relates to prospects and really good feedback on some of these players, again, if you're just interested in a position group, right, there's a good chance we're going after a receiver. Well, Dante is going to be able to give you just the vast picture of what the receivers are, not necessarily what it is, just focused for the Raiders. You know what I'm saying? And so definitely go over to Dante, check him out. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe button wherever you're at. But let's hit up the chat for just a quick second. What up, Angelo? What's happening, man? Appreciate you popping up in here. We got Raider Ryan in here. Bueno, what's going on? Jack in here as well. What's going on? Raider Paul, what's happening, man? What up, Jeff? I see 3 players and 1 bad pick on the upper right side of that thumbnail. Hey, don't worry about the thumbnail. Don't you worry. We're going to talk about the players on my thumbnail. Edwin, what's going on? Good seeing you. What up, Dre? What's happening, man? We got Dixon in here as well. Torque, appreciate you pulling up. Rosetown's always telling me that Fernando Mendoza is him. So we'll see how the talk happens at the tail end of the show. We got Papa Sora in the building as well. 2 Evil 2, what's going on? Amen in the building. Now let's see. MGs, what's going on, man? Chill Ray, appreciate you. We got Elijah as well. 2 Evil, man. I'm gonna hit you with this. All right, man. I know you would. I think you're on Dante's channel, maybe, but I appreciate you. You're gonna get a Raiders chant in this one. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you too.
Unleashed in the building as well. I apologize. I want to kind of get through it because we got a lot of to talk about, but I definitely want to pay the respects to the chat just a little bit. You're saying shout out to the Koopa that was watching the All-22 during the combine and not rewinding it while holding conversations. That's true. I think, Dante, we touched on this before. I think I just mentioned, it's one thing saying you watched game film, but it's another understand it and digest what you're watching. It's also, you have to be extremely disciplined to watch game film. You have to be so focused to, let's say you're watching a guard. The amount of times you catch people just kind of, you glance off and you start to follow the football. It's like, no. Stay focused on the guard. Watch the guard from whistle to whistle. Make sure you know what I'm saying? And it's you got to be very disciplined when watching game film. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's very, very true. And this is not, a slight to anybody. Like, a lot of people say, oh, it's boring watching film. To an extent, it can be, because a lot of it is a repetitive. It's probably the most repetitive process that you'll do. But the fun thing about it is watching how different players are versus another player that you're comparing to that specific player that you're watching. So you always have a baseline, right, with anybody. But it's the fact of like actually enjoying the process and actually enjoying like how much of a high level play that some people are making versus others. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to fit the puzzle piece in the puzzle that we don't really know where it fits yet. So I always said that when I coach high school too, like if you fall in love with this process of rewinding the same play 60 times, and then each time you find something new, you're watching film the right way. If you just see the same thing over and over and over, you're really not paying attention to what's going on. So I always say, like, from a quarterback's perspective, a lot of people don't know this. The 3 technique tells you everything you need to know on the play. A lot of the time, a lot of people will say the safety, but sometimes it's the 3 technique.
Yeah.
And so, it's things like that. And once you start becoming a student of the game, things start slowing down for you. And this whole process becomes real fun. I'll tell you, the most fun player to watch so far this year for me is Cassius Howell.
We're gonna talk about some defensive ends.
Yeah, and if you can get away from like the short arm thing, he is the most creative, edge rusher in this class. And every single time I turn on this game film, I'm like, man, this is poetry in motion, man. I love it. It's beautiful.
It might be a little teaser, but I have been high on Cassius Howell for a long time.
You're a smart man.
Just as I started looking at prospects really after the national championship, that's kind of when I started deep diving a little bit. And Cassius Howell, as soon as I saw him, he just popped. And I was like, I gotta watch more of this kid. And the more and more I watched, the more and more I liked out of this kid.
It's a lot to like. It's a lot to understand what he does, but it's a lot to like too, all at the same time.
Exactly. And the one thing, when you talk about just watching game film, I learned really early on when I started coaching youth football. I had one moment early on in my early days of coaching. I coached for 23 years, but I want to say it was my 5th year coaching. And I started as a defensive coordinator. And it was the aha moment with coaching, is because I kept watching the same game film over and over and over again. My wife used to make fun of me because she'd walk into my office and she'd be like, "Isn't that the same game film you were watching like 3 hours ago?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm trying to find tendencies. I'm trying to find something that can give me a tell." And I remember their right tackle, anytime it was a run, he'd slightly kick his heel. He just twitch his heel every time. It almost like it would dig his toe just a little bit. And as soon as I saw it, I'm like, wait a second, let me go back. And then I saw it again, and I saw it again, and then the tendency was there. And then my DN and my DN on that side, as well as the backups, just in case you get rotation, I was like, we got a call. We're gonna have a call you watch that heel. If he just turns that heel slightly, we got a call. And sure as shit. And that's the way you get respect from your players. That's one of the biggest things I've always said. And when I've done coaches clinics, I've always told coaches, the way that you earn respect from your players is the way that you coach them and the way that you gain that trust through game film. When they step on that field and what you coach them and what you told them translates to the field, you automatically gain that trust. And that's what I've always tried to kind of tell. That's why watching game film and breaking it down is so important, because once that player knows, oh shit, that's what coach just told me, that's what coach went over during the week, and I see it, and they make that play, that tackle for a loss or that sack or that interception because they jumped it, because they knew it, oh, you got them for the rest of the season.
Yeah. I like what you said there. And then also, from my philosophy is what I told people is, especially the players and other coaches, hey, if we can make that uncomfortable moment comfortable next time for the next team for a player, we did our job as far as watching film. There's 3 things that I always used to tell people. I watch film a lot, but I really try to keep it to 3 playthroughs. No matter how long those playthroughs are when I watched it the first, second, and third time. But really, the first time I watch film, I'm looking for the plays. I'm trying to understand the plays that they're doing. The second watch through, I'm trying to understand tendencies, like how many times somebody does something. If the 3 technique comes out, is he lined up on the left or right side, and who is that guy? And then the third playthrough, I'm trying to look out who the best players are on the team that we're about to face and what our players are doing as well. So those are when I was in that mode as a coach, I'd never watch film less than 3 times, understanding all 3 of those things. So play, tendencies, and players, that is the best way to kind of understand things, because people don't know, man. I mean, how many times during the week have you watched film about 10 times and you still feel like, man, either that Friday or that Saturday when you're about to play, I don't know if I feel comfortable. There's so much to digest here, and I feel like I got a good grasp, but I don't watch 2 hours of film each night, even before I'm going right to sleep, so I'll remember it, and I'm still not comfortable. Like, it's that aspect of the game that you kind of love, and it's
It could be
addicting.
it could be two opposite ends of the spectrum because I've had those moments where I'm 100% with you. I'm going to sleep at night. I'm sitting there going, man, like, did I miss something? Is there something there that I missed? Or I need to go back and then I'd be like, wait a second. I know that 60% of the time they ran this formation with this personnel, and it would just dawn on me like, wait a second, what that play in the second quarter? There was just something different. I was like, damn, I got to go back and watch it. But then there's it's complete 180. There's been times where I'd go to sleep going, we're gonna kick the shit out of this team tomorrow. Like
Yeah. Oh yeah. After the first playthrough, you're like, yeah. The other times when I watch it, I'm just about to perfect this whole unit. But
exactly,
yeah, you could tell those teams that you're about to go in there and just kick their ass for sure. You're like, yeah, it's about donezo for them. People don't appreciate the days when we had to rewind on VCRs 805.
Yeah. The good old
days were crucial. What we could do in 2 hours used to take us 5 back in the day.
I know, right? And then you got like the new programs now. I mean, they've been around for a while, but like Huddle, like those type of programs back in the day when I first started coaching youth football, that was when Huddle started. And then when I got to high school, then like Huddle was everywhere. And next thing you know, it's like, man, it made life so much easier once Huddle came around and all that stuff.
Yeah, all you gotta do is scroll back. You got to worry about rewind, or what was the saying back in the day? Be kind, rewind.
Exactly. What up, Cool Raiders? And what's happening, man? Like you said, other than Mendoza talk, and we're going to talk about Mendoza, Ty Simpson. Plus, I want Dante to talk a little bit about the other quarterbacks in the draft because you never know what's going to happen. So we're going to talk a little bit about some quarterbacks that still can have some upside kind of later in the draft. But we're going to talk about the receivers, Lucky, here in just a second. So we're going to pop this thing off. We're going to talk about the top 30. We're going to bring up the top 30 visits for the Raiders. It's going to be specific Raider talk for everybody that's maybe on Dante's side. I apologize. I know you come in to Dante's channel to get all football team talk, but this is just Raiders focus today, unfortunately. But we're going to top 30 prospects, or I'm sorry, top 30 visits for the Raiders. We're going to talk about some guys that Dante likes, maybe some sleepers on the back end, and then we're going to end it with some quarterback talk. So let's start this thing off. Before we do me a big favor, guys. Hit that like button, hit that sub button. You got Dante with Gridiron Apex. Shout out to him. Appreciate him popping through on 805 Raider Real Talk Raider Nation. If you guys do have a comment or a question, do me a massive favor. Hit the hashtag Raiders because it catches my eye. It's just easier for me to find it. And so let's talk about the receivers first. And the first one we're going to talk about, shout out to Lecky, Denzel Boston. Chat, hit that hashtag Raiders. Let me know what your thoughts are on Denzel Boston. I know we brought him in. Some people think that he could be a late first round guy. Maybe he slips the second. We got the 32nd pick in the second draft, in the second round. And so it's a guy that potentially could fall to us if possible. So I got my take on him, but I'm going to give it to my guy first. East Coast, man, what's your thoughts on Denzel Boston?
I think that there's a better version of Denzel Boston in this draft, to be honest. That, if you were to clone him and say, I need you to be better at some of the things that you're bad at, there's another player here. But Denzel Boston, the one thing that I respect about him, and I think everybody's seen on the highlights and everything, he's not the biggest, he's not the fastest, but the one thing that I do respect about his game, and the one thing that I always evaluate wide receivers, can you catch the ball? That's the most important thing. I think people just get this whole thing screwed up when a lot of us were high on Tedderell McMillan. I don't care that he got separation, was the cleanest route runner. He caught the ball. That's the most important thing. Offensive Rookie of the Year, by the way,
Yep.
So the thing about Denzel Boston is he catches the ball. And the one good thing about him is he high points the ball for the size that he is. So he's willing to go after it, especially, in things like the red zone. He's not the he looks bigger in stature than he actually is weight wise. I think he's like 209 or something like that, but he's 6'4". So you would expect a guy like that to go and height point, the ball and things like that. I think for somebody like him, he should play in the slot more than he plays on the X or Z, in my opinion. I think he'd be a hell of a slot receiver because of how strong his hands are. And I think he would be able to kind of play that Omar Cooper role in the NFL where he's getting the ball, breaking a couple tackles, and moving downfield and getting you a first down. I'm not as high on Denzel. He didn't make my top 10 wide receivers list, but I will say he's an honorable mention. And if he falls in the second round, and especially early in the second round, I think that's a great spot for him. Maybe he could turn into a number one later, but like I said, I think there's a better receiver in this class that is him on steroids, and that's Chris Brazzell.
So we're going to talk about him because we're going to talk about just your the guys you really like. I'm going to talk about my list as well. Then we're going to maybe talk about some sleepers, and I think maybe that guy is going to be brought up on both of our lists at that point. Severe man, we're going to talk about, once we go through the receivers, we're going to talk about running backs right after that. So I'll definitely bring them up. And we'll get Dante's take on them. Right?
Yeah.
Devin Claiborne, the running back, right?
Damon Claiborne from Wake Forest. Yep. Perfect.
Okay. Remember, guys, if you guys have something on Denzel Boston, hit that hashtag Raiders. Let me know. I'll do my best to bring it up. I'm kind of with you, Denzel Boston. Like, I really like him as a prospect. I really do. To your point, I think he's got sure hands, and that's massive, right? I think his size is perfect as a receiver. I think some people have kind of questioned maybe his ability to separate. Obviously, he didn't run the 40, which I don't really give too much merit into the 40. Like, football speed is different than 40 speed. I will take football speed.
I agree.
And just your ability to route run. The one thing I will say, which is really tough, is when I don't have access to it for the most part. Dante, I know you do. I really love having the all 22 when it comes to evaluating receivers. Just going on YouTube and watching the game, it doesn't do them justice because you don't see them after 10 yards. You want to
highlights are highlights, baby.
I know. That's the hardest part for me because I don't have access to all 22. And so I get frustrated at times. But
yeah.
What somewhat bothers me about Denzel Boston, especially at 36, is there's truly nothing on the tape that just kind of, you don't get that wow moment ever. I think he's consistent.
I agree.
I think that I do think he'll just, I almost will compare him to almost, and again, I only compare him to this guy because, he was a former Raider, but like Jacoby Myers. Like, Jacoby Myers is just very consistent. He'll catch everything that comes his way. I think he's a little bit better than what Jacoby Myers is, a little bit. I think the potential is there, but just with the characteristics of him, like, nothing wows you with Jacoby Myers. He just gets the job done. And I kind of feel like Denzel Boston brings that to the table. So if we got him at 36, I wouldn't be mad. But at the same time, it's just like, to your point, I do think that there's other guys probably still on the board that I'm like, damn, I think I probably would have gotten that guy.
Yeah, it's kind of like, in my opinion, if you look at Jack Besh and what he did in college, it was more impressive than what Denzel. If you just pull away the stats, right? Pull away the stats. I think that Jack Besh was better than Denzel Boston as a prospect. So if you're looking at comparing both of them, where'd you pick Jack Besh up? I believe is in the second round. Are you going to be making the same mistake where you're just going to have a guy and then shove him away? Well, I mean, you got a new coach and everything, so you hope not, but it would kind of give you PTSD in that aspect, because it's like, well, we got a guy that's really comparable to Denzel Boston in a lot of ways. Just a guy that goes out there, can high point the ball, is a hands guy. You can feed him in the slot and he could do a lot of work there. Are we just drafting Jack Besh 2.0 and not really a guy that is able to really stretch the field in NFL terms? Because, like, I agree. Like, when I watch Denzel Boston's film, I'm not scared of him at the line of scrimmage. I want you to go and rip Derek Stingley's face off when you go against him. I don't feel like he's going to do that. That's just me.
If you draft him at 36, you're going to treat him like a number one receiver. because we
I
don't
agreed.
have one. And I just, again, I'm not saying he can't be. It's just nothing on his tape just wows me like some of the other prospects, which is really tough. Again, if we got him, I'll be happy with it. But at the same time, I'm like, damn, just don't see anything that just pops off the tape that's like, holy shit, that's going to be effective in the NFL. I just think he's crazy consistent, and I would also put just very reliable. I think he would be reliable in the NFL.
Yeah, I think so too. Like if he ended up being, a 2 or 3 guy for the rest of his career where he's consistently getting 600 to 800 yards, he's gonna be a very respected wide receiver that is worth the pick in the second round. I mean, I can give credence to that. Like he might not have worked out as a number 1, but damn, he earned a second or third contract on our team because he gets us 800 yards and 6 touchdowns a year, and we value that a lot. I think that's great.
And to me, that kind of sounds like Jacoby Myers a little bit. And I like I really do like Jacoby Myers. I think he's a solid receiver, but just not that true number 1.
I agree. I like him on the Jaguars. Like I'm a Jaguars fan. I love him where he's at.
Dante, I was so pissed to let Jacoby Myers go. I'm not gonna lie.
I love the fact that he landed with us, but he knows his position. I'm not a number 1. I'm a number 2 guy, and that's okay.
And he's a lunch pail guy. He's a workhorse. He's going to do anything you ask of him, which I love. Shout out to the chat, man. Appreciate you. Let's get to the next one. Again, if you guys, I'm going to do my best to pull up the comments, but we have a lot to go through. So I definitely want to let you guys hear Dante's perspective on all of these after we go through some of the receivers. Then we're going to just go through who does Dante like in this draft and some sleepers, stuff like that. I'm going to give him mine as well. So let's get to the next one. And we got Concepcion. He's coming into the building, top 30 visit. And so, chat, hit that hashtag radios. We'll try to bring it up on the screen. Let me know what your thoughts are on Concepcion. So, Dante, man, what's your thoughts on this guy?
Yeah, Julius L. Chambers High School. I will never forget watching that tape. And then he goes and commits to NC State, man. Kid out of North Carolina. I love Concepcion. I do. Like I told everybody years ago, go back to my channel, the dude's going to be our first round talent. And then when he transferred to Texas A&M, I proceeded to call my friend and say, you guys might go to the college football playoff and be undefeated during the regular season. And they damn near were that. They're a 1-loss team going into the college football playoff. So, the thing about KC, man, the only thing that makes him a first rounder and not a second rounder, we got to be honest here. Like, as much as I love KC and the things that he does, got to be honest. You draft him in the first round because of his special teams ability as well. Let's not get it twisted. If your special teams ability, if you feel like you're good on special teams, you might pass up on KC, and that's okay. Because another man's trash is another man's treasure. But I wouldn't look at KC as being a number 1 either. I don't see that. The drop issues are a concern. I believe he had a 10% drop rate this year. And the best receiver on Texas A&M was Mario Craver by a mile. The thing about Casey that he's also good at is he's a lethal route runner. But again, like we talked about, you can be as lethal as a route runner and have shit hands, and then you end up as Xavier Worthy. Yep. That's just what it is. So I hope that I think he'll be a better player than Xavier Worthy because of the special teams aspect. He's super deadly there. But at the end of the day, I love KC. I love everything he's about. I think he's a great human being, all that stuff. But usually guys that have a high drop rate in college they don't improve. And the argument I always tell people against this is like, or that goes with this narrative. You go to college. This guy went from North Carolina State to Texas A&M. You don't think that they didn't have high quality wide receiving coaches? These things just travel with you. If you got bricks for hands, you got bricks for hands. It never really gets better, man. It just doesn't. So I don't expect an NFL wide receiving coach to come in and change this guy around. I just don't think that percentage gets better. But if you look at him as a number 2 receiver, then you're striking gold there with the special teams aspect. But I think at the end of the day, I would probably, if I don't need a special teamer, to be honest, I'd probably draft Denzel Boston over KC. And it pains me to say that because that's my guy. But I probably would, because I look at Denzel being a more of a wide receiver, like a straight wide receiver if you need one, than a wide receiver plus special teamer. That's just how I feel. But yeah, he's got a drop issue, man. It's just that's the one thing I got to stay away from him for.
So I actually completely agree with almost everything that you're saying. And I haven't watched a lot of him, but I do think that he's got the ability to be electric. I do think, that he's that type of receiver that can really change momentum for you. But how good is that when he's dropping 2-3 footballs a game? Like that's the tough part.
I'll tell you exactly what Casey Concepcion is in the NFL. 3 kick returns for 125 yards, one of them a touchdown, and then he's got 6 targets for 2 catches for 70 yards and a touchdown. That's Casey Concepcion. He's just electric, but you're not expecting him to be a volume guy. You're expecting him when I need you to step up to the plate. And he had really big moments at Texas A&M. And as much as I want to give the excuse about Marcel Reed not being the greatest quarterback, because he's not. I mean, Marcel Reed is probably the most overhyped quarterback in college. And I love Marcel, but I think he's not a quarterback at the next level. And I hate to say that about my fellow quarterbacks, but he's just not. Casey had to deal with that.
Yeah.
Maybe, like I said, that drop percentage gets better because he's going to be actually playing with actual, quarterbacks in the NFL. But again, I can see Kirk Cousins throwing him a 60-yard bomb after he dropped 3 in the game, and then the Raiders pull off a win, and everybody loves Casey Concepcion, wants him to be the number 1. No, that doesn't warrant you to be the number 1. You did your job as the Z. Thank you. That's what we needed.
I'm with you. I actually 100% agree. Torque, we're going to talk about Chase Basantis in just a second. We're going to go over the offensive side, or the guards as well, man. So definitely wait up, and we'll talk about that. And guys, we're going to talk about quarterbacks here at the tail end. Hey, Sport Raider, we're going to talk more about just some of the receivers in just a little bit. Troy, Casey Concepcion disappeared in the playoff loss to Miami. Okay, so that's Casey Concepcion. Again, guys, we have a lot to talk about, so I definitely want to get Dante's take on a lot of these guys. Let's go another receiver. All right. Look, this next guy, it's a guy that I actually like. Maybe not as much as another guy, but I definitely like this kid. And if he maybe finds himself falling to the 3rd, which I see them kind of moving up. Actually, before we get to the next guy, like 30 seconds, Dante, what are your thoughts? And maybe I'll explain what I'm trying to get at. Your thoughts on mock draft simulators. They're fun, but I hate them because I think it gives people a false hope of where guys are actually going to ultimately end up. I mean, it's kind of a crapshoot kind of once you kind of get into the 2nd round because of trades and because, people like to overdraft. Hence the Raiders. Have to goddamn.
Yeah.
But it's just because a guy lands in mock draft simulators, around 2 and 3 doesn't necessarily mean that's where he's going to go. And that's where I get really frustrated because, one, it doesn't give like a proper just indication as to where these guys are going to go, which can be frustrating. What's your thoughts on the mock drafts real quick?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to tell you what, from going through the, NFL scouting program a couple years ago, if you don't think the NFL teams use them, they use them thousands of times a week. Like at this point in time, they are a great tool, and teams are really paying attention to what these simulators are putting players at. And then they're doing their own research and then going back and making their own boards. So they are great tools, but I think, like you said, there'll be a lot of people that come into your chat that never watch a lick of college football and then say that whatever Makai Lemon shouldn't be this high because I saw his height and weight on a mock draft simulator. Why would somebody pick a guy that's that short? And it's like, okay, now you're giving people false hope on like what actually the film it actually says about Makai Lemon, because he's definitely a fringe number 1 receiver in this draft. And so I think that's where a lot of like a lot of things go wrong in the simulators themselves. Also, when there's guaranteed to be people that go into next season that are going to go to PFF or any of these mock draft simulators, and by August, when they start ranking players on who's the number one at the top, people are going to take that player's name. They're probably going to watch it throughout the college football season, and he's not going to be anything, or not be as high on the simulator, or as high in play as he was on the simulator. Case in point, Anthony Hill Jr. was regarded as the number one linebacker according to all the mock drafts. Had him like either in the top 5 or the number one player going into this year. And I'm like, wait a second. How do we know that? You know, where are we coming to this conclusion? Where's Anthony Hill Jr. being mocked right now? From anywhere from like 28 to like 40 something, like within there. I think he's a great player, but this is what mock drafts do. There's no real formula on how they are projecting these players. And this is why when Michael Penix Jr. goes to the Falcons, everybody's mock drafts get broken by the time that happens. You'll never truly know. But I like the fact that we have the power to do it. It's just, it's like giving the keys to a homeless man and telling them to take care of your Ferrari for today. You know, like, no, might not turn out well.
One thing I do love about the mock drafts is it allows you to see different players in different situations, right? All of a sudden, I now need to look at a receiver, and the receivers that I liked are gone. So now I gotta look at the receiver group, and now it just allows me to go look at other players, and then that just helps me kind of expand my knowledge on the prospects. That's kind of how I use it. Because if you keep doing some mock drafts, you're going to find yourself stuck to where, damn, who do I get here? But I definitely need a linebacker. Let's go look at some of the linebackers, and it allows you to kind of further your just knowledge of the prospects. That's why I love doing it.
Yeah, for sure. I do agree with you there too. Like, you know, I guess the other thing that I don't really like about mock drafts is they are wrong until about the end of February, because they'll have players on there. Then I'm like, this person ain't in the draft. Where'd they get this guy from? So guys like me that pay attention to a lot of this stuff, like totally getting alerts all season long from all the college football guys out there telling me who's going back to college and all. Like, I'm like, okay, so I just watched a YouTuber draft this guy in this mock draft and he went back to college. But now that YouTuber feels like an expert, and it's like, the guy's not there, unfortunately. So, but I like them. I think they're a great thing. I think they're a great thing for us to keep our sport progressing and to keep people talking about it and keep people educating themselves on these players. So I do agree from that aspect. It's just, you know, sometimes you got to be aware. It's like ChatGPT. You're not going to get all your information from ChatGPT because it's wrong a lot of the times too. Yeah. So it's the same thing with these.
They're fun. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, absolutely. We get a lot of views from it. I love it.
Okay, let's keep going. Next one. Again, I said, so this is actually a player that I actually do like a lot. Again, maybe, hopefully he's around the 3rd round. Again, these mock drafts, they kind of have him jumping up the board. But again, it depends on what your board kind of tells you if you create one. But, and again, I like another player, a little bit better than him, but I do like this prospect. And it's Ted Hurst out of Georgia State. So, chat, hit the hashtag Raiders. Let me know how you like, what your thoughts are on Ted Hurst. I know the Raider Nation, for the most part, I think they do like him as a prospect. Dante, I'm curious. What's your thoughts on Ted Hurst?
I remember watching Georgia State about 3 times this year, and I can't tell you either time that I was like, Ted Hurst is awesome. It was a ton. They did a lot of short yardage stuff there, and he was able to, you know, do what he needed to. I think that's the best part of his game is, like, he's so shifty in the middle of the field, can make guys miss. And he had some home run hidden catches too, you know, some stuff up the seam that I really liked. But I'll tell you the one thing that I like about him the most out of any receiver in this draft, and I think that this is important. The dude had 3 different quarterbacks this year: Cameron Brown, TJ Finley, and Christian Vallejo. And so to perform and get 1,000 yards with 3 different guys that split a lot of time with each other is super impressive. That tells me that you can learn on the fly. It doesn't matter what system that you're running, because as you know, coaching, the one quarterback's not going to run the same scheme. I might not run a 3-by-1 with one guy like I'll run a 2-by-2 with the next guy. Like, it's just whatever that guy's comfortable with, however he reads the field, and however we're going to set up runs to make this guy successful. But when the ball comes out, does Ted Hurst catch it? Yes. When I was at the Senior Bowl, the other thing that I was impressed for him is I like seeing their actual like workouts, like the rope workouts and all that stuff. He was so good at just the normal, get his hips turned on the ropes, foot in and out, ankle angles, utilizing his whole body to go in there and get through drills. Something that a lot of people are not going to notice. Me and you will notice it, but a lot of people aren't going to notice like just that aspect. Like, wow, every rep matters to him. And I will never disregard a player for how much effort that they put into everything that they do. He is an incredibly hard worker. I just want to see more. That's the one thing when I watch Ted Hurst, it's just like, I want to see more. I just don't have that to see,
And I'm with you. The one thing that I really like about Ted Hurst is his creativity off the line of scrimmage. And you can see that if you go into watching him on the sideline and kind of getting his footwork in, right, and how he works out. I like the multitude of moves that he has to get off the line of scrimmage and how creative he can get. And the moment he can actually get a clean get off, the separation that he can get away from some of these defensive backs, I do like the way he plays the ball in the air. I definitely like it. It's just what I worry about Ted Hurst is I think someone might get him in the second. I think there might be a team that is very receiver needy, and they just get him in the second. I'm like, damn, like maybe if we need a receiver, we've addressed a couple needs, and he's sitting there in the third. That's probably where I'd pull the trigger if I wanted to, because I think the upside's there. It is a little bit of a project, but I think the upside is definitely there, and I could pull that in the third.
I absolutely 1000% agree with you that the people that don't know about Ted Hurst, and I think he's a 3rd-round receiver. That's where I would rank him. He didn't make my top 10 because there's just so much on film that I want to see more. And I see, Troy, you say to develop. I don't think he needs developing. I just think he needs to be put out there in an uncomfortable situation that he hadn't done before and see if he can do it. Like, I think a lot of people understand these guys in college. When you're playing at the level that they're playing at, regardless if it's Georgia State or anything, you guys are playing at a very high level, man. Like, you were the 1% of the 1% before you get to the NFL. And so these guys are going to see a lot while they're there. The thing is like the system that he played in and them catering to 3 quarterbacks, the short game was going to be and I would do the same thing. If I was Georgia State's coach, I would have did the same thing. I got 3 different quarterbacks we're going to work on the short game. I'm not going to test downfield with this guy while he's still trying to get comfortable. Like, I'm 3 games at a time with these guys right now. Like, I need them to just short game, get a first down. I mean, this too. Like, you probably heard your offensive guy say, our goal is first down, 1 first down at a time. That we're not going to risk it. It was the same way there. And so, he wasn't going to get a lot of burn, and you weren't going to see a lot of bench routes and them running, scissors and all this stuff. That's not what they were going to do. They were going to take hitch, take it to the house, slant, first down, 5-yard dig, get us 5 yards. That was Ted Hurst. Occasionally, TJ Finley would come in there and throw it up the seam, and Ted Hurst is burning people. And that's when you're like, I just want to see more, man. I just want to see more. So 3rd round is where I think he is talent-wise, but I do agree in the 2nd round, somebody's going to take a shot on him because they're thinking the same way that we are. It's like, well, shoot, if I don't pick him up now and he can go in and we can give him those reps to show that, like, can you run the bench route? When you run this outside route, can you get to the sideline and catch that thing where the coach is standing? I don't know if he can, but we definitely going to test it out. And if he can, then we hit a home run in the second round.
Absolutely. No, I agree. 100%. And so remember, chat, do me a huge favor. If you have a comment or question, I might not be able to get to all of it because we got a lot of prospects to go through. We're going to talk quarterback after this. We're going to go through each position group, and then I'm going to get Dante's kind of top guys at the position and then maybe some sleepers. We're going to get into that in just a second. We got one more receiver prospect. In this one, top 30 visit, Chris Bell.
Oh, my gosh. I'm so glad he's on this list.
Chris Bell. Chat, do me a favor. I'll try to bring it up on the LKM. You already beat me to it. And to Papa, I think that's it. Surratt or Hurst. We'll kind of get to some questions afterwards. But I definitely we got a lot to go through, so I apologize. But trust me, I think the quarterback talk is probably gonna take up the most of the time. But Chris Bell, what are your thoughts on him? Obviously, there's the injury, which can scare a lot of people, rightfully so. But what's your breakdown on Chris Bell?
Chris is, man, when I say like maybe my favorite receiver in the draft outside of Omar Cooper, there's nothing that this dude can't do. He was number 2 on my list. That's how highly I feel about him. In my top 10, he was number 2. And he was one of the very first draft guides that I did. And I came over watching this film, and I think I wrote a section in there that said, I feel bad for every receiver that I have to review this season because Chris Bell is my benchmark. Yeah. Can run every route, can take it over the middle of the field, make a guy miss. And then you think that there was one game that he was playing where he took a slant route and then the safety came down, he made him miss, and then the corner caught up to him. And then he turned on like a third gear, and it was like, I'm just playing, bro. You're not as fast as me. And he was gone. This dude is so good, man. The reservations of him as, of course, the knee injury. But I've been hearing such good things about his rehab. He's not forcing his way back. And he's taking his time, which is important. Because a lot of people are like, you've been playing football your whole life. There's no need to rush back, bro. As soon as you, just like Jamar McCoy didn't rush his injury. They said that he was able to play at the end of the season or whatever. He didn't rush back and ran a 4.3. What? If that doesn't tell you how incredible medicine is right now for players, if they just give themselves time, he's going to be I want to say probably him and Carnell Tate are the 2 most sure bet receivers in this class when it really comes down to it. I don't see too many flaws in their game that a team is not going to love. I am scared if he goes to New Orleans because Tyler Shough was my number 1 quarterback last year, and they played at Louisville together, and he's been banging the table to bring Chris Bell there. It would be exciting to watch those 2 again because the morale would be so high for the Saints. But I think anybody could draft Chris Bell and he would fit right in. He gets the AJ Brown comparisons and things like that. And I can honestly see that. But I just think the most sneaky speed guy in this class is him. You get that second gear. This dude's got a third gear, man, where he's just playing with you on the field. Like, you think you're fast, but you're not really that fast. To be that big and that shifty and that, at his size is incredible. So,
and that third gear is something different. It's
insane.
It's so funny. When you go and you scout players, you go to their games and you scout them. You can see those play. Sometimes you don't see it on the film, but if you can go see somebody in person and all of a sudden you see they got that third gear, that's something different.
I'll tell you who was like that is actually on the Raiders. I was at the Senior Bowl and I actually did a video and he commented on it, just laughing. I was out on the field and we recorded this rep of Trey Tucker against JL Skinner from Boise State. And he cooked him. was just like he stopped and went, and it was like 20 yards of separation. I was like, this is crazy. And I yelled out, I said, pick up your shoes. They're on the 20-yard line. Trey Tucker had that type of like scary, just like nasty speed like that too.
Yeah. Yeah. And I've said it with Trey Tucker. What's difficult is we just haven't been able to use him correctly because of just our receiver issues. All of a sudden, you get rid of your number one. Davante Adams, right? Davante Adams exits the receiver room, and now you're going to shift Trey Tucker down to the number 2 receiver. Then Jacoby Myers gets hurt for a couple games, and now he's the number 1. And then we thought starting this year, now all of a sudden, okay, maybe Dante Thornton can kind of help out and command a little bit of a number 1, and you got Jack Besh, and maybe you can use Trey Tucker as a true slot receiver and move him around. But no, all of a sudden our receivers don't work out, and now Trey Tucker is now the number 1, basically playing like the number 1. And I just think he's been played out of position, and we just haven't been able to do him justice, in my opinion.
I 1000% agree with you, man. I feel bad for Trey just trying. It's almost like in the last draft, you're looking at Dante Thornton. It's like, okay, he's big and fast, but like I'm a small guy, but I'm just as fast and I have better hands. Yeah. Like, why am I not getting thrown the ball? Like, to me, the best compliment to a receiver like Brock Bowers is a smaller receiver that's fast and got hands. Because you're dealing with this, and then you got to get to the smaller guy. Like, it's levels, man. It's hard to deal with. So I hope you guys utilize him a little bit more this year for sure. Because I'm a big Trey Tucker guy. Not just the fact that I got to watch him, from Cincinnati to the Senior Bowl to now, but I'm a big believer of him, and he could be a lot better if given the chance.
So when it comes to Chris Bell, I have to watch more tape on him. But what I've seen, I mean, I think I'm with you. He just looks extremely electric. And
yeah,
he may not be there because he's only like 6'2", right? 6'1", 6'2".
Yeah, I think he's 6'2". Yeah.
But you can see that he still has the body position on the deep balls to kind of make those contested catches if need be. And so, a lot of times, yes, would you prefer receiver to be a little bit taller than some? But I always kind of look back at like the Jamar Chase example, right? You don't need to be the tallest guy in the world to be a damn good receiver. But I think in this case, like Chris Bell, I think he has all the tools. But I think the injury itself just justifies, okay, where do you actually get him? And I think the Raiders may be doing their due diligence. And if he does fall to 36 for some reason, I think the value could be there at 36. But
yeah, I don't. He's another one that I just don't see moving past the second round. I think it's the Saints, man. I think the Saints are just going to be like, we can't pass up on it. Like, we're going to trust Tyler here, and we're going to go get his guy. Because the way that his knee is healing up right now, he's going to be ready to start the season. And the best way and the best situation to get him in is with a quarterback that knows him. Because you don't have to build that trust anymore, right? Like, I think a lot of people get that confused. Like, think about the guys that in college that some of your favorite players have played with, especially from a quarterback to wide receiver position. Like, if Chris Bell's if he misses training camp and things like that, but you need him to start game 1, him and Tyler, they already know each other. Like, there's not a lot of chemistry that they have to build, versus like somebody else. So it could be a win-win for them, but I just don't see Chris Bell being a bad receiver in the NFL. He just screams like, you want the best parts of Denzel Boston, you want the best parts of Jordan Tyson, you want that. I mean, he will stun gun you at the line of scrimmage too. He ain't afraid to get physical. That's an underrated thing because he doesn't have like this amazing release like a lot of these other guys have. I guess that would be like the one point that you can knock against him. But he will stun your ass if you're trying to get up and close and personal to him, and he will get around you and burn you. And so I like that. Like, you're not going to be scared of the guy, in front of you, because you will see Kyle Hamilton line up in the slot on people, and he's a big dude. You line up Chris Bell there, he's going to be like, all right, let's see what you got. You're gonna need
20 shots to Dre. He just said he's 220, man. That's really good size for a receiver. And so, all right, so that's kind of the top 30 prospects on the receiver side. So we're going to jump to this, and we're going to do this for every position that I'm going to bring up. We're going to talk receiver. We're talking running back, a little bit of O-line. Then we're going to jump to the defensive side of the ball, and then we're going to end it with the quarterback talk. But draft position breakdown, wide receiver. Now, I know you just mentioned them. Chat, let me know who your top 2 receivers are in this draft class. Some of the guys that you're really high on. If by chance, don't mean to piss off most of the Raider Nation, if we do end up trading back and find ourselves maybe grabbing a receiver, chat, let us know who your top 2-3 guys that you have in this draft class. And Dante, I think you just mentioned Carnell Tate. I'll just start just real quick, only because you just mentioned him. The more and more I watch Carnell Tate, the more and more I end up just liking the kid. I had him as my number 1. I really like Jordan Tyson. The injuries really do scare me, but I think Jordan Tyson is also an extremely good receiver if he stays healthy. But the more and more I watch Carnell Tate, I'm just like, Jesus Christ, this kid could be a top 10 receiver in the league.
Man, he's number 1 on my list. And it's crazy that the number 2 receiver on Ohio State is the number one receiver in this draft. And that's no knock against him, because everybody knows Jeremiah Smith he's a one-of-one specimen. But again, does the question really fall? Let's give Carnell Tate some credit too. Does the question really pose itself that maybe Jeremiah Smith might look different without Carnell? Because people respect Carnell. So we're going into this season with a big question mark on, is Jeremiah Smith really that guy, or was Carnell Tate, people really respected the fact that he could play every position at wide receiver. He's the most deadly receiver up the seams, and it's not close.
Yeah. I agree.
He can take a hit and hold on to the ball. And again, he's got that he's got a sneaky second gear, but he's not the type to break tackles like a Omar Cooper. Omar Cooper Jr. is the best at breaking tackles in this class at wide receiver, but he slips past you before you get that tackle. Just that little jab step inside and just make you fall down. He looks at you on his way to the end zone, haha, yank. There was no way you were tackling me, buddy. Technique wise, one of the best releases, one of the best route runners, one of the best hands. The football IQ, he knows when to bail on the route, when he knows he's getting beat. And the best thing about him in this class, he's always looking for work. If he gets beat on the route, he's going back the other way. Let me give Julian Saint a little bit more time to see if I can get open off the route. I mean, how many times have you coached someone and you're like, keep your feet moving, do something? What are we doing? You're just standing there. You got beat and you're just standing there, bro. This is not going to work here. Carnell's all right, I'm going to run this slant route 15 yards. I know when I get to that right side, the beginning of the right side hash from the 20, I'm going to turn this back upfield. Ryan Day didn't ask me to do that, but I'm about to do it because I got to give Julian some time to find me. I might be open if I get past the split safety formation here. Carnell's he's as clean as they come as a wide receiver prospect. And I felt the same way about a guy that played at Ohio State before, Terry McLaurin. I would hate if he gets drafted to the Commanders, because you're dealing with 2 Terry McLaurins, and who wants to deal with that?
Yeah.
2 quiet guys, not the rah-rah guys whatsoever. They go out there, they route you up, they get 10 first downs a game and a couple touchdowns, and you're looking in your back pocket like, I'm broke now.
There's a couple times you see receivers, and I'll be honest, I actually think I feel better about Carnell Tate than I did. I was the 2 guys that I wanted last year in the draft was T-Mac and Kelvin Banks. Those are my 2 top guys that I wanted. Or it was trade back for me.
Yeah. And both of those guys end up being superstars.
I almost think Carnell Tate translates better, a little bit better than T-Mac, to be honest with you. I think
1000%. I agree with you. And I'm a T-Mac guy, but I agree with you.
Because the one thing that I wanted T-Mac to get better at is just his crisp route running. I think because of his height and his speed, his ability to honestly just his catch radius was nasty. I think that allowed him to be just a little bit lazy in his routes at times. And the competition he went up against, I just felt like, okay, if T-Mac cleaned up his route running and got a lot better, that's the difference between him being like an 8th or 9th ranked receiver and a top 3 receiver in the National Football League. And I feel like Cardinal Tate just has an edge over him when it comes to route running. And that could be the difference between him and T-Mac. But I think because of that and everything else that Cardinal Tate brings to the table, I think he's going to translate very, very well to the NFL day one.
You know the drill that I'm talking about, and I don't know if a lot of people see this, but this is also a thing that Cardinal Tate is absolutely the #1 receiver in this class, and it's going to translate well in the NFL. How many times have you seen a receiver have hands in his face like this, or 2 guys jumping up, and the receiver just doesn't see the ball, and it's like, you didn't even try for the ball, bro. There's a thing called the fence drill where you have your defenders do that. And can your receiver come down with the catch? Make those hands invisible, man. You got to, because the ball is never out of play until it's on the ground. That's what we always coach, right? The ball is never out of play until it hits the ground and you hear the whistle. So what did you do to go after the ball? Cardinal Tate, I don't know what supervision he has, but when there's hands in his face, he don't care, man. He's where's the ball at? You can put a Mack truck in front of me. The Mack truck better be scared that I'm gonna catch this ball. Like that's Carnell in a nutshell, man.
So for me, I've kind of said it. If the trade back happens, let's say we go to number 2, I think the only person that is worth a number 2 pick in this draft is Cardinal Tate.
Yeah, 100%.
Even if you drop back almost to like 4 or something like that, I still would pick Cardinal Tate if he's there. And that's just based on what the Raiders need. Because again, I've said this before, not just that I think he could be a really good receiver, but also you get a really good receiver with potential top 5 talent, and you get him on a rookie contract. You're going to be paying him like the 40th best receiver in the National Football League for the next 5 years, which is crazy. Yeah. So the values there.
And I kind of temper my expectations of Carnell, and this is no slight to him, but like, think about it like this. I think Carnell is not going to be like a Devontae Adams or any of those like Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase. I don't see that from Carnell, but I do see DJ Moore, Terry McLaurin, those guys that are fringe 1,200-yard, 9 to 10 touchdown seasons, where you're constantly putting them in your top 10 in his career, but he just never peaked into the top 3, which is a great career. And this is no slight to him, but I just don't see him being a Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase, but I do see him being Terry and DJ Moore in his career.
And if you're if you're always peaking that top 10, that means you're probably one of the better in your career. You'll probably be one of the best receivers in your franchise.
Yeah.
So, okay. So we talked about Cardinal Tate. So next, what are another? You've mentioned his name. And I think Severe, if you're still in here, we've mentioned this guy's name multiple times. I know we like Jordan Tyson. I'm a fan of Jordan Tyson. Obviously, the injury. I think he had some drops, a little bit of concern throughout the season. So I think we can kind of both agree that Jordan Tyson's a good receiver. As long as he stays healthy, you're going to get yourself a damn good receiver.
He could be #1 in this class if he was healthy and he was just consistent. Like Carnell was. He would, talent-wise, it's like if you had to rank talent, Jordan Tyson would be at the top. But we're not, realistically, I can't rank the talent on the top because you're injured and you got drop issues, but he looks fantastic. Jordan Tyson is #7 on my list. I'm sorry. I have to be realistic about the kid. He's going to be the next Odell Beckham Jr. somewhere where he might peak for a season. Everybody's like, oh, snap. He's so good. He's the guy. And then he's going to disappear for the rest of his career. I hate that for him, but like, that's just where I see him.
I'm kind of with you. I just, the injury history, you just can't pass up, which is unfortunate. You just can't take that out the back of your head, and we'll see where he goes. I will be a little concerned if the Chiefs mess around and pick him, but that's neither here nor there. What up, Rundown? What's going on, man? I saw the other. We already talked about Denzel Boston. So after this, man, rewind it. We already kind of give you the feedback on Denzel Boston. But definitely, guys, go check out, man, all the other Raider channels. You got Jason Downs up in here, Rundown. You got Jeff, 401 Raider Jeff. You got The Severe Raider, as well as my guy Chris Textual Podcast. Go check them out. But guys, also go over to Dante. If you're on my channel after this, go over to Dante's channel, Gridiron, Apex. We're doing a little bit of a collab. We did this last year. Definitely want to get this draft talk in. And we got more. We're not even through receivers, and we're damn near an hour and a half in. Dante, I want to respect your time. How are you time-wise?
I'm good, bro. Whatever you need. I love talking ball. Man.
I told the wife right before I jumped on here, I was like, this might be a long one. So
yeah, I did the same thing. So we're good.
We got so many more position groups to go through.
Yeah.
So, but okay, outside of Jordan Tyson, I think there's one receiver that I think we would benefit from talking about. And it's a receiver that I just need to get over my PTSD at what school he went to. And Dante, I'm going to let you take the floor. Chris Brazzell out of Tennessee.
The one thing I will give Chris Brazzell credit for, and I understand it's hard to look past the jersey. He's the same wide receiver that was at Tulane that he was at Tennessee. You can't say that about a lot of rest of the guys that transferred in. And played with 3 different quarterbacks. Remember this year, he had to get used to Nico Iamaleava in the offseason. Spring, he transferred out, got Joey Aguilar. They actually changed the system a little bit to cater to Joey Aguilar, which they're more veer and shoot than they ever have been this year. So I will give Chris all the credit in the world if you're going to have an anomaly for him being that, because the Tulane film looked exactly like the Tennessee film. He's great, man. And the reason why that's important is because Tulane and Tennessee, the competition is way different. You're going from American Conference to, like the SEC.
Yep.
And he was wrecking stuff, man. He was wrecking everybody and dealt with the adversity of going through those 2 quarterbacks with the coaching. And like, that's a lot of distractions. And he kept it straight, man. I mean, I would tell you, again, there was one guy that I looked at Denzel Boston. I'm like, damn, Chris Brazzell is a better Denzel Boston. Catch the ball over the middle, up the sideline, go out and stretch for a ball, ran into the 4 threes. Like, he's a freak, man. He's number 5 on my quarterback list. And he started at like 9 when I did this process. And I'm like, you know what? Yeah, Chris Brazzell's he's going to be a number 1 receiver on the team. So again, if you're going into this draft in the 2nd round and you need a wide receiver, I think I actually mocked him to go to you guys in the 2nd round. He would be a perfect guy to come in and say, Brock, I'm here to take some pressure off of you because I'm just in the bank of Clint Kubiak and them are not going to be throwing the ball to Brock Bowers like he was in the past. I don't feel that way. I don't feel that system is just going to be let's feed Brock and get him to get 1,300 yards again. Now, I don't see that. But I do see them drafting Chris Brazzell, him being a 900-yard receiver, him looking up to be the number 1 guy, being a 1,200-yard guy the next season. And you're seeing Brock Bowers get 1,000 yards and 5 touchdowns, and that's okay. You're like, all right, we're actually looking forward to our team being way better than we were and running a 2 running back system. That's why I'm like so high on Jonah Coleman coming to you guys. I think Jonah Coleman and Ashton Jeanty together would be excellent.
That's my favorite running back in this draft. That would potentially fall to us. I'm
1,000% on that train. So, but yeah, Chris Brazzell, every time I watch him, I'm just like, man, I wanted to hate you coming into this. And then I went back and watched Tulane, and I'm like, damn, making a progressive move like that and being the same receiver that you were at a smaller school, at a bigger school, shows me that there was no fall off. There was no fall off in talent, and you met with your competition. And the dude practiced against Jermon McCoy and Colton Hood and the rest of these guys that were excellent. The one thing that you can't say about Tennessee last year is that Chris Brazzell sucked or that their secondary wasn't good, because both of those were consistently great every single week. So It's just my
Like,
take.
I think that Chris Brazzell is above Ted Hurst, without question. To
Oh,
Bob has that
100%.
question. I think he is just a more polished Ted Hurst, where Ted Hurst, just a more polished Ted Hurst, basically. But yeah, for myself, I just have to get over the Tennessee PTSD. Now, I wasn't a Deontay Thornton fan. I had him, I want to say, if I remember correctly, I had him probably as my number 8 receiver last year. At least when it came to where I'd want to possibly pick him in my big board, I guess you could say.
Mm-hmm.
But then I like Jane Hyatt when he came out, and that just didn't work out. And so the tough part is I got to get over my Tennessee PTSD. But every time I turn on the film and I watch this kid, I'm like, holy crap. He is not a normal Tennessee receiver. This kid can run every route. This kid is quick. He can take the top off. Like, he is a complete receiver. He's not the just screen or go ball type of guy.
No, he does it all.
I know. And I'm just like, damn it. I just got to get over my Tennessee PTSD. And I'm going to tell you, if we do draft him, I will be damn excited if we brought him in the building.
Yeah, and I've heard, I think I was tuning in to Dante Thornton's live stream like on Twitch one day, and he was talking about just like how much of a freak Chris is, and like maybe like think about it like this. Maybe he comes and elevates Dante Thornton because it's somebody that's familiar, and he can get him out of the rut of like, when you get down the field, bro, we just got to catch the ball. You're the fastest dude out here. Maybe you lining those two up next to each other who are big, tall, fast dudes, and you have Trey Tucker there. This might be the fastest wide receiving core in the NFL when they're all clicking together. With Brock Bowers, who's the fastest tight end. Like, think about how much speed that is. And so maybe you do that in the aspect of like, let's get confidence for this guy. Chris being in the same room, and I see somebody said something about that, you know, there was some red flags with Chris. Chris is just, he's from the hood, man. Like, people just got to get over that too. I think he's from Louisiana. He's just from the hood. And a lot of people think that that's going to bring him trouble. But if that's a red flag for you, then pair him up with somebody that's a good dude like Dante Thornton too, where he can offset those issues for Chris by having somebody that he's familiar with as well, being in the same room as him. And so you got to think about it like that. Like, the scouting is more than just the stats in the film. It's about the whole thing, the personality too. Y'all would be surprised if I told you some of the things I know that they get asked about players. It's insane.
So let's talk about some late round guys. Now, mind you, you already mentioned Omar Cooper Jr. I really like Omar Cooper Jr. And the only reason why I ended up trying to be just so high on him is because, you saw just how much I kind of clipped up of Fernando Mendoza. I watched obviously every single throw of Fernando Mendoza, and watching Omar Cooper Jr., I'm just going, damn, like, this kid,
it's a beast.
He could play anywhere on the field.
If you go back to my channel in December, I said that Omar Cooper Jr. is a first rounder and nobody knows it yet. And there was people in my comment section like, you're an idiot. Omar Cooper Jr. is like a third rounder. And then these last couple months, I just seen him like this, and I seen him as early going to 13 to the Rams. I'm like, okay, well, guess we don't know talent. I guess.
I mean, the more and more I just watched Fernando Mendoza, Omar Cooper just started popping on the game film, and I just said to go, damn, like, this kid, you literally could play him anywhere on the field. And I think he has the ability to play any position. But what's great about him is he's versatile. Like, I'm not comparing him to this guy, but if you look at what Omar Cooper Jr. could do in a Raiders uniform in a Clint Kubiak offense, you could use him like a JSN. Clint Kubiak moved JSN everywhere. And Omar Cooper Jr. seems like a very similar type of receiver. And so I like Omar Cooper Jr. I know you mentioned that. Chat, let me know if you got any sleepers that you guys like. I know Alec M. I think you just mentioned one guy you like, Caleb Douglas, to watch out for. So Dante, real quick, any sleepers that you got in this draft? Maybe if we missed in the first, day one, day two, maybe some late round guys that you can kind of throw out there.
Yeah, there's 2 guys that made my top 10, but it doesn't mean that they're not sleepers to everybody else. The first one, man, and I say this with all sincerity to everybody else in this class. If Eric McAllister puts it all together from TCU, he will be the best receiver in this class, hands down.
I hate to do this because I think we did this last year with some D linemen. So I have my list of sleepers, and I'm going to share it really quick. I'm going to zoom in. You got receiver sleepers, and I got Eric McAllister sitting right there. Not the fastest, but I have my notes on him. But I'm going.
I didn't see this before, Chad. I'm just telling you, I didn't see this before.
Yeah, my bad. Keep going. My bad.
No, you probably saw the same thing I saw, man. Like, damn, if this dude, he's got some off the field issues that he's got to deal with, so he's gonna drop there. I mean, I think it was like some gun charges that got dropped, and like just
okay, I didn't know that
domestic violence stuff that like got dropped as well.
People,
yeah. We actually ran into him at the combine at a restaurant. Me and my guy we ran into him. He was like by himself, so I don't know, but like I said, man, the size, the speed, just if you were to pull out a highlight tape of everybody on here and just like somebody to like Photoshop their jersey off of them so you didn't know what team they played for, you'd be like, man, Eric McAllister is the best receiver in this class. He's that damn good, man. If he can fix the drop, he's another guy that like will just have these weird drops, but contested catches, one of the best. Can go up there and grab it. Can take a ball that's thrown to him at 5 yards and turn that bitch to a 40-yarder. Like, he could be the best receiver in this class by when it's all said and done, in my humble opinion. Me and my boy Authentic were talking about this. He's a Giants content creator. And he literally texted me. He was like, bro, I just got to the Eric McAllister film, bro. Like, I'm amazed. He's like, who's your comp for him? This is my comp for Eric McAllister. Is Jordy Nelson, bro.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. Yeah,
every time I watch, I'm like, that's Jordy Nelson. That's Jordy Nelson, man. And if you can get Jordy Nelson, one of the best receivers in the league, like right away.
Yeah, the one thing is you can tell he's not the fastest guy, right? But the thing about him, as you continue to watch it, I think he just understands how to set up the defenders and get himself open, just kind of get that separation a little bit. Again, kind of like when we talked about Denzel Boston. It's not like anything completely just, and maybe I got to watch a little bit more, but nothing just like pops out on the tape consistently. But you just see consistency a little bit at times, just with the route running and the separation. And stuff like that. So, Eric McAllister definitely for me is one guy that, man, day 3. If we haven't got, if some receivers didn't drop, we didn't adjust the position. I don't know exactly in day 3 when he'd be available. I would just have to compare to what else is on the board at the time. But day 3, if he's still on the board, I'm going to be watching him as kind of players get drafted.
Yeah, I'm going to give you 2 more here. And I mean, I could say, the Jeremy Bernards of the world. I like Reggie Virgil out of Texas Tech. I think he's going to end up being a really good talent. But one guy that I'm super high on, man, is Chase Roberts from BYU. Chase Roberts has been there through Zach Wilson. What's his name?
Zach Wilson?
Zach Wilson, Jaron Hall, Jake Retzlaff, Keaton Slovis, and most recently Barry Bachmeier. He's been through 5 quarterbacks, stayed loyal to BYU, and puts up numbers. When we saw him at the combine, I was like, damn, Chase Roberts is bigger than I thought he was too. Like, he seems like a smaller guy, but he's a big dude. But he's like Jeremy Bernard in the way he's like, he's not the sexiest dude. You know what I'm saying? He's not going to go out there and make these highlight, but he's consistently good, consistently a good route runner. Over the middle of the field, will take a hit, get up, get a ball to the referee, and just line back up. Like, it's all business with Chase Roberts. And sometimes that's what you need in the NFL. You just need that guy that's just consistently freaking good, man. So he's one. I think Dane Key out of Nebraska has some untapped potential that he didn't have a good year with Nebraska, but Nebraska wasn't really that great. But Dane Key, if he puts it together, he's going to be nice. And then the last guy that I'm super high on, I've been banging the table for him since he was at FIU. And I think they're just going to stick him at special teams because it was 40 time. But Eric Rivers out of Georgia Tech.
Okay.
Was incredible in college. And nobody talked. I even tweeted at him. I said, I hope you go in. I never do this with players. I was like, dude, I hope you go and prove everybody wrong about you because there's some untapped. I don't know why he transferred to Georgia Tech. I think that ruined his career because I think he could have been a top 10 receiver in this class. But you go to a primarily heavy running team. I don't understand that. But when he was at FIU, just silently just get 1,300 yards, almost 20 touchdowns, and like 22 yards of reception. Who does that? Eric Rivers does that. He's incredible. I think he's gonna get picked up on like day 3 somewhere, and I hope just his career goes like this, and he's just not stuck on special teams because I think that's where he's gonna be at. But those are kind of my sleepers, man. There's a lot of guys in this class that could be sleepers, but those are the ones that I feel very, very highly of.
So definitely, chat. Go check those guys out. I do got one guy that is not necessarily. I mean, I got 2 guys that maybe would be definitely day 3 guys, but I got one guy that's probably a UDFA. And I just kind of stumbled upon him, and I'm like, wait a second. I want to watch a little bit more. There's not a lot of tape on this kid that I have access to. Again, I don't have the all 22 or anything like that. Like Dante does. I'm basically just have YouTube at my disposal. I do like the kid, Brendan Thompson of Mississippi State. I do like him if he is like a day 3 guy, mainly because depending on what happens with Trey Tucker, we may need a little bit of a speedster to kind of get into the slot a little bit. But one possibly UDFA guy is Max Tomczak out of Youngstown State.
I don't know about him. So
I actually like this kid. Again, he's going to be a UDFA. But I just came across him, and when I watched his tape, I was like, damn, like this is a kid that could just he could just make this roster. UDFA, he can find himself messing around and actually make the roster. And so again, this is more of UDFA guy for me. So but yeah,
Torque. I was going to say that Aaron Anderson was another one that everybody needs to put on their radar from LSU. And I'm not just saying that because Torque is saying that. Aaron Anderson is going to break out somewhere, and I'm going to feel very sad if he's not on my team.
Yesterday. And I think and I liked what he was showing, but I haven't been able to do a deep dive on him just yet. So but all right, cool. Shut up. Receivers. Okay. Receivers, definitely. I appreciate the chat. Make sure you guys go over Gridiron Apex, man. He does deep dives on all the college prospects. Again, I'm a Raider channel, so I focus more on just what the Raiders need for the most part. But if you want a deep dive on just basically the Bible of college prospects, definitely. Gridiron Apex, definitely hit him up. Let's talk about some running backs, okay? I was not a big fan of getting Genty at 6 at all. I don't think Genty was there's a lot of reasons why I did not want Genty at 6. Not just because performance, Mountain West, but at the same time, I just don't think you ever pick running backs that early for a lot of reasons. But we do have one prospect coming in the building. And that's Kaelon Black. Okay. So chat, let me know if what your thoughts are on Kaelon Black. And then because we only have one running back coming in top 30 visits, then we'll just kind of jump into the running back talk. Chat, let me know what your thoughts are on Kaelon Black. Dante, what's your thoughts on Kaelon Black?
Kaelon Black actually made my top 10 running backs in my past list. So a guy that just kind of snuck up on everybody, right? A guy that came over with Kirk Cinetti from JMU, from James Madison. And the thing about Kaelon is he waited his turn because last year Justin Ellison was on the team, which I don't understand why nobody took a look at him. He was just kind of like he's constant,
right?
I think he was healthy. I think he was healthy all year, and then he didn't pursue the draft or anything, became a analyst for Indiana. So he actually stayed on the roster. So he'll be a future coach here pretty soon, which is great for the running back room because he knows the standard. So Indiana did something unique this year. They not only had Kalen Black in that running back room, but they went to Maryland and got Roman Hemby, who everybody knows. And one guy that doesn't get talked about a lot, but is a huge part of Indiana's story this year, Lee Beebe, who came from UAB. And Lee Beebe would have been the best running back on that team this year. The first 3 weeks, I think he had like 230 yards, was averaging like 7 yards a carry. And then he ended up hurting his knee against Indiana State. So
I think I have, because didn't he rip off a big game early in the season?
Yep. You know exactly what I'm talking about, against Old Dominion, I believe.
Yeah, and then there's also I think I didn't see much of him, but Kobe Martin was in that backfield against Illinois. He ripped off some a good game there, but again, didn't really see much of him afterwards. But okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Let's just keep going.
So Kalen Black kind of came in after Lee Beebe was out and then took the bull by the horns. Tough runner, man. If you need somebody that's just straight business, not afraid to run up the gaps and get you an important first down, that's really the thing that you circle about, Kalen Black is like, just going to knock your face off whenever I run the rock. I think he's this, and the closest guy that I can give you a comp to is Kyle Monungai from Rutgers when he went to the Bears.
I liked Kyle Monungai last year.
That's Kyle Monungai this year. He's essentially the same running back. Just run it through the gut, and hopefully you can tackle me. If not, I'm about to spring this for 30 yards. And then we're going to run the ball again. I'm going to do it again. That's Kalen Black for you.
So I actually would love the pairing of Kalen Black with Genty, because one of my biggest thoughts on Genty was whether or not he was going to be a good short yardage back. And I just didn't see it. And that's what my struggle with picking Genty was, is if you're going to pick Genty number 6, he better be the best all-around back you can find in the draft. And I didn't think he was going to be a home run hitter in the NFL, but I struggled to know whether or not he could be a good short yardage back. And I think he struggled a lot in his first year. And so I want a true short. And when we picked Genty, when we drafted him, I went live. I posted a video saying we need to get a true short yardage back at some point, and Monungai was the guy. It was Monungai or Khalil Mullins from Michigan. Those are my two guys that I wanted as a kind of a true short yardage back to pair with Genty, but we never did that.
Khalil Mullins had a really good season for Michigan. I think everybody was surprised how good he was, because it was supposed to be what's his name? Oh my God, his name starts with a D. He's got the dreadlocks. You know how I'm talking about. It was supposed to be him, and then it didn't actually end up working out.
But like Khalil Mullins ended up going to Tennessee, and he got hurt a little bit, so he had basically an injury real the season a little bit. But either way, definitely want to get a running back to kind of complement Genty, especially in the short yardage situations. That's definitely what I want to do. Kalen Black, I think, would be a really good complement to it.
Donovan Edwards, yeah, that's who it was.
And so shout out to Jason. Yeah, Black would be a great situational back, a good to 10 to 15 carries, and can be a house call when no one is looking. And that's what I've kind of said is we need someone that could take away some of the maybe those 8-9 carries from Genty. If Genty is going to be a workhorse, I'm a huge running back by committee guy. Running backs get hurt. Running backs are a dime a dozen. You can get them in the late rounds.
I don't see how that's not going to be that for you guys. That is Clint Kubiak's identity.
I know. I'm 100% with you. So, with that being said, question is chat, let me know who are some of your favorite running backs that could possibly fall to the Raiders. Dante, you mentioned somebody that, again, this is for who I'm probably not looking until maybe round 4 for a running back because we have Genty. I think this guy's going to go probably earlier than 4 without question. But give me your 1 to 2, just kind of top running backs. But then I see Severe still in here. We're going to talk about Desmond Claiborne. But who's some of your top running backs that you like outside the first round? The Jeremiah Loves are out there, but
I'll give you my 10. So actually, Kalen Black was at number 8 on my list, on my final list. Rasul Faison from South Carolina. I've been following that kid for
that. I actually just messaged Severe and Chris in our message. I'm like, where the hell is this kid? Like, I don't see this kid on the draft boards. I don't see this kid anywhere. And I'm sitting there going, where the hell is this kid? Because I think I just found one of my favorite running backs in this draft.
Ball.
This kid must have been caught stealing something. I don't know. Like, I was like, why are not more people talking about Brazzell Faison?
Yeah, Rasul Faison is at my number 10. He could be a lot higher, to be honest. He only had like 400 yards, but he was their best back in South Carolina. The whole team just sucked last year. I'm gonna just be completely honest with you. So he was just part of a sucky team, and well, he kind of got a late start. So I've been following Rasul for a very, very long time, like since high school, and so I followed him when he was at Utah State, and then he played 2 years there where he was fantastic. And
that's the first film I saw, and I was like, "Who the hell is this kid?"
Yeah, he's a beast, bro. And then he goes to South Carolina, where he got a late start because he was fighting for a year eligibility. Like the NCAA wanted to take it away, and then he was fighting for a year, and then he started camp like as soon as spring was over. Actually, no, it was like a month or two after spring was over. So he really like came in like week 1, not practicing with his teammates. So yeah, he kind of got a rough road, but man, Rasul is one of those home run hitters, will put his shoulder down, run you over, and put on a third gear like you've never seen before. He reminds me a lot of Roschon Johnson when he came out of Texas. Like how Bijan didn't have that second gear, but Roschon did, but also could lay you out. The other thing that he will fit so well in the NFL for is because he can catch out of the backfield and take that thing 70 yards. It's an asset in the NFL. You need that. So, Rasul is at my number 10. Nick Singleton is at my number 9. Kaelon Black had him at 8. Damon Claiborne for Wake Forest is at my 7th spot. Jadarian is at my 6.
So it's your 7, because I know Severe's still in here. Kind of give your just quick take on Damon Claiborne.
Oh man, Damon is a special talent, man. I could tell you a lot of us were frustrated for the fact that he didn't transfer out and try himself somewhere else, because if he would have entered the transfer portal, he probably would have been one of the first running backs taken, like going to Alabama or something like that. He's fantastic. Probably the guy that has the most home run hitting ability in this whole draft, for sure. If he gets an open space, I would even say this even over Nick Singleton, because Nick Singleton, to me, Katron Allen is at my number 4 spot. I'm sorry, like Katron was better. I remember seeing Katron in person against Michigan State a couple years ago. I'm like, he's the better running back than Nick Singleton. Nick Singleton is a burner. That's about it. But Katron is better. But Damon Claiborne is like Nick Singleton, that's got the home run ability. He's not afraid to go through the gaps for his size, which is great. The knock on him is he can't catch. That's the thing. He can't catch out of the backfield. That's his only thing. But yeah, man, I love Damon Claiborne. He's great. And Raiders first down, I've been talking about Ahmad Hardy all year. That's my guy. Put him on your list. He's a beast. He's a beast out of Missouri.
So I think you are at 7.
Yeah, so 7 was Damon Claiborne. 6 is Jadarian Price.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm not. I understand his talent, but a lot of people have him as their number 2. Jamari Taylor's at my 5 from Virginia. Love that kid. Katron Allen is at 4. Your boy Jonah Coleman is at 3.
I like Jonah Coleman a lot.
Emmett Johnson's at 2. And if you don't have Jeremiah Love in your number 1 spot, I don't know what you watched last year.
So, yeah, basically for me, like that sleeper is that Rasul Faison. Like, and because I wasn't able to do a lot of homework, it was really yesterday. I kind of I saw kind of his tape a little bit, And shout out to Severe. I did. I was like, this kid must be in jail or something. I have no clue because I came across the Utah State film. And then you go look at this is the vibe I got. When you watch the Utah State, I was like, holy shit, is this James Cook? But then you look, you're like, damn, no,
That's a good comparison. Yep.
He's bigger though. I was like, this kid's got some size to him.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I mean, maybe going to South Carolina, but then like the transfer portal, stuff like that. I mean, to me, I felt like if this kid is still around day 3, I'm running to the podium to pull the trigger at some point.
Yeah, and like Papa said, he's 26. Because like if you think, I think when everybody started watching, if I remember right, I think his colleges were Marshall when he first started. Then he transferred to Lackawanna, so he went down to JUCO. Then he went to Snow College, I believe. I believe it was Snow. Then he went to Utah State, and then he went to South Carolina. So he was fighting for like his 6th or 7th year eligibility or something like that. So yeah, that's the knock on him is he's 26.
But the thing though is, 26 doesn't matter to me because at the end of the day, I'm not a fan of hanging on to running backs. I mean, you could rotate through running backs. Running backs get hurt. If you get him in the 6th round or even the 7th round, okay, that's fine. If he ends up being a rotational piece in your backfield and effective, then you got your money's worth with that kid.
Yeah.
And so now at 26 years old, are you drafting him in the 1st or 2nd round? Maybe not, but depending on the talent level. But I'll tell you, like, I'll run to the podium. And
I mean, me and like I don't care about age. I don't. I take all that out of the equation when I'm watching film. Like, because if it was all about age, then Bo Nix was the last quarterback on my list. I think it's actually
NIL is it's gonna sway a lot of opinions now with the age.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. But I mean, like I said, you gotta look at Russell's. Should he have come out last year? Maybe, but he fought for his eligibility. He won. He played. But South Carolina was a really bad team all over the place too. When everybody had I think Shane Beamer had his eyes. You could tell when they played the game in their games, like their eyes were set on not running the ball. Their eyes were set on letting Lenore Sellers just do whatever the hell he wanted to, which he should have transferred out too. I don't know why he stayed at South Carolina, but you could tell that was their focus was Lenore Sellers just go win us a game. When it's like, man, I got Rasul Faison getting 6, 8, 7, 5 carries a game. Like, go look at his stat. Like, Rasul Faison, and from watching Utah State, that dude needs carries. And by the time he gets to like his 10th carry, it might not be a good idea for the other team to tackle him. Like, he's a beast.
No, he is. Jack Kenner, real quick, he's got a question. Would you boys rather have Genty or Love? I would take Love in a heartbeat.
If you drafted Jeremiah Love at 6 last year, I would not have batted an eye.
I mean, I have a lot of reasons. Like I was saying before, like I wouldn't take a running back at all, kind of in almost in the top 15, outside of like a Kansas City situation where they have a lot of injuries that help them get a better spot in the draft. But I think Jeremiah Love, I would take him in a heartbeat over Genty.
He's fantastic, bro. It's like the argument I said to people, and I put a poll out on YouTube last year before the draft that said, would you rather have Ashton Genty or Bijan Robinson? It was 50-50, 805 on who is the better college prospect. I'm like, if Bijan was at Boise State, he would have broke the record too, and it would have been even worse.
It would have been 3,000 yards for Bijan.
Yes, I said there's no comparing these two, man. And I respect the crap out of Ashton and what he did. Like, I'm not taking anything away from him, but as a prospect, there's a reason why one dude went to Texas, and there's a reason why one dude stayed at Boise State. Like, it is what it is, and it's not about the feel-good story. Like, come on, everybody's goal is to win a championship and to win a Heisman and things like that. Which, he was in the conversation and all that stuff, but. Like, come on, guys. the Bijan would have won the Heisman for sure.
100% with you. Alec, real quick, and we're going to get to some of the linemen really quick. How do you guys feel about Hemby? As a short yardage back for me, I'd be okay if you got Hemby kind of 6th round as maybe a short yardage back to complement with Genty. I wouldn't be opposed to it, bigger running back, but Dante, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, Roman Hemby, been watching him since Maryland. I was happy for him when he transferred to Indiana and finally got to win. He's one of those guys in college that you just was like, man, if you go to a better team, they definitely love having you. You could tell he was a Power 5 running back, or not a Power 4, but like a because Maryland is in the Power 5. I always just think about them like them and Rutgers. I can't get out of my head that they're not lower level schools. Like they are Power 5 schools. But I'm saying like if he would have went to a school like Indiana and things like that actually were winning, that he would be a big part of why they won. I don't see him as like a 3-down back. I think he's like a 2-down back, a guy that can get you out of a spot, can be really, really shifty, but I wouldn't. It's kind of like Kenneth Gainwell, right? If you use Kenneth Gainwell in the right way, he could be dangerous. And I feel the same way about Roman Hemby. He's got a lot of reps under him now, a lot. So you gotta be a little, picky on where you're going to use him at the next level because of that. So he doesn't have a lot of tread on the tires, but shifty, can do it all, can catch out of the backfield. I just don't see Roman Hemby being one of the guys like Kalen Black that's going to run it between the tackles, though. You leave that for Genty.
Oh, no? Okay. So. I didn't watch a whole lot of Roman Hemby, to be honest with you, because again, I'm more or less watching Fernando Mendoza kind of breaking down the passing side of things. So I didn't see a whole lot of Roman Hemby, but just size wise, it looked like he could move a pile a little bit, but I could be wrong. The one kid that I just started looking at just a couple days ago, because again, I'm still kind of doing my homework and kind of doing a crash course on some later round guys, but I did like a real quick mock draft, and there was a guy sitting on in the running back room, and the more and more I kind of watched Noah Winnington, I actually like the kid.
Yeah,
but I actually like the kid.
Yeah, guy that waited his turn. I mean, he was there with Bucky. He was there, last year with Jordan James. And they were always like a really good trio of backs when all three of them were there. And then him and Jordan James are really good switching in and out. Last year was unfortunate. He just was hurt a lot. Just couldn't stay healthy. So you worry about him at the next level with his health. But I agree with you. Like, out of all those guys, and I'm talking about Bucky Irvin too, Noah Whittington was most likely the one that was going to take it to the house. So
runner too.
He looks like a track star.
Yeah.
He looks like a track star. But another guy, like if you look on PFF and things like that, grade really, really well. And I could tell you this is one of those times where PFF got it right when you're watching this tape. Like he is consistently going to get 15 to 18 carries and come out of the game with 70 to 100 yards and a touchdown, helping his team out. So, and I don't necessarily think it was because of that they were so good at the passing game, because look, a lot of those guys were hurt too. Evan Stewart didn't start the year. Gary Bryant wasn't there for most of the year. DeCorian Moore started the first 5 games of the season, then got hurt. So a lot of was asked of Noah Whittington because he knows that system. And he made the best out of it. But again, he's 5'8", 203, so got to be a little sparing on how you use him, because he doesn't have a lot of tread on the tires too for his size. But redshirt senior, so he's been in college for a good long while.
For a minute, yeah. Okay, let's get to some O-line prospects a little bit. We're going to talk about really just the guard position right now, because we brought in a guy, Chase Basantis. And so I kind of put a video out on him. I did a little bit of research on him, not a deep dive at all. Chat, let me know, especially everybody that's on my channel, the Raider fans. Let me know what your thoughts are on Chase Basantis. I know somebody said something earlier. If you're still rocking with us, put it back in the chat if you can. Just give me your take on it. But Dante, yeah, you have any thoughts on Chase Basantis?
A lot of those guys on the defensive line, him and Demetrius Crown over a lot of those guys were asked to do a lot in that offense because having a guy like Marcel Reed who's not going to stay stationary, he's going to run around and not try to get caught by anybody. People don't know how much of a pressure cooker that is for your offensive line because they never know where you're at. Guys like Bo Nix and the rest of those guys that step up in the pocket, you know that they're going to stay square and get the ball out. So you know exactly where you got to be.
Yeah.
Which is a big positive of a Chase Basantis because you have to be athletic. And he was athletic, having a super athletic, quarterback. So, he's projected a potential late first rounder, really like a second rounder, but in a balanced like power gap scheme that you guys are probably going to run yet again with this coaching staff, but be better at it because I don't think that you're going to have a turnstile at offensive lineman like you did last year. So you'll have a little bit of time to let those guys develop and actually be consistent week to week and not just pull the trigger because somebody you don't know where to put them.
Yeah.
I think he'll fit right in to that power gap role that is going to be there. So, if you're looking at him to be that, then yeah. Everybody talks about his arm length. I think it was like sub 32-inch arms or something like that. At guard, I don't think that stuff really matters. It's more so how athletic that you are, and he's a finisher.
Yes, he is. I agree.
He only allowed like what was it? I think the crazy stat about him is he only allowed, I think it was only one snap in like 440 snaps or something like that. So if you talk about protecting your guy like Fernando Mendoza that's going to come in, Fernando needs that because he looks like a wounded deer sometimes when he runs around and is getting pressure in his face. So if you're looking at that, Chase Basantis is a good guard to have in your back pocket.
Yeah, I gave my breakdown on him on the last live that I did, and so if you guys are interested in that, definitely go check that out on my channel. But and I'm going to drop a video on that breakdown probably tomorrow, so you guys will get a chance to just look at the video on that. But for the chat, we're going to kind of go to just kind of a breakdown a little bit. There's a good chance that we might wait. All right, so let's break down just the offensive line. We'll focus just on guards so we can kind of get to the defense because we also got to get quarterback talk in as well. We talk about the guard position. Are there some guys late? Chat, let me know if you guys have some late round guys, maybe day 3 guys, maybe late day 2 guys that you would be interested in. Dante, maybe if you have some sleepers that we could look out for, because we have JPJ. They're probably going to ride JPJ a little bit because a second round pick, I think you need to exhaust as much potential as possible out of him, given he's a second round pick. Then we got Caleb Rogers as well, which was a late 3rd round pick. We also have Jordan Meredith right behind him. And so there might be, we also brought in, I'm blanking on the kid's name, a kid from the 49ers that was a former starter. And so I think that unless someone drops to the second round, maybe they'll pull the trigger. But outside of that, I could see us maybe waiting just a little bit to address the guard position. So is there anybody maybe later in the rounds that you like?
A guy that should be a first rounder that's going to be in the later rounds. And whoever gets him, I would love to revisit this and say if he starts, he's going to be a Pro Bowler his first year.
Okay.
Bo Stevens from Iowa is amazing. He's better than Jennings Dunker at his his position. The first look I got at this guy this year was at the Senior Bowl, and he had put somebody on his ass, and I was like, and this was not like in individual drills. This was in their scrimmage drills where they're going 11 versus 11, and I'm like, and when you see the 11 versus 11, it's a little different because you got a lot of elements that you're dealing with now.
Oh yeah,
he held his own. I always look at the footwork between, I kind of have that 3 hash mark rule where you shouldn't get pushed back more than 3 hash marks. He was barely getting pushed back. He was pushing them back, if anything. He was also so smart on stunts where you would like to see your guard kind of step back and help your tackle out, especially, coming around the edge, just in case he needs that extra help. If your gap is clean, you see that linebacker, you see that, that weak side backer step back in coverage, and then you got a free gap to work with, and you can help somebody else out that needs help.
Yeah,
he was stepping back on the back left foot of the tackle, helping him out, push that edge around, and then picking him up if he was to circle all the way back around to the quarterback. I was like, his football IQ is just so high too, but he's 6'5", 315. He looks every little bit of it too, brother. Like, he's a big boy. And his hands are like, he's crazy. He get really big hands, man. Like, if he gets hold of you, you're not getting let go. And I think the crazy stat with him is, like, we talked about Chase Bersantes. He didn't give up a sack in 600 snaps. Why is Bo Stevens not being talked about higher? I have no idea.
I'm with you, because I know a lot of people kind of got hopped up with Jennings Dunker a little bit after the draft, and knowing that he's going to kind of move from tackle down to guard.
They see the mustache and the mullet, bro. Like, it's all optics too. Like, let's be honest.
And so I'm actually a lot more high on Bo Stevens than Jennings Dunker, especially after the fact that he's going to have to transfer down to the guard position.
Yeah.
And so I'm with you on that. I have two names, but do you have anybody else?
Let me check my list here.
You check. I'll give you just two on for me. One guy I like, the more and more I watch him, and again, might end up being a day 3 guy. That's possibility. Is out of Notre Dame, Billy Schrauth out of Notre Dame, the guard.
Mm-hmm.
I really do like him as a day 3 prospect. I think that kid is very technically sound. He's a big boy in the middle as well. The one thing that I always watch for with offensive linemen is your eye discipline. I want to know that your eyes are right every snap. So whether it's you're double teaming and your eyes are still on the second level, so that you know the angle to take to the linebacker to get to the second level. I want to know, even if you're stepping down, like you were explaining before, if you're stepping down and you're helping your tackle, your eyes are still waiting for someone else coming back your way, whether it's a looping D end, whether it's a linebacker blitzing from the opposite side. I want to know that you have very good eye discipline. And at the same time, I want to look at your base. How do you move in that phone booth, right? Or do you still keep your base? Do you get crossed up a little bit too easily? That type of stuff. And watching Billy Schrauth out of Notre Dame, I thought his eye discipline was very good, and he's aggressive. He's a guy that just plays through the echo of the whistle, which I loved. So to me, I think a late round guy. I don't know if this is a late round guy, but it's a guy that again, if he falls to like the 4th round, I would definitely take a flyer on him. Jalen Farmer.
I think that's where he's projected. So that sounds about
Billy Schrauth guy.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. So you'd have to probably drop a little bit for me to pull the trigger on him. I do like Jalen Farmer out of Kentucky.
He's another one. Yeah, he's pretty good too.
One guy that I think is going to fall and will probably be around 6th, maybe the 7th round. That he's a project, but again, sleepers are projects. But he's a project. Jeremiah Wright out of Auburn. I really like the kid.
Yes. Yeah. Jeremiah Wright was really, really good for Auburn. If there was anything that you could point out on Auburn's team last year, was their offensive line. So really any of those kids, if you were to say any of those kids from Auburn were coming out in this draft this year, they would be really, really good for sure. So I can't say the same thing about anybody else on that team, but their offensive line was really good. So
yeah, I mean, because the more and more I watch Jeremiah Wright, I mean, again, good eye discipline. But the one thing I loved about him is he was aggressive as shit. I mean, he's a guy that's going to want to put you in the dirt, and he did it with very good technique. And so, but I think at times you can kind of just see him almost overextend and gets caught up a little bit, especially if he goes against interior defensive linemen that are just a little bit quicker because he gets a little bit over aggressive at time. You can see he just kind of misses his mark.
Yeah.
And so, but again, if you can snag him in the 6 or 7 and you put him behind our offensive line in just a competition piece and let him grow for a season, maybe 2, maybe could turn into something. But that's definitely be a guy I'm gonna be looking at.
Yeah, I think the last guy that I'm starting to get hip on, like I was actually watching the national championship game a couple days ago, and the guard, Anise Cooper from Miami, number 73, he had a better game than Francis Mauigoa, by all regards. And then like I always like to look at the stats too, just to kind of get a benchmark of where they are. I don't think they're everything, but just to kind of see, from like an offensive lineman standpoint, where he matches up. And his 3 years starting, he only gave up 5 sacks, and he only had the quarterback get hit 9 times in 3 years. So for me, I'm looking at like, dude, you had 3 different quarterbacks in those 3 years too. You know what I'm saying? Like, not all these guys were the same. And so I think he has a very high floor, like Torque was saying. Like, I don't know why he's being projected. And now that I caught his film, I'm like, I don't know why he's projected so far out, but a guy that right guard, if you need that guy to be dominant and play. It's funny because he's playing next to Francis Mauigoa on that side, and you would think that like he would get the benefit of the doubt playing with an otherworldly tackle that could play all 5 positions on the line of scrimmage, or on the offensive line. But yeah, Anise was holding his own, man. I was very, very surprised. Like he kept Carson Beck upright that whole game. So yeah, I think he's definitely a guy that might go in like the 5th round, and I'm gonna hate it, if he goes to a team that I don't root for. So
I think when I was watching his film, the only thing that I had concerns of, and maybe this is one of the reasons why he dropped. Again, I didn't watch a ton of his game film. Is when you watch him try to get to the second level, it's just not as smooth as other linebacker of other guards. Like he gets there, it's just not as smooth. I mean, when you see, and I'm trying to kind of think of an example, but it's is he going to be able to take the angle properly in the NFL, and the speed is just a little bit faster? That's my only concern. As I'm watching, he gets there, but I'm like, it just doesn't look as like smooth or completely natural. Maybe that's why he's falling. And at the end of the day, he can get coached up, he can learn it, and maybe he just develops and does become a good guard. But that was the only thing I saw. Outside of that, everything looked great, to be honest with you, because I had this as well.
I think he was one of those guys that got better as the season went on for sure. But you look at positions like that going into like a national championship game, and your quarterback's been playing very, very clean. You're a big part of that. Why they play clean. I mean, it just is what it is. So I kind of look at that too. Like, was he the reason why Carson Beck threw that interception at the end, or was it Carson Beck? It was Carson Beck that threw interception.
In the box, I 100% agree. There's a lot to like with Inez when he's in the box. And to me, it was he just caught my eye when you try to get to the second level. It's just he gets there, but it's just not as smooth. And I'm like, okay,
yeah,
linebacker is going to kind of beat him with the speed in the NFL, and he's just going to take bad angles, and it might catch him. I don't know.
Right. Right.
So, okay, got the offensive line. Now we can flip to the defensive side. Okay, defensive side. The one thing I want to talk about, because there was actually a lot of top 30 visits with the interior defensive line, and we're going to talk about D-line. We're going to talk about edge rushers, but I definitely want to get to the quarterback talk. So, guys, we're going to get there, and we might hurry ourselves a little bit to get there because we've been on for 2 hours. If you guys don't know, this is Dante, Gridiron Apex. Go over, definitely check him out. Hit that sub button. We try to get this in. We did it last year, a little pre-draft chop up, and we're doing it again. I'm definitely having a bunch of fun, man. I appreciate you popping in for this. So D-line. I'm going to pick up a couple names.
Okay.
And we got Caden McDonald. That's one name that's been a little bit then tied to us. He was brought in for a top 30 visit. We also got Lee Hunter that was brought in for a top 30 visit. What's your opinion on both those guys? Do you like one more than the other? I think Lee Hunter is projected behind Caden McDonald. Do you think there's a world where maybe both of these guys find themselves dropping to the early second round? What's your thoughts on both these guys? In chat, let me know. Do you like Caden McDonald? Do you like Lee Hunter? What's your thought? What's your thoughts? Hit that hashtag Raiders. I'll try to bring it up to the screen. But Dante, between those two guys, what are your thoughts?
Caden McDonald is one that I haven't figured out if I truly feel like he's a top 3 guy yet, to be honest.
I'm actually with you on that, because I see times where he just I don't know if it's lazy. I don't know if he just there's plays that I just sit there and go, if I get more of that in the NFL, I'm going to struggle if we pick him 36th or trade up in the first to try to get him. Like, I get that.
Yeah, I try to think about all the guys that they played on the offensive line with, right? Like, of course, Arvell Reese and Caden Curry and all those guys. Who's the guy that I really like? Kenyatta Jackson. Like, I think Kenyatta Jackson in next year's draft should be one of the top edge rushers if he's not already projected to be that. And so, I honestly think Edric Houston, the other D tackle or D end, was a lot better than him in some situations. But I'm still grinding the tape on him and trying to see where he fits in my top list. But I will say, and we're talking about for you guys, right? Because you got to think about it, it's a 3-4 scheme now. Like, you don't have that flexibility to. When I see a lot of Raiders people talk about Caleb Banks and Darrell Jackson Jr., I'm like, you guys obviously didn't watch these guys play, because if you watch these guys play, they are not just nose tackles. These guys are going to be 4-eye, 5 techs in the league. Like, that's where they're going to be. And they move all up and down the offensive line. Grayson Halton is the same way. He's not gonna fit the Raiders. But I will tell you, Lee Hunter, I love Lee Hunter. Lee Hunter may be number 2 on my list by the end of this thing. Yeah. Me and my friend call him the barbecue pitmaster. I mean, he just looks like one of them dudes.
Interview, I think it was the Senior Bowl. I think he was at. I think. Yeah. He's got that personality to him.
He's a great guy, man. Yeah, you're absolutely right. He's a great guy to have in your locker room. Like, definitely feel good. Ready to play all the time, super violent. Love watching him at the Senior Bowl do work. And guards are having trouble against him, man, like all week. And so, again, you watch Lee Hunter's film, he's not going to stick out. But to guys like us, Caden McDonald is a firecracker, and then he disappears. Lee Hunter's like, you need me to plug a gap? I got you. You need me to 2 gap? I got you. You need me to play the run? Man, my fat ass is going to be running across the field and frame of the play somewhere. I'm going to try. Like, you don't necessarily see that from Caden McDonald on a lot of his tape. I mean, my number 1 D tackle is Caleb Banks. But again, he's not a 3-4 guy. So we're not even going to remotely talk about him in this case. The difference between Lee Hunter and a guy like Dominic Orange is drastic, because they both play the same role, but Lee Hunter's dominant and Dominic Orange is not close to being Lee Hunter, in my opinion.
Dominic Orange has flashes.
Correct.
He's got good flashes.
And early in games, second half of games, where's the guy they call Big Citrus at? Because we're going to need a big play. It's almost the opposite for Lee Hunter. He starts out a little bit slow, and when David Bailey and Romello Height slow down, Lee Hunter picks up. Yeah. So I like him a lot.
One guy I'm curious your take on, because a lot of people, a lot of the Raider fans really like him. Shout to Jack Kenna. I think he's talking about Christian Miller from Georgia. And I did a quick mock draft, and a lot of people wanted Christian Miller out of Georgia. And so I actually didn't watch a lot of tape on him prior to literally like 2 days ago.
Yeah.
And so I started to do some game film on him, not a lot, but of what I saw, I struggle with him. I feel like he plays it like with his hands a lot, like where he wants to you don't get those moments often enough where he fires out in the gap and he's trying to kind of cause havoc a little bit, kind of like what you see with Lee Hunter at times, right? Christian Miller to me feels like he's trying to engage with his hands way too early and often, more times than not, and he's just reading down the line of scrimmage as opposed to trying to get into a gap. And maybe that was just the Georgia defense. I'm not exactly sure, but to me, I feel like, and I have to watch more of him. If I see it more often than not, when I continue to watch the game film, I feel like he just wants to get his hands involved early, and he's just controlling and trying to read. And that's what I get out of him. I don't know.
Again, I don't think this is a guy that's going to fit your scheme. I mean, he plays 5-tech primarily. So, and he goes from 3-tech to 5-tech. He's not a true nose guard. So, I don't know if that's going to be that's why I didn't mention him. I don't know if this is going to be a guy that's going to be able to fit your scheme, and I would totally rule him out for the Raiders. And then also, he's got a pretty significant injury history, man. I believe in 2024, he hurt dislocated his shoulder that ended the season or something. And then since high school, because I remember him back in high school, he's always had knee injuries from high school till now. So, and I think at the combine, a lot of his medicals had came back and said that, like, yeah, this knee is not right. So I know he was like first team all SEC. He's considered to be one of those guys, but I don't think that he's a nose tackle. I don't think this is a guy that's going to fit into your scheme. So, but he's good. But what's that knee gonna look like, and how's that shoulder gonna look like in the NFL? Because it's definitely gonna be targets for an opponent.
What's your thoughts on Chris McClellan out of Missouri?
I don't know too much about Chris McClellan, to be honest. Like, I absolutely don't know anything about him. He's one of the guys that I still have to do homework on for sure. So, but I hear a lot of good things about him. I just have to see. I don't really have an opinion. I'll never lie to you. So that's one of the guys that I haven't done any research on.
So in my opinion with him, he's like 6'5", 6'6". I mean, he's tall. He's got good size to him, weight wise. I think he's got to get drafted in the right spot. I think if you find him more in like the 4th round, maybe even the 5th, then you pull the trigger instantly, just because we obviously can utilize a 0-tech guy. And in my opinion, when you run a 3-4, it really just depends on how Robbie Leonard wants to run his 3-4. You can move that front around as much as you want. You can run an over front, you can run under front. You can move those the interior defensive line around a little bit to where you may only need a 0-tech situationally. And so my question is how is he going to run it? And maybe depending on if we go nose tackle or choose 0-tech in the 2nd round versus 5th round, then maybe we get an indication how Robbie Leonard is going to really run his 3-4. But my take from Chris McClellan is he's actually extremely athletic for his size, but he's another just flash guy. He's going to flash on tape to where all of a sudden you're going to be like, holy shit, he just used a nasty move to get around that center, or maybe he was more of like a 2-eye and got around that guard with athleticism. And you're like, holy shit. But then you got plays that are like, okay, he's too high. He's just playing with the offensive lineman's shoulders, stuff like that. And so I think he's a good flash guy. And I think you'd have to wait till maybe the 4th or 5th round to get the value out of him. But man, if you can get the flashes, I think he could be dangerous. But
yeah, I see Jack Kenneth talking about Caleb Banks. Let me give you guys a little bit of insight on Caleb Banks. Even though I don't see it for a target, because I think there's a lot of misinformation that's going around about his injury. And I don't use history on what happened to former players and think that that's going to be the next player and you should totally avoid him. I'm friends with Caleb, super nice guy, met him several times. His diagnosis and that injury is going really, really well. The difference between him and Tyree Wilson is he broke his fifth metatarsal, which is his pinky toe, versus a Liz Frank injury, which is your big toe. So they're two totally different things when we talk about a fracture and dislocation of a big toe versus your pinky toe. Your pinky toe, you're not using it too often. The other thing is when he was at the combine, he had the wrong size cleats that Florida had sent him. And so he's going out there with smaller cleats while he ran the 40. And he still participated in some other drills, and he just felt like it was too much. So he actually pulled back before he got worse, and it's a hairline fracture, which is not a complete break. So he's going to be fine.
Break.
Yeah, he's going to be fine. It was a fracture. So
that was actually going to be the next question, was with Caleb Banks' injury and the rumors that he is going to fall. For myself, obviously with Raiders PTSD and with Tyree Wilson and just the scare of just what happened with him. Mm-hmm. And I agree with you. It's a different injury. So you got to look at it differently. Yeah. If Caleb Banks falls to 36, and I agree with you, I look at him more of like a Chris Jones, not a true nose tackle. He's going to be moving around all over the place. You're going to utilize him.
It's on his film. I don't think that you're not going to utilize this. I even told Caleb, I said, bro, if you just play 4-eye your whole career, you would be so dominant. Like, that's all you play, just 4-eye. That's it. I'm not moving around. But you're not going. It's just not realistic to keep a guy like that is so versatile to not be versatile in the NFL too, because he's so unique. I told my buddy that was sitting next to me, I was like, Caleb's going to run under a 5. He ended up running a little bit over a 5, and I was like, something's wrong. And Caleb was like, yeah, I broke my pinky toe and like mid-run. So I was like, okay, so my suspicions were correct, because he's a lot faster than what he had ran.
And it was really weird because when I heard that he decided to stop doing the drills because of shoes, I was like, something's got to be up. There's no way it's just uncomfortable shoes. That doesn't make any sense to me. But to your point, you're saying Florida sent them the wrong size shoes. So obviously there's some, I mean, that was probably the one of the reasons why he broke his goddamn foot. But
because imagine, like, some people don't know this, but me and you know this from playing. Usually you wear like a half size down on your cleats. That at least you either tape the bottom of your cleat so it doesn't move, which is an old school trick, or you wear a half size down so your cleat doesn't fall off your foot. He was dealing with a full size down, so his toes are like this when he's running. So imagine being 300 and something pounds and your foot is like slamming the ground like this while you're running your 40, and your pinky toes here. And let's say he just stepped the wrong way. Yeah, he's going to fracture his toe. He's holding up a lot of weight. And that's exactly what he explained, was like, that's what happened, bro. It was like, it was nothing else. Was I just going to go out there and run barefooted? No, I had no choice. So,
yeah, that's tough. So, all right. So we talked a lot about D lineman, man. I appreciate it. Let's jump to another topic real quick. Mm-hmm. Even though we want to talk a little bit sleepers, but I think, we covered that D lineman one pretty good. I want to go to defensive ends. I want to break down the defensive ends. Chat, let me know what your thoughts are with the defensive end room, who you like, who you're high on. I know the buzz on Ruben Bain was quite a bit really early on. Obviously, now the reports come out of what happened with him. I remember I was with, shout out to Cheeto Linus. I was with him. I think it was like the second to last week of the season. And I just kept telling him, man, I don't like Ruben Bain. I just kept telling him, like, I need to do more research. I need to watch him a little bit more. But the more and more I watched him, all of a sudden Messidor just popped on film. But
I agree. 100%.
What's your thoughts? And chat, let me know. What's your thoughts on the edge room? Who do you like? We'll talk about some sleepers. But Dante, who do you like in the edge room? Maybe some top 3 guys.
Before I give you that, I did want to make a comment on Ruben Bain, though. Ruben Bain has grown on me, but I still see him. I have him number 3 on my edge rushers, but it's more so out of respect for what he did in college. I think he is an ultimate 3-tech 4-eye in the NFL. And the comparison I give to him, I cannot unsee this. And I know that it's very high praise for him, but I see oh my God, his name just escaped me. The dude that played for the Bengals. Oh my God, what's his it just escaped me. Oh my God, what is his name?
I know who you're talking about.
Dark skinned guy, smaller guy. He used to wreck everybody. Geno Atkins, that's right. I see him being Geno Atkins. Like
the problem that I had with Bain is I think when I would watch Bain, right? One, he doesn't have a lot in his bag as a true pass rusher off the edge. He's got he's got basically a bull rush, and then you can kind of see him at times kind of step around tackles with a little bit of agility. But the problem that I see is a lot of times, man, he doesn't have that quick twitch to him. And so when he gets to the top of his pass rush and that quarterback moves slightly, he finds himself in trouble. He gets caught up against some more athletic offensive tackles. I think he's going to overrun a lot of times because he's a long strider. If you look at him, if he can get a dead sprint to the sideline, I think his momentum can get him there quick. But he's not going to be able to catch you as it relates to like a quicker quarterback or a quicker running back. If you make a move on him, he's not going to be able to stay with you. I just think that he's a long strider. He doesn't have the quick twitch as a true pass rusher. And so I think he's going to get eaten up by bigger, more athletic offensive tackles in the league as a true edge rusher. I just don't see him consistently being able to beat them. And it's all about, and this is back when we were talking about, the Raiders trading back at 2 and getting Ruben Bain. I just don't see him in the top 10. That's just where I just don't see him there.
It's
but again, be nasty, but you got to run almost right at him at times in order for him to be truly effective. Go ahead.
I agree. I think pure edge, it's Mesidor. Maybe player overall, maybe Ruben Bain, but I really would love to see him just play 4-eye his whole career like Geno Atkins, because I think with his motor, he would really give guards problems. But outside of that, I don't see Ruben Bain surviving as an edge rusher. I just don't long term. It has nothing to do with his arm length. I just don't think he, like you said, he doesn't have the twitch to be able to do that consistently.
Yeah, before the, and I think I was saying it was like a few weeks before. It was the Casey game. So a couple weeks before, or no, it's not the Casey game. A few weeks before the end of the season, I didn't even know about his arm length. Nothing like that. It was just watching him. Nothing was, as a true edge rusher, popping out at me as it relates to can he take on NFL caliber offensive tackles. And I just see him getting eaten up. But again, like I was saying, Hakeem Mesidor just kept popping on film. And crazy enough, they're like damn near the same size. I think Hakeem Mesidor is taller than Ruben Bain, but they're the same weight-wise. And Mesidor looks athletic as shit as an edge rusher.
Yeah, and I think Mesidor is like 25 too. So, again, everybody wants to ignore his age, but put it on everybody else in this draft for whatever reason. But Hakeem Mesidor is projected to be a first rounder now, so rightfully so. He's really good.
So when it comes to the edge, right? We just talked about Ruben Bain, but obviously there's a good chance that he's going to start falling because of the incident that went down. We talked a little about Hakeem Mesidor. I am very high on him. Sounds like you're high on him as well.
He's at my number 5. Yep.
So give us your top 5. Give us your top 5 edge rushers, and then we'll talk about some sleepers. I got a couple sleepers, and I actually have a question to ask you about one player that it's like the running back. I have no clue where this kid is, and I'm sitting there going, where is he? And if he's there in the 7th round, I'm running to the podium. So give me your top 5 first, and we'll talk sleepers.
Hakeem Mesidor is at 5.
Okay.
Our Mason Thomas is at 4 from Oklahoma. Like I said, Ruben Bain is at 3. That's just out of respect for the player. But, Romello Height is at my 2.
Okay.
And at my number 1 is Cassius Howell. Yes, you heard right. Arvell Reese and David Bailey aren't in my top 5.
So I remember kind of talking about David Bailey, and I love David Bailey's his athleticism. But the problem that I have with him is just how effective is he going to be against like a true power run offense that's coming right at him? That's my concern a little bit. But when we talk about top 5, I love Cassius Howell. The more and more I watch that kid, I think that kid, I understand people talking about the arm length and stuff like that, but he's just so creative with his pass rush. He's able to athletically get around blockers naturally. And I wasn't doing this YouTube thing back in the day, but I'll be honest, my sleeper was Max Crosby way back in the day. And it's not because of he just had elite play. That ability to be able to kind of bypass blockers naturally and understand you still maintain leverage on the ball carrier, stuff like that. I think he just has the natural ability to be a good edge rusher, but also be able to be a good run stopper at the same time. I have him high on my list.
Everything you said is true, and then some about Cassius Howell. I don't understand how he's being projected in the 2nd round now. I think and I went through this too, where I had a buddy that I trusted, and he was like, Cassius Howell is garbage. And I was like, okay, well, if that's your opinion, I take that in high regard. Then we watched the film, and I was like, this is my favorite prospect in this class. And I had a friend that goes to Texas A&M, and he's like, he had a couple classes with him. So I'm like, I think maybe he's just fangirling because like he goes to all the games and all that. And he's like, no, Cassius Howell is going to be the best edge rusher in this class. I was like, all right, I'll put that on the shelf and then we'll come back to it. He's absolutely right. Cassius Howell is the best in this class. And I don't think Romello Height's close. I don't want to say it's not particularly close. Romello Height is close. I love Romello Height, man. But it was Romello Height at number 1 for a while. And then Cassius Howell, we watched that tape, and I was like you said, there's not a more creative pass rusher in this class. It's not. The tool bag he has is so wide of his tricks. If he gets beat on the bull rush, he moves to a spin. If he gets beat on the spin, he moves to a swim. He's got this one move that I've never seen an edge rusher doing. You know exactly what I'm talking about. They call it the ghost step, where he does like a false step and then he hops around you.
Yeah.
And it's like, holy shit, what in the hell is that?
Yep.
And nobody ever wins when he does that. The knock on him is his arm length. I don't give a shit. His arms look way longer on film than what people give him credit for.
I agree.
I don't know what people don't like about Cassius. I really have asked the question to people, and they're like, he just disappears. I'm like, do you mean that he disappears by the fact that he's trying to pass rush and he not necessarily always wins, and you knock that for him? Because not every edge rusher is going to win every rep. I think people need to understand this. And a guy like him that can switch to both sides too, you're constantly going against 2 different dudes that have presented different problems for you all game. And you see Cassius move inside. You see him move off the ball too at times too. So he's kind of in a unique situation where he's kind of like Arvell Reese, but he primarily plays on the edge. The dude bends better than anybody. He will reach and try to grab for you even off of like getting blocked on run sets. Like he tries to get after you. And I think people mistake not showing up or not getting sacks for what was his effort on each rep. The dude has maximum effort, the biggest gas tank in this class, and he doesn't stop. He's relentless. He's definitely number 1, man. Like I said, I just don't know what people don't like about him. I don't see it.
I'm with you. Like the more and more I watch his tape, I don't find myself looking at a play or something like that and go, "Ooh, oh, okay, what's that?" I like it. I literally like his tape almost from start to finish.
Yeah.
So a couple guys that I got, I'm high on Romello Heights as well. I do like him. So I do like Hakeem Messidor. I think he could be just a complete edge rusher. Maybe not great for us because we got Max Crosby, and I don't think we need a true just edge rusher right now. But I like Hakeem Messidor. I really like Cassius Howell. I like Romello Heights. Two guys I kind of like behind them, and we'll talk about some sleepers. I like Joshua Joseph out of Tennessee. I really do like.
He's an absolute sleeper. He didn't make my top 10, but I fought to put him at number 10 with myself a lot of days. So I definitely agree with you there. Joshua, he's so violent.
He is.
That's his biggest skill set, is just being violent. And if you like that, you could tell that he was on the same team as James Pierce. Like, let's just put it that way. And no shout out to him, but not shout out to him at the same time. He's an absolute scumbag. But like, James Pierce was my number one edge last year, and he was great. Off the field stuff, we're not going to talk about it. But you could tell that he played with him for sure.
Yeah. And so I have like two sleepers, and then I got to ask you a question about one guy, because obviously you do your homework and you kind of understand where 99% of these guys are. And so give us maybe one or two of your sleepers kind of in the back end, maybe day 3 guys that you would take a flyer on as a DN. And it doesn't matter if it's a true edge rusher or a 5 tech or what have you, because at that point, sometimes you just go for depth and value at that point.
Nadame Tucker from Western Michigan actually was tied in college football last year with 14.5 sacks with David Bailey. And I can tell you, he's even better than David Bailey at some aspects of his pass rushing ability. One thing he doesn't get credit for is he's able to stop the run a lot too. I just would have liked to seen him at a bigger school to see if he can do it. That's like the biggest question on him. But I don't think people should look past the fact that the dude had 14.5 sacks, like at a smaller school too. Like this was his breakout year because he really didn't do anything the other 2 years before this, but this was definitely his breakout year. I'm not sure why and how people didn't notice him before. And I do see this name in the chat, and he was definitely a sleeper. The guy that replaced the guy that we talked about earlier, Joshua Joseph, Caden Curry of Ohio State, man. I have to respect the fact that when Arvell Reese and Sonny Styles disappeared in the last 3 games of the season, Caden Curry stepped up, and he was dominant.
I'm going to have to look him up. I honestly did not have him on a list, but I didn't even know about him.
He's easy to point out. He was the only white boy on the defensive line. So, he was dominant. And I see is David and Reese in my top 10. David Bailey's at 6 and Arvell Reese is at 7. I'm not very high on them like everybody else. I respect their talent. The only reason they're on my top 10 is because of their talent level. It's not because I'm a fan of those guys. Malachi Lawrence is up there too. I see his name. He was number 9 on my list as well. And I'm trying to think. There was one more edge rusher I feel like I'm forgetting to talk about. Let's see. I'm gonna scroll down on my list here.
I'll give you 2 names as you're looking. One guy that I like, shout to Dre, Landon Robinson. I do like him. I don't know if he's a 3-4 guy, but I do like Landon Robinson as a late round guy. Shout to him. Dre not only gave us Landon Robinson, but it was kind of a running, not just joke, but honestly, we loved the kid. It was Willie Lampkin last year, the guard out of North Carolina, 5'9" guard. I mean, Dre put us on him. This kid was the most technically sound, like under 6 foot guard I think I've ever seen in my life.
I remember his high school tape.
Oh man, this kid
he was like a state champion wrestler and everything, and he was just like in high school. Like when I say pancaking on every single rep, he was insane. Like
So we're like Willie Lampkin fans last year. We were hoping that we would get him in like the 7th round or something like that, or if he was a UDFA, he'd become a Raider, just so we could just all celebrate because we love the kid.
Yeah.
But yeah, shout out to Dre, Landon Robinson. So 2 guys that I like, and these are more late round guys, but then I have one guy to ask you about. Derek Moore out of Michigan. I don't know how far he's going to drop, but the more and more I watch Derek Moore, I just see someone that could be consistent and just be a piece that could compete for possibly a starting job. I don't see him as a day one starter, but the more and more I watch him, I'm sitting there going, damn, like this kid could, he's got a motor. I think he's strong off the edge as a run support guy. I think he could be a guy that can come into a locker room and compete with any starter that's possibly there and provide that competition. Any thoughts on Derek?
Yeah. Really good, man. Came to the Senior Bowl, held his own. I remember his game against New Mexico early in the season last year. It just was not good. I understand, like, I don't like to count week 1 matchups, but when you play at Michigan and you going against New Mexico and you totally get washed out, I don't know how to feel about you. But the more that the season went on, the better that he got. And then when he got to the Senior Bowl, he was kind of undeniably one of the best guys, winning every single rep. And I keep that in high regard because I do respect guys that are able to go against the best guys in the country in a 3-day practice, and you absolutely have no idea who these guys, you might have played against some of these guys, but like you're going against the best of the best. And then, he had a pretty good game that Saturday as well. So I don't necessarily see him as a sleeper like everybody else, because I think he could possibly find his
creep up a little bit, and
yeah,
I think when the draft talk started, he was probably a little bit farther in the draft.
He was like a 4th rounder, 4th or 5th rounder for sure. Yeah, I think he's starting to sneak into like the day 2 talks. So
I agree with you. Which that I wouldn't want to draft him there, in my opinion. Just one other guy that the more and more I watch him, again, if he's day 3, maybe start of maybe like the 6th round, if you find him that far, Max Llewellyn out of Iowa. I really like this kid.
Dude, he's like the measuring stick on if you're a good edge or not. Like, in my opinion, a good DN. I had a really good week at the Senior Bowl, and then I started pulling back his film too. He's as close to homie that came out of Iowa a couple years ago for Green Bay as they come. What's his name? Van something. But yeah, Max is good, man. He's really good. And the best thing about him is his tackling ability. Like, I'm a tackle guy. Like, I don't think that's an overrated stat whatsoever. Because when you guys got rid of Robert Spillane, I was like,
I was pissed.
Why? And then he went to the Patriots and helped them get to the Super Bowl because he was able to tackle. Like, tackling is so important. Yeah, Lucas Van Ness. There you go. He reminds me of Lucas Van Ness. But he can tackle his ass off, man. And I think that's the most important thing for his draft stock. And what people are going to look at is like his film is so clean after chasing after people.
And he's kind of like sneaky athletic. I mean, all of a sudden he'll bend that edge, and you're like, "Holy shit! Did he just pull that off?" There's been a couple times where I'll watch him. He'll make an inside move, and the quarterback will go outside, and he bends back outside so smooth, and I'm just like, "Holy shit! Did he get out there that quick?" I think he drops a little bit. Obviously, I think there's the arm length situation that everybody talks about, but then at the same time, I do think at times he just has to be able to get to the quarterback under a little more control, because he finds himself just kind of bypassing the quarterback at times. So if he can just get just a little bit under control at the top of his edge rush, or as he kind of makes, because, man, I've seen him rock a spin move inside that's pretty nasty.
I've seen that too in person. Yeah, it's disgusting.
Yeah, and he times it extremely well. If he can just get that spin move in, but then at the same time just come under just a little bit under control, I think that's where he could find himself being a pretty damn good finisher in the league. But yeah, Max Llewellyn, man, this kid, if he finds himself day 3, man, I'd be happy as shit if we pulled the trigger on him at some point. I got one more name, but let me know a couple more just sleepers that you might got.
Yeah, I'll go through these real quick. If you want a guy that is probably like the fastest edge rusher in his class and super athletic, George Gums Jr. from Florida is really, really good.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, you're a Florida fan, right? Yeah, so you know all about him. Ethan Burke is an underground favorite of mine. The dude is not
okay.
He's one of like to use the word. He's not the sexiest edge rusher in the world, but out of Texas, all he did was make plays, can play in inside gaps. Like he's great. And then one dude that's gonna fly under the radar, and I've been following his career for a long time, is Mo Westmoreland from Tulane. Just a great player, man. Always hurrying the quarterback, got better every single year, plays a ton of snaps, never comes out. But Mo Westmoreland is one of them dudes, man. I think he's going to go in like the 7th round. Then you're going to see his name pop up like getting a second contract with somebody for sure. Oh, we already talked about Nadame Tucker. That's my guy.
So, real quick, I got a question because I have no clue where the guy is. And this kind of goes to the more and more I kind of watch just Indiana. This is the guy that if he's in the 6th or 7th round, I think I'm running to the podium to pick this guy. But he got hurt in the college football playoffs. Stephen Daly, edge rusher from Indiana.
Yeah, man.
I can't find the kid. Well,
Stephen Daly is a great player. And the best thing about him is just like a lot of these other guys is these guys are able to tackle every single one of them. And I'll get into a little bit about Stephen Daly, but the one thing that I will say about this class that a lot of people are not going to say, but I'll say it here. And we'll get into a little bit of this later with Fernando Mendoza. This is going to sound like a shot at Fernando Mendoza, and it's definitely not. It's more so we're giving praise to how good college football was defensively. Fernando Mendoza only threw for 3,500 yards last year. That's terrible for a quarterback. He's one of the worst statistical stats-wise quarterbacks that won the Heisman in the last 30 years. And so when you think about it like that, there was only one quarterback that threw for 4,000 yards in college football this year. His name is Drew Mestemaker. He played at North Texas, and now he transferred to Oklahoma State with this coach.
Okay.
The second most passing yards in the Power 4 was from Darren Mensah from Duke, who transferred to Miami. So if that tells you anything, he only threw for 3,800 yards. If that tells you anything, that defense was incredible this year.
Incredible.
But Stephen Daly's one of those dudes, man, gets a ton of hurries after the quarterback. I think he had like 5.5 sacks this year. But the one thing about him is he's got a peanuts punch from hell too. Like he'll punch the ball out. Like he's constantly on the edge and just ready to punch this shit out. So
he's athletic. I mean, his ability to understand just how to get skinny through the gap and create kind of havoc in the backfield a little bit. The more and more I watched him, I'm like, okay, let me find this kid. Like, where's he projected, stuff like that, and I can't find him anywhere outside of just he got injured in the college football playoffs, and outside of that, I can't find updates on his injury, anything like that. And I'm like, if this guy is available in the 6th or 7th round, I'm running to the podium.
Yeah. I really think that, you know, he will be one of the most athletic edges. He was one of those guys that punched the ball out and recovered his own fumble. Many times. Like if you see forced fumble, you see fumble recovery next to it too. So he's unique. But I don't know if he actually declared to be honest.
He did declare. So he's on the list of Indiana players that declared for the draft.
He is? Okay.
Unless it was, I mean, I think once you declare, you can't rescind it. But I saw reports that stated he declared he was he's within the names of Indiana players that declared. So
that's a shame that he's not getting mentioned if that's the case.
Exactly. The more and more I watched Indiana, again, more for Mendoza, but then I'd kind of go through their defense because I knew their defense was a powerhouse. So I wanted to watch more of their defense. Stephen Daly just kept popping. And I just sit there and go, Jesus, this could be honestly one of the more consistent edge rushers. May not be the best one, but if you want someone that's going to be consistent off the edge and you could just be reliable off the edge and you can get him day 3, all day, in my opinion.
Yep.
But I just don't know. I can't find where he is either projected to be drafted. I can't even see him. One of the websites that I like to reference when it comes to just draft prospects is Buzz Draft. I can't find him on there. He's not even listed. So I'm like,
I'm checking in DV Sports to see if they have a draft profile on him. But a lot of places are saying Daly has not yet officially declared for the draft. But yeah, they had to declare by January 23rd.
So maybe the report that I saw, because I had a list of Indiana players and it said Indiana players that have officially declared for the draft and his name was on there. So I don't know. Maybe he hasn't. I don't know.
It says here Stephen Daly is projected as a UDFA. Okay. Well, there you go.
If
it's fucking crazy.
UDFA and I'm calling him as soon as that draft is done, or I'm drafting him 7th round. That is true.
Yeah.
Like, I'm getting him in a heartbeat. So
that's a weird one, man. He's
right.
I don't know. That's a weird one because he's a really good player.
If he's projected as UDFA, I suggest everybody in the draft or in the chat, just go look up Stephen Daly. Go look up Indiana defense in YouTube and type versus, and it'll just pick up Indiana's defense and just go watch Stephen Daly and tell me if he's a UDFA, which is wild.
Yeah.
DK, he like broke his foot celebrating after won the national the college football championship games, and it just took him out of the college football playoffs, unfortunately.
Yeah, I believe he was like celebrating with the fans or something against Ohio State, and then he like fell or landed awkwardly or something like that. So
yeah,
but
so,
it was all his knee.
And
because I remember seeing a picture of him being air casted out. So
yeah, and if that's the case, I'll injury or not, I would take that type of talent in the 7th round. I'll risk it.
Yeah,
but okay. So we broke down defensive ends. This is what we're gonna do. We can get a corner. We brought in Chris Johnson. We can't get a corner, but we have Eric Stokes that we brought back. And we also have Darian Porter that we drafted last year. We have DC Richardson that we drafted round 4 2 years ago. So our cornerback room, it's not an absolute need because we have so many other needs to address probably earlier in the draft. But we're going to get to the quarterback talk because I think that's a hot topic. I think that's what the Raider Nation kind of wants to listen to, at least some of them, because a lot of people are very, very much set in their ways. Obviously, we might go out and get a safety. I think safety is probably a bigger need than corner. So, Dante, real quick, who are some of your top safeties? Give me your top 3 safeties in this year's draft.
The top 3? Yeah, we're going to be talking about these tomorrow, so I'll give you guys a little sneak peek. Top 3, Caleb Downs, number 1. Number 2, Dylan Thieneman. And number 3 is AJ Halsey from LSU.
Okay. I'm actually, if we were to go safety in round 2, AJ Halsey's top on my list. If he finds himself in round 2 and we picked a safety at 36, I like AJ Halsey as a true just over-the-top safety.
Mm-hmm.
We brought in Kamari Ramsey. I actually like Kamari Ramsey as well. I would pull him in the fourth if he's sitting there in the fourth. Maybe he's in the third. I think he's most likely in the third. I really like Kamari Ramsey. We brought him in on a top 30 visit. What's your thoughts on Kamari Ramsey?
He didn't make my top 10.
Nope.
I do think that he has some inconsistent issues that are very reminiscent of Emmanuel McNeil Warren to me, because Emmanuel McNeil Warren is on number 9 on my top 10, but same kind of issues. I feel like Kamari is a ball hawk when he doesn't have to chase and play trail technique on anybody. He is very aggressive at the line of scrimmage when he needs to be to get a tackle, but I just feel like he'll get cooked, up the seams if somebody's got the jump on him. And I don't know if he will be a good free safety, but I think he'll be probably like a better nickel or strong safety at the next level. But I don't see anything from his film that I'm just like, oh my God, I'm excited about Kamari Ramsey coming out. I think that there's way better safeties than Kamari in my opinion. But I really haven't been high on any of those USC safeties coming out over the last couple of years. But I mean, I think those other guys definitely were more talented that came out before he has.
One sleeper that you have kind of in the later rounds that that you like. Again, if we pass up on safety across the board, maybe a day 3 guy that you might like.
Jacoby Thomas from Miami.
Yeah.
Love Jacoby Thomas. Don't know why he's not being talked about higher. It kind of honestly pisses me off that he's not being mentioned amongst the best. I understand that sometimes he whiffs on tackles and things like that, but the dude's motor is insane. He's a ball hawk. Not afraid to take on your best tight end. So if you want to make a guy like Brock Bowers sweat bullets in practice to make him better, I think Jacoby's the type of, I don't care that you're Brock Bowers, homie. Like, you got to go against me on every rep.
And that Miami type of too. They had that mentality.
Yeah, he was absolutely nasty. This guy shouldn't be a sleeper, man, but I've been a big fan of him since high school. He was actually Kay Klubnik's teammate when they won the state championship. And that's Michael Taff.
Okay.
From Texas. Michael Taff is like one of the best all-around safeties in his class, in my opinion. Can stay in the middle of the field if you need him to navigate and to come down on a tackle, or to peel off on a bench round on the sideline and get there and help his corner over the top. He can do that. I just think his patience is probably like the best trait about him. Like, got kind of some sneaky speed. But I'm a big Michael Taff fan. Like, I think he's going to be a good safety for a very, very long time.
I got to take a look at him real quick. Edwin is asking about the safety from Texas Tech.
You're talking about Cam Wisniewski. Again, I haven't broke down a lot of film on him yet, so I told my audience that I would. I just haven't. Or Cole Wisniewski, that's right, not Cam. Cole Wisniewski. Yeah, I had to get. I'll get back to you on that one, Edwin. We'll probably talk about it tomorrow. Probably watch some film on him tonight.
What one guy like, again, late day 3, basically a guy that if he's still around in the 6th, even in the 7th round, you just don't want to get him into that UDFA market. You want to get him onto that roster before he hits that UDFA market. I like Whiteout Williams out of Ole Miss. There's not a whole lot of tape on him per se, but for me, just when watching him, I think I like his instincts. Obviously, the height, the length to him, his ability to kind of close on the ball.
Mm-hmm.
I think the upside might be there. Now, it's a project without question. But if I could take a safety that I don't want to get to that UDFA market and get on this roster and kind of see what he could do through camp, I like Whiteout Williams out of Ole Miss. That's definitely a guy I'll be looking at in the 7th round if he's still around.
Yeah, he's I think a better version of him is VJ Payne out of Kansas State, though. Just one of those guys that just kind of just leech over the top and will find a way just to come down and snag one. VJ's a pretty big guy though, but he's way quicker on his feet than what people give him give him credit for. But I've always liked VJ Payne. I think he's sitting there at like my number 6 spot. Like, but he's definitely a sleeper. I know a lot of people are not as high on him as I am, but I encourage everybody, if you can look at VJ Payne, you might feel a little differently than everybody else does.
All right, so here, this is what we're gonna do. We kind of skimmed through the secondary a little bit. We're gonna talk quarterback. We're gonna get into the meat of this thing. I know a lot of Raider Nation, they like that topic, but I also know 99% of Raider Nation is basically sold on Fernando Mendoza as the number 1 overall pick. And I'm gonna pull this up on the screen. Chat, let me know what your thoughts are on Fernando Mendoza. Before I do, just so you guys know, I'm 805 Raider, channel's Real Talk Raider Nation. I cover Raiders. Dante, Gridiron Apex. If you're on my channel after this, definitely go over to Dante's channel. Make sure you hit that sub button because he's always going to drop just knowledge as it relates to college prospects, even NFL, anything football. He's going to be able to do a deep dive on that for you, and he covers all prospects, not just for one specific team. So it's definitely good to gain knowledge on the prospects that are out there. So definitely go over and hit up his channel. But I'm going to put this up. Nope, this one. Fernando Mendoza versus Ty Simpson. But this is Fernando Mendoza, number 1 overall pick, but it's also Ty Simpson plus picks. You're gonna trade back, probably get 2 additional first rounders. That's kind of how you got to look at it. But we're gonna take this piece by piece. We're gonna look at each individual prospect because I think these are kind of the consensus number 1, number 2. I think Ty Simpson. I think Ty Simpson is the overall consensus number 2, but I think a lot of people have a massive gap between Fernando Mendoza and Ty Simpson, but you might hear a little bit different between myself and Dante. So again, chat, let me know what's your thoughts on Fernando Mendoza. This is going to be, yes, Jack, 100%. Here's my thing is Dante, we're going to kind of just free rein this thing a little bit because I think this topic has a lot of meat to it when it comes to Fernando. I have a lot to talk about. I'm sure you do as well. And I'm sure we're going to bounce off of each other fairly well with this.
Yeah.
Let's start this off from the first. Do you think, and kind of just a yes or no, do you think Fernando Mendoza is worth a number 1 overall draft pick?
No.
Okay. I'm with you. I don't think he is either. And that isn't, I just think based on his tape, based on his play, based on his surroundings, I don't think he's worth a number 1 overall draft pick. Now, and we'll take some questions. If you guys question what we say, hit that hashtag Raiders. We'll try to bring it up because bouncing this topic off of the chat, I think, is really beneficial because I know a lot of people have their own takes and we'll respect the takes, but we'll definitely have our feedback as well. Dante, I'm going to kind of give the floor to you, and we're going to kind of start on the Fernando Mendoza take, and I think we'll do a good job of just kind of bouncing off of each other. So give me your overall kind of assessment with Fernando Mendoza.
I'm going to give you my comp for Fernando Mendoza, and it's going to piss people off. I don't care.
I'm curious what you're about to say.
Andy Dalton is who I think Fernando Mendoza is.
Okay.
Not the fact that Andy Dalton was bad. If anybody is in here and saying, "Oh, Andy Dalton was horrible," like, come on. He was a starting quarterback for years with the Bengals, right? But who did Andy Dalton have? AJ Green, right? And so if you're going into this situation where you're going to surround an Andy Dalton with a good running back, a pretty good offensive line, a true number 1 receiver, then you might get Andy Dalton that can get you to the playoffs. This is no slight to Fernando. And what I see from him is he had a more difficult offense at Cal where he was taking a lot more chances. And if anybody is in here and saying that, oh, Cal's defense was one of the best in the country Noel Williams and all those guys, they were really good. So he was practicing against these guys. He also had really good receivers on his team. The kid, there was one of his receivers went to the kid starts with Isaiah Hunter, I believe it was, went to Nebraska. Jack Indries, who's one of the best tight ends in his class, went to Texas. Jaden Ott, who was his running back, went to Oklahoma. So you can't say that like any of these guys that he played with were like bums either. So, but then you go to Indiana, which was like Cal on steroids, except for you're gonna have to sit down here and learn that we're gonna have a rotation of 3 or 4 different running backs. You have Elijah Surratt, who Curtis Work had last year. Oh yeah, Omar Cooper Jr. that's been at Indiana all this time. Maybe you might give him a chance to be good. Charlie Becker's here. You got to get tight end. Oh, let's go into transfer portal and go get Pat Coogan from Notre Dame, who I believe was a 5-star recruit. But the system is going to be very catered to you running out of shotgun. We're going to run a couple screens here and there. We're going to run some comebacks and some back shoulders. And every once in a while, you're going to be forced to run out the pocket and go downfield and possibly get a first down. But you're not going to be able to do that a lot because we got running backs that are going to be able to save your ass here. That's what I saw for Fernando Mendoza. It just is what it is. A lot of people think that the big moments that happened in like the national championship game, those runs had happened. The fact of the matter is the dude didn't even throw for 200 yards against a good defense. He was struggling in the air. He was feeling very uncomfortable with Ruben Bain and Akeem Mesidor. They made his life hell. And the fact is there were 2 1,000-yard running backs on that team named Roman Hemby and Kalen Black as well that helped him out. Threw for 3,500 yards. Now, if you want me to compare and be honest about Fernando Mendoza versus the previous quarterback, just here's the parallels. I want everybody to go do their homework. Through 11 games of Curtis Rourke's career to Fernando Mendoza, the numbers are so similar. They're so similar. Except Curtis Rourke had to deal with, I believe, 18 drops in the regular season. Fernando Mendoza only had to deal with 8 drops from his receivers. But statistically, they were on par. We're talking about one of these guys that played with a torn ACL all year long with Indiana, didn't have Omar Cooper or Charlie Becker on his team, or Pat Coogan, or Kalen Black, or Roman Hemby, or Lee Beebe. Let's go down the line now. And he ended up in the 7th round while he gave – I hate when people say Fernando Mendoza put Indiana on the map. That's absolutely false. Yeah. Curtis Rourke was responsible for the only 11-win season at Indiana. He's the one that was the pioneer for Indiana's team. Before that, everybody, the most wins that Indiana ever had in their history of their football program was 9 wins. So you got to give respect to what was there previously when Justice Ellison, that running back, was doing it and things like that. Again, let's go back to Curtis Rourke. Drafted in the 7th round. Had comparable stats to Fernando Mendoza through 11 games. Now Fernando Mendoza is going to be the number 1 overall pick. Optically, it just doesn't make sense to me when Curtis Rourke was asked to do a lot more than for what Fernando Mendoza was asked to do. Go look at the tape. Curtis Rourke's passes last year were amazing. He was doing the back shoulders before Fernando was doing it to Elijah Surratt. He's the one that put Elijah Surratt on the map and doing it, and a Canadian kid that played at Ohio for 3 years. That's just how. Go ahead.
Just one of the things that I want to add to a couple of things that you said is, I actually think that if Fernando Mendoza stayed at Cal, he would have developed more as a true quarterback. I think going to Indiana hurt his development as an actual quarterback, because if you go back and you look at the game film, right, a lot of, like you were saying, a lot of RPOs, go balls, back shoulder fades, stuff like that. But even if you go and look at when it wasn't those types of throws, which basically made up damn near 80% of his throws, and Dante, you coached. I go back and I have some clips. I literally could probably bring them up, but I don't want to cut the stream off because that's probably what YouTube will do. The play designs were so elementary. And you go back and you look at the Iowa game. There was an Iowa game. It was a 4th and 2, I believe it was, or 3rd and 2, middle of the field. They ran a 3-by-1 set. It was a tight 3-by-1 on the right side. and I believe it was Omar Cooper Jr. that was by himself on the backside, and they literally ran a 3-receiver screen, like a mesh screen. All 3 receivers on the one side just basically created a wall so Omar Cooper can get through, and the ball was batted down. All right.
Mhm.
The amount of times that Fernando Mendoza would drop back, and even Kurt Signetti said it's a 2-read system. It's first read to check down. And if you go back and look, probably 80% of those passes were first read was like a comeback or something like that. And the second read is a drag route coming to the same side. So his read, it wasn't even a full field read. It was literally the same read in the same line of sight. And so he's looking to my left. If it's not there, I'm waiting for the drag coming across. And then most of the time they run it with a 2-by-1. So it'd be 2 receivers to the one side with a single receiver to the backside. And that slot receiver would literally curl up and run a pick route on the linebacker to open up the drag coming across. The amount of times it's a 1 read to a crosser as this check down, it just made it so damn simple. And the amount of times that I saw it, and if you go back and look at a lot of times when they got inside the red zone, when they're inside the 10, go back and watch Penn State. They damn near just reran the same exact play against Penn State. Penn State crowd the line of scrimmage. It was basically an inside slant to basically an outside fade, and the ball was batted down because why? Fernando Mendoza does not know how to check protection. He does not know how to adjust protection based off of pressure. His answer to pressure was RPO. That's what it was. And the amount of times that pressure got to him when, like, you go look at Iowa, you look at Penn State, you look at Miami, when they brought pressure, I'm going to showcase it tomorrow. We're going to break down some of Fernando Mendoza's game film. You can tell that he didn't understand what to do in pressure because he would damn near hitch up or double pump on pressure. You got to get the ball out. The ball's got to come out now. And the amount of times that he held the ball way too long, I'm sitting there going, does he not understand where pressure is coming from? Does he not understand how to process pressure outside of RPO? These are just question marks that I have that reared its ugly head whenever they couldn't rush the ball effectively during some games. And so that's the only thing I want to say is and I kind of elaborate a little bit farther than I wanted to, but I think that going to Indiana, it hurt his development as a quarterback, as a true quarterback, trying to read defenses because they leaned on the RPO. That's how he battled pressure. And even when he had to drop back, I mean, it was a 2-read system.
Yeah. And when Tony Sinceri left, I believe he went to UCLA. He brought that system with him. And then now he's back at Indiana. And that's who Curtis Rourke had. And so they were running, I believe it was a co-offensive coordinator. It was him and Kyle Shanahan, or not Kyle Shanahan, Matt Shanahan. I forget. One of the he's not related to Kyle Shanahan. Everybody says it's his brother, but he's a standalone. And then Jack, you're wrong about Elijah Surratt. Elijah Surratt had a better year with Curtis Rourke than he did with Fernando Mendoza, stats wise. But yeah, I see the same thing. It's the panic, man. But when you're able just to hand it off to your running back on 2nd and 7 and get a first down, then everything is forgiven. Oh, or you know what you used to see, like against the game against Old Dominion, they shouldn't have been struggling against Old Dominion like they did. I believe it was like a 2nd and 3rd or first and 10 play. He gets sacked and it's like 1st and 14, and then Roman Hemby runs the ball for like 9 yards and gets him back in position, and then they go RPO and he throws one over the middle of the field and it's a first down. Everybody's like, yeah, Fernando Mendoza. Like, come on, bro. Like, you're not going to give credit to Roman Hemby for getting us a 9-yard gain after a sack? Like, are we kidding ourselves here? But it wasn't a difficult system to run. It just wasn't. Anybody could go in and run that system. If the most difficult pass that you're throwing that Curtis Rourke was doing at a better percentage last year was your back shoulder throw, why are we not comparing between the two quarterbacks that were doing it? That's all I've been hearing this all season. Oh, Fernando Mendoza could throw that those difficult back shoulder throw. Pull up Curtis Rourke. He was doing the same thing. It's insane.
And what I don't like about the back shoulder throw, and Michael, we're going to get to this comment here in just a second. We'll talk about this. The thing about the back shoulder fade is I'm a firm believer that that type of throw is really good to have in your arsenal, but you're not going to be able to live on it. Like back when Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams perfected it, right? They had it. They were the ones that kind of brought it to the forefront a little bit. But since then, I know they're not together, but since then, cornerbacks started to understand and learn, how do I defend it? And they're getting better and better at defending it. And so when people say, oh man, we're going to just back shoulder fade our way down to the end zone, it's like, no, you're not. You're going to throw it maybe 4 times a game. It's good to have it in your pocket. It's good to have it in your arsenal, but you're going to have to be so much more creative than just a back shoulder fade. And that's what you're going to bank on for a number 1 overall pick. And given the fact that Clint Kubiak, he ran 8% RPO. RPO is very different in the NFL. It's used differently. It's designed differently than the college because of O-line rules, hash marks, all that fun stuff. But what Fernando Mendoza did at Indiana is about 15% of the throws that he's going to have to make in the NFL. So the question is, what does he do with the other 85%?
Yeah, the one thing that I also saw from Fernando Mendoza, which has me concerned, and you brought up the hash marks, so this makes me think, on this wavelength, you're not going to have this, on the left side hash mark and then throwing an extra 10 yards because it's so far away and you got open space. But Fernando Mendoza didn't really throw to the field side all that much unless it was short. Like if there was let's say he was throwing a bench route, yeah, he's going to throw it to the sideline on the short side on the field side. But if he had a lot of room to throw it, you're not going to see him throwing it from the far left side hash and making that throw where it's a 15-yard throw on paper, but it's really a 30-yard throw. Yeah. But you do see Ty Simpson, Drew Aller, those guys making that difficult throw when it's a lot of air under the ball. Fernando Mendoza wasn't doing that risky stuff. And it's not sitting here and saying that he can't do it, that he's not gutsy, that he's not a good person, that he can't make the throws. But I know you want to talk about Ty Simpson a little bit. These are the things that, like, when I go and tell people about Ty Simpson, look, yes, you have your scheme for every quarterback. But if I'm going through the progression and I say, okay, I got scissors on this side, 15-yard scissors on this side, one of these guys is going to get open. If that front side safety comes down, I might have the guy that's my Z getting off on scissors to go up the field, up the seam. I might be able to make that throw. Nah, Fernando Mendoza's like, I see scissors. I'm not even going to wait for that safety to come down to see if I can make it. Oh, I got the slant though on the left side. Throws a slant. That's what drives me and you nuts, is like when people talk about, oh, it was the scheme, or you got to get mad. It's either you're willing to make the difficult throws because there's a lot of different routes that you can throw to, or you're not. I don't want to hear that. Like people giving excuses of Fernando Mendoza in the scheme, because when Ty Simpson was out there, he had no choice but to throw a great pass in an uncomfortable situation while his offensive line is breaking down. While the dude had one of the worst running games that we ever seen from Alabama ever. They were ranked 126 out of 134 schools. You can't tell me an Alabama team since 2002 that had less than a 800-yard rusher at Alabama. Jan Miller was terrible at Alabama. They were terrible. So when you talk about, and a lot of people say when it comes to quarterbacks, right? I want a little bit of a quarterback that has went through some adversity, that was able to put his team on his back, that was able to make the difficult throws. So, but y'all defending Fernando Mendoza though. When Ty Simpson was like, I got gastritis going into the Indiana game where I lost 20 pounds. Oh, I cracked my ribs and was still trying to play in the game, and coach forced me to come out. Oh, how about when I had a bum elbow against Tennessee and I played the full season with a bum elbow? Nobody's going to talk about that. I had one of the worst running games in Alabama history. Oh, what about the game that Ryan Williams dropped 8 passes in the game? What about when my team had 26 drops during the season that I had to deal with that. Like, Ty Simpson went through it and made difficult pass after difficult pass after difficult pass. And the only highlight that people like to show about Ty Simpson is when he overthrew Jeremy Bernard in that one game. That's the one that goes around the internet. And it's like, well, what happened up to that point? Well, if you looked at that drive, Ty Simpson got hit 3 times back to back to back, then threw a good pass to, I believe it was Brazzell Brooks to get him in that position. And the next play, he overthrew Jeremy Bernard. The dude was rattled. I mean, it just is what it is. But you got to give context. You either want a tough quarterback that's able to carry your team, which I think that's what the Raiders need, in my opinion, is a guy that's not going to be rattled to come in and get these guys set, versus a guy that's already feeling comfortable at Indiana, had all these amazing weapons, had the running game. Ty Simpson went through so many different systems. But what about the game a couple years ago when Tyler, what was his name? Not, I almost said Tyler Booker. Tyler Buckner, that was the Notre Dame quarterback that transferred to Alabama with Ryan Grubbs, came in the game against, when they were like losing against USF. Ty Simpson came in that game and brought them back and was making difficult throw after difficult throw as like a sophomore and got him down the field. What about that game? No, nobody wants to pull back the layers of that game, but that's part of his history. That, you know, and he stayed loyal through with Indiana, with Alabama. He could have transferred, but he waited his turn through Bryce Young, through which I don't think is a bad thing. Like, Bryce Young was a Heisman winning quarterback. Jalen Milroe was one of the most athletic quarterbacks we've ever seen in college football. Tyler Buckner. And then, what about Julian Sand, who was leading in QBR all year long in college football? Like, he was in the same room as those guys. And nobody's calling any of those dudes bums. We're just not, because they were all good.
So
I don't think Fernando didn't have to do that.
So I'm going to preface this, right? And I'm going to kind of go through some stuff. And Michael, I'm still going to get to this one in just a second. There's a couple more, man. I appreciate everybody rocking. We're going to kind of go back and forth a little bit here in just a second. But, you know, I grew up in Southern California, and I went through the Matt Leinart USC days. Obviously, I'm a Florida Gator fan, but I went through the Matt Leinart days, right? And what that USC team kind of taught me, and I was like 19 years old or something like that when that USC run kind of went. How many of those USC guys actually turned out skilled guys? Matt Leinart, Reggie Bush, Lendell White. You know, they did not. That USC team was touted as probably one of the best college teams to ever grace the earth at that point. And when Matt Leinart came to the league and he just fell flat on his face, that taught me to be very careful at overvaluing quarterbacks when they have so much talent around them. And you see that with the old Alabama. Last year's Alabama is not the old Alabama. This is a new Alabama. this is NIL Alabama.
People see 5-star Ryan Williams and don't understand that he had like 13 drops this year. Like, these are not these guys.
I am very careful with overvaluing quarterbacks, and I think that we are overvaluing Fernando Mendoza. No one's going to argue. Look, is he a smart football player? I'll say he's smart without question. Does he have really good work ethic? I would say he does have good work ethic. Now, we can compare it to Ty Simpson. I would argue that Ty Simpson showed better work ethic because he had less to deal with. He had more challenges on his table. But Fernando Mendoza is going to work hard. I'm not going to deny he won't work hard. You know, does he have some of the great traits that you want out of a quarterback going in the league as it relates to, you know, just the height, the weight, the arm strength? I think his arm strength is perfectly fine for the NFL. He has all that, and I'm not going to argue that. But how much was Fernando to that Indiana team last year? And what did that Indiana team lean on throughout the entire year? I'm just going to rip off some stats. All right. Basically, they were the 4th best rushing team in college football last year. They leaned on that rushing game basically 90% of the game. And I can point to situations where they relied on the running game on 3rd and long situations where typically you'd want to pass, but they decided to run. Fourth best rushing team in college football last year. The second most rushing attempts in college football last year, averaged 41 attempts per year. Now, mind you, they had blowouts, so I understand that, but averaged 41 passing attempts. Fernando Mendoza, or they rushed for 3,800 or 3,300 yards. They averaged 212 yards per game, averaged 5.2 yards per carry. Fernando Mendoza threw for 3,500 yards, averaged 220 yards per game. Only 8 yards more than their rushing game. So we're talking about a number 1 overall draft pick, and he only averaged 8 more passing yards per game than the rushing game. They leaned on the rushing game every single game. Only 3 times did Fernando Mendoza throw the ball over 31 times. Out of 16 games, he only threw it over 30 times one time. It was 30 times, 31 times, and 31 times. Fernando Mendoza threw the ball 379 times. That's only an average of 23 times per game. So they rushed the ball on average 41 times. They passed the ball 23 times on average. That was ranked 38th in college football last year. Yes, he was ranked first in touchdowns, but we can kind of get to that as well. They were the top 5. They were top 5 in running the ball on third down against Miami. We could talk about the Miami game where they ran the ball instead of sealing the national championship, but I'm not going to get too deep into that. Indiana's O-line was a Joe Moore Award finalist. They had a top 3 offensive line in college football. When taking the field, they had the 6th best starting field position in college football. When taking the field, they had a top 5 defense in college football. They were the 5th least penalized team in college football. On top of that, they had the 60th strength of schedule in college football. Why did they have such a weak schedule? Let's talk about Kennesaw State. They rushed for 313 yards. Indiana State, they rushed for 301 yards. Illinois, they rushed for 312 yards. Michigan State, only 131. I would argue Michigan State was probably his best game as a pure quarterback. If you go back and look at it, I really liked his Michigan State game. If he had like 5 games like that, could be a little bit different story or conversation. UCLA, they rushed for 262 yards. Maryland rushed for 367 yards. Purdue rushed for 355 yards. Old Dominion rushed for 309 yards. They absolutely dominated on the ground game. They had one of the best defenses in college football. Fernando Mendoza went into every single game knowing, I'm going to hand the ball off on average 41 times per game, and this rushing game is going to win me almost every single game. He had his moments. I'm not going to deny that Fernando Mendoza had his moments, right? You look at the Penn State game, right? You look at you had a good drive at the Iowa game. I would argue a quick slant at the 50-yard line for a touchdown isn't him winning the football game, But Miami, he had that moment. He rushed for that touchdown, but the body of work of that game was not very good at all once Miami had all their defensive players in that second half. That second half was actually ugly for Fernando Mendoza as a whole. But I'm sorry. Indiana was the most complete team we have probably seen in college football in I don't know how long. Top 3 offensive line, one of the best defenses in college football. One of the best rushing games in college football. One of the least penalized teams in college football. One of the best starting positions on offense when they take the field. And if you take a look at the games, where their running game wasn't up to par, okay, when they rushed for less than 150 yards per game. Still 150 yards is pretty damn good in college football. But when they rush for less than 150 yards, Fernando Mendoza, Fernando Mendoza was 66%, averaged 228 yards passing, and averaged 1.5 touchdowns. If the rushing game, when it's not on full cylinder, can only average 228 yards through the air and average only 1.5 passing touchdowns per game, is that number 1 pick worthy? I'd argue that it isn't. But that was just to say they literally were the most complete football team in college football. And that's why I started with, I go look back at the true Alabama teams back in the day, the USC's. I'm a Florida Gator fan. Chris Leak, Tim Tebow, those guys, right? When you are literally surrounded with talent, but you don't have the numbers to back up, you were the guy. You were the one. You were the engine that made it run.
Mm-hmm.
I have a bad feeling you might struggle in the NFL, especially with some of the cons that I have with Fernando Mendoza. But that's where I struggle. And again, this is all about him being pick number one. And if your outlook on a number one overall pick is you hope that they're a future Hall of Famer, I don't see that with Fernando Mendoza at all. At all. So that was a little bit of a rant. Dante, my bad. Go for it.
Nah, the numbers and everything are undeniable. I don't know why. I think I have a problem with whenever we're critical of a player, like even through all of that, I don't think that you were bashing Fernando Mendoza. I think that you were giving a perspective. Just like when I talked about Curtis Rourke, how can you look past that and say that, yeah, one guy was worthy of a 7th rounder and one guy's the number 1 overall pick and their stats were comparable and the one guy had a torn ACL? Like, to me, that's a huge gap of production that's just being ignored for one player and not the other because he won a national championship in the Heisman. He's the worst statistical Heisman winner that we've had probably ever because defense was so good. Now, that's kind of like my first thought is like we are giving perspective while giving respect to a guy like Ty Simpson, right? Ty Simpson deserves more respect than what he's actually getting. If you just strip away the fact that, I've been saying this since October. Like, I have a video saying Ty Simpson is the best quarterback in college that's draft eligible. And it really followed that whole thing when he went through the adversity. And Alabama would have never been in the college football playoff if it wasn't for him. That's just facts. You strip away Ty Simpson and put Keelan Russell in there, they don't make it. Or I forgot the other quarterback that was there that came in during Indiana. They don't make it that far. They just don't. Ty Simpson's ready to do this just like everybody believes that Fernando Mendoza is. And so, yeah, let's get away from the fact that, like, while you should be critical of the guy that everybody considers the number 1 overall. You should be, because everybody else deserves as much as respect as Fernando Mendoza being talked about as a draft prospect, in my opinion. So everything that you're talking about, everything that you said is warranted because it's just the facts. Then sometimes numbers don't lie. And then when you look at the play on the field, a lot of people just see the big plays. Let's be honest here, man. Let's be honest with ourselves, chat. Outside of a few of us who, a lot of people say I bash Fernando Mendoza, but I literally have a video at the beginning of the season when the transfer portal happened, when we broke it down, and all of us on the panel said, yeah, Fernando Mendoza might take them over the hump and Indiana might be the national champions. And guess what? It came true. But nobody wants to pull out those receipts, right? So I believe in Fernando Mendoza as a player. I just think the play at California versus the play at Indiana had him regress as far as talent. I hope that we can see the California talent come back, and because I believe that is what the Raiders would need. But I can't ignore the fact that a guy backpacked this team and everybody's like, Fernando Mendoza's better. We got the perspective on that is so skewed, in my opinion. And I think that this race is a lot closer as far as a quarterback perspective than what people are given credit for. Strip away a national championship and a Heisman Trophy, and then how do we feel? But here's the ultimate question, 805. If Dante Moore was in this draft, would everybody be banging the table so high for Fernando Mendoza? Are we going to are we going to bend the knee to Fernando? Or are we going to be like, come on, Dante Moore was better?
And what I hate is that people will obviously compare the game between Indiana and Oregon, which was basically that Oregon, not only was that Oregon team just banged up on offense.
You want me to go down the list of people that were banged up for Oregon?
Yeah, but you're going against one of the best defenses in college football. So it was going to be a battle, but they just got up on them quick. And again, that Indiana defense did a hell of a job of giving Fernando Mendoza a damn good field position almost that entire game. And so, look, one thing I will preface is like, look, there is still a lot to like about Fernando Mendoza. This isn't bashing.
Absolutely.
This is basically just like Dante was saying. It's just stating the facts, and then you have to make your own evaluation. Now, one thing I am seeing in the comments, right, is Michael, we're going to go to your, I'm starring some of the comments. You're saying example, okay, if we can identify his weaknesses, what do we need to do to coach him up, adjust scheme, stuff like that. Okay. And I'm going to kind of talk on that because I saw another one. Tien, you're saying you guys be a little, talk a little positive. Can you talk about how these coaches can help work with Fernando? I get that question a lot. And the question is, oh, well, he can be coached up to do it. I think he can do it. I believe he can do it. I have a specific way I evaluate quarterbacks, and then the way I evaluate them, and then what their value is. And Dante, I'll let you kind of speak on this as well. Is there's certain boxes I want checked, and I can see it. There's a body of work that I could point to say that you showed that either you could do it in college at an elite level, maybe you struggled or what have you, but there's certain things that I want to evaluate to know how I can value you and where I have you in the draft. So for example, right, there's just to kind of put out there quickly is one, accuracy. You know, yes, you can work on your accuracy by maybe helping with body position, maybe with your footwork, stuff like that. But I want to know you're already accurate going into the NFL. And maybe I'll just talk about valuing it as the number one overall pick, right? If you have accuracy issues, which I will argue that Fernando Mendoza, anytime he's moved off the spot, anytime he's rolling out, he's 50-50 accuracy-wise. It's not great. His accuracy through RPO and go ball, like back shoulder phase, it is outstanding. But again, that's like 15-20% of what it'll do. I want to know that you have accuracy. On top of that, I want to know you have good ball placement. I want to know where your ball placement is, not just when you're cleaning the pocket, but also when you're on the move. How is your ball placement? I want to know how is your pocket presence, because if your pocket presence sucks in college, it's not going to get much better in the NFL. Times the speed by 5, and no one's going to teach you pocket presence in the NFL. And so if you struggle at it in college, I can almost bet money you're going to struggle in the NFL.
Can I make one statement just to add on to that? I want to make this into a t-shirt. The NFL is not a developmental league. We got to get out of that quickly, or you will be doomed to fail.
And especially at the college, at the quarterback position, how many times do teams literally draft a quarterback and say, "Oh, nope, after 7 games you're done"? Like, it happens way too often in the National Football League. And so, in addition to pocket presence, accuracy, ball placement, I want to know, can you read a defense? How well do you go through your progressions? And not just how well do you go through your progressions. It's one of the knocks I had on Shedeur Sanders, and that's why I had a 3rd-round grade on him last year, is not just how do your eyes work going through 1 to 2 down to 4 to your check down, but how does your body work with it? How does your accuracy continue even when you get to your check down? And that was my biggest knock on Shedeur. When he went through his progressions, his accuracy dropped dramatically when he went to his 3rd to 4th progression. And so not only can you go through a progression, read a defense, how does your accuracy work through that progression, and how do you get your body in position? Also, how well can you extend plays and manipulate defenders while you're outside the pocket? And how do your eyes continue downfield, and do they not drop like Fernando Mendoza does? Like, there's certain boxes that I want to check as it relates to a quarterback. One thing I'll say, Ty Simpson really showed in college and does a million times better than Fernando. I don't want to say better, was asked to do it a million times more times than Fernando. I don't know if he could do it because he didn't show it, is understanding the defensive front or just the defense that's in front of him and making the protection adjustment.
Mhm.
Fernando Mendoza didn't do it. Ty Simpson showed he understood what the defense is trying to do. It turned into a chess match, and more times than not, Ty Simpson won the chess match by adjusting the line protection, resetting the running back, bringing a receiver down to check the DN because he sees the pressure coming from that side, and then he wins that chess match. Fernando Mendoza, I think I saw him do it one time the entire 2025 season. So do you know how to read defenses? I want to be able to check those boxes, because if I can't check that box, I don't want to go into the season and go, oh shit, he can't do it. Oh damn, I should have trusted my eyes because I saw that he couldn't or didn't do it in college. Because if he didn't show it in college and then all of a sudden he can't do it in the pros, that's on me. I screwed up because he didn't show it. And Fernando Mendoza does not check those boxes for me. And that's what I'm scared about picking him at number one. If you want to say, oh, we can change the scheme to help him, okay, you don't check that box. Oh, well, we can coach him up. You don't check that box then. So it creates a question mark. And how many question marks are you good with when picking someone at number one overall? I'm not good with very many questions. And that's why the title says I would take a risk with Ty Simpson plus 2 first rounders. And I'm saying Ty Simpson in the second round, but that's how I evaluate it. I have boxes that need to be checked. And if you don't check them, they're question marks. And if you have too many question marks, I'm not picking you at number one. So I went on a rant. Dante, touch a little bit about your what you want to see in a quarterback as well. But at the same time, just does Fernando check some of those boxes for you?
I mean, outside of being gutsy and all the intangible stuff that everybody likes to see, right? I think you should see some adversity. And you should be the reason why your team gets out of some adversity instead of the team getting you out of adversity, which in college should be like it should be that. It shouldn't be the reverse. In the NFL, it's fine. All these guys are pros. But if I'm banking on spending a number one overall pick on a quarterback, I better know that that guy is the reason why we win 90% of the time. Especially offensively, on the offensive side of the ball, he did everything he could 90% of the time to get us to the next level. But from a film aspect and from a quarterback aspect, it's as simple as, are you willing to make the throws that nobody else is making to show me that you got the nuts and guts to do it? It's as simple as that. Like in my evaluation, if you miss it, I'm okay with it. If it was taking a chance on second down and the guy was definitely open and you overthrew him in the first quarter, I'm okay with it. We got 3 more quarters to come back and get and dial this thing in. But I would be more impressed if you tried it again in the third quarter and got our team down and we ran that bitch in on a 3-yard run because of that pass. That is the stuff I take into account. It's more than just let's check it down because I feel comfortable because I know we're gonna run it this next play and get this first down. Or I went through my progression. I looked off the safety. I could throw it to the sideline because in quarterback speak, sidelines are our best friend. I wasn't willing to do it though. I'd rather throw this slant and let Omar Cooper break 5 tackles and for a 20-yard run. And now it's gonna look like a 20-yard pass on my stat sheet, and everybody's gonna say, "Yay, look at Fernando do what he did," right? It's as simple as that. I look for difficulty of throws. And Fernando Mendoza didn't use the backside of the field. Guess what's going to happen in the NFL? The hash marks
they get tighter.
they get tighter, and it doesn't matter where that ball gets lined up. You almost got the same space on both sides. And so, can you make that back shoulder throw? Can you make that? I think one of the most difficult
throw. And well, I'll add one thing. The back shoulder throw in college sometimes can be much easier because the safeties have to set up so much farther away from that outside receiver because of what the hash marks are. And in the NFL, when the hash marks condense down, now those safeties can play much closer to that X receiver, that outside receiver, and close that distance if you're just a hair late on that throw. My bad. Go ahead.
Oh, no. That you're absolutely right. And back shoulder throws against Derek Stingley Jr. versus a redshirt sophomore look a lot different as well. You're not throwing back shoulders at Derek Stingley Jr. because he's just going to undercut it.
Here.
Yep, Pat Surtain. Yep, another good one, right? Like, so that's not a difficult throw to make when you have a good receiver in a inexperienced corner, in my opinion. It looks sexy, it does.
Yeah.
But if I'm coaching quarterbacks, I don't look at that as a difficult throw. I just look at it as exposing the corner that doesn't know how to come down and undercut the running back. He's not or the wide receiver. He's not looking at his hips. He's not seeing his footwork enough to recognize that, like, oh, this guy's going backside. I could probably come and pick this thing off. A bad back shoulder throw in the NFL is a pick six. Just is what it is. So you have to be careful with that. The other thing is, I want to see Fernando manipulate defenders. That's so important. It is. Are you going to stare down that safety and make them feel like you're about to throw front side, and then you're like, nah, we're running mesh right now. I can get it to my underneath guy going the opposite way, and we're up the sideline for a 15-yard play. That's a good short yardage throw. That was smart. You had a guy that was in a one-on-one matchup, and you made the safety think that you were going to throw it over top, and you came underneath. That's smart. These are the different parts of the game that we're talking about when it comes to quarterbacks. So this is the exact stuff that I look for. I look for ball placement in college too. Ball placement in the NFL is super important.
Yep.
And this is why I was so low on J.J. McCarthy. I would never forget J.J. McCarthy threw a pass against Ohio State to Colston Loveland. And Colston Loveland had the high pointed between two defenders. And I said, that ball is getting picked off in the NFL. That's an impressive college throw, but it's getting picked off in the NFL because that safeties are a lot smarter and they're a lot faster to the ball. So if you can separate what a college throw versus and start thinking, would that work in the NFL against experienced guys? Then your evaluation of quarterbacks gets a lot better too. You can't give these guys credence because it looks like a beautiful throw in college, especially in the draft process. Their last year in college should be, will that work against Kyle Hamilton? Will that work against a linebacker that's veering down in the A gap and ready to clean your clock? Who knows?
And what I would argue is there's certain throws that I look for at the college level that I think translates well to the NFL. And one, it's the dig routes in the seam routes, because the NFL defenses now run a bunch of cover two. The Brian Flores is, they love to run basically a cover two, and you either are looking at a cover two and you're running quarters, you're running halves, or you're going to run a palms type of defense, to where you need to understand what that corner's read is. And is it the first receiver, or is he reading the second receiver? Is he about to jump the flats because that second receiver broke to the out? I mean, you need to be able to time your throws in the seams and the dig routes in the NFL, and the elite quarterbacks do it. And that's the one thing that I loved about Bo Nix coming out, is that his ball placement, not just when he was comfortable in the pocket, but when he was slightly moved off of his spot, the ball placement didn't drop too much at all. And he made every throw on the field. And the thing about Mendoza, I searched far and wide. I'd lay at night and I'd wake up and go, God damn, I need to watch that film again, because I need to see, did Fernando Mendoza at least hit a dig route on the backside? Like, did he get to his third read and a dig route on the backside? Timing was good. Maybe he did it 3 times, right? And then I'm looking, okay, did he hit the seams? I need to know you can hit the seams. That was my biggest knock on Shedeur. Is Shador struggled to hit the seams. It's not because he didn't attempt to, but it was because
Travis Hunter was on the boundary and he was going to throw it to him regardless.
He was always late to get there. That was my problem with him. In the NFL, you need to be able to throw with anticipation in the seams. And the thing with Fernando Mendoza, I remember I looked back and I was watching the Penn State game. So I'm watching the Penn State game, that final drive. And I was like, holy shit, that's a seam throw. That was it. I saw it. I was like, there it is. But sure as shit, go back and go about 2 plays prior to that. There was a pass that he drops back and he dumps it down to his running back. About 2 plays before that, they were basically on a 3-by-1 and they ran a seam. The seam was wide open. And sure as shit, the offensive coordinator went back to it 2 plays later, and Fernando Mendoza eyeballed it, hit the seam right away. And I'm sitting there going, damn it, because it wasn't Fernando Mendoza reading it in that moment. The seam was wide open 2 plays prior. He didn't even see it. He couldn't read it. He checked it down to the running back. I believe it was incomplete. And then 2 plays later, they go back to it. And I guarantee you it's the offensive coordinator saying, hey, we're going back to that formation. If you see the same defensive setup, hit the seam. And he did. I want to see Fernando Mendoza be able to actually read the defense properly and hit it the first time. And I only saw him do it probably twice all season. And that's why I have concerns and question marks. Can he read a defense properly? You can go back to the Cal game, the Cal tape. And I only was able to watch 4 games of Cal. Again, I only have access to what I see on YouTube. And a lot of it's obviously the televised view. So sometimes you don't see the back end of the defense. But you saw more creative throws out of Fernando Mendoza. You saw it. You saw him kind of hit the seams at times, and he was asked to do a lot more. But he was clearly a quarterback that needed to go back to college and get more experience. But then he goes to Indiana, and he's not asked to do damn near anything as it relates to what he's going to have to do in the NFL. And it just opened up all the question marks for me.
Yeah, that is very true. Because in particular with Cal, I remember they almost beat Miami. And Fernando Mendoza had that last drive. And he was hitting shots like bam, 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 bam. And then it was like one pass that was a miscommunication, and then the game was over. But it wasn't his fault. And we came away from that game like, damn, Fernando Mendoza is that dude. Hold up. He was getting them in, and Cal should have never been in the game against Cam Ward, Miami. Like, let's be honest. Like, they shouldn't have been in that game. It should have been at least a 15-point spread or something like that. But he kept them in the game, and that was impressive. But, I agree with, like TK Miller said, he wouldn't have beat out JKS at Cal. Like, Jaren Kayave Sangopulatele is a beast of a quarterback. And that's the other thing. When you compare Ty Simpson to Fernando Mendoza was definitely the better quarterback everywhere he went. How much competition did he really have? When Ty Simpson was in a quarterback room full of killers.
Yeah.
Like, these dudes are Julian Sand, Jalen Milroe, Bryce Young. Like, these guys are killers. So, I mean, is that more impressive that he stuck around and stayed in the system and then did what he did last year with the weakest Alabama team that we ever seen? I mean, I'm sure that he wanted to win what was it like by week 9? Ty Simpson was like looked at as the Heisman Trophy winner
with less talent, less running game, a weaker.
And then he hurt his elbow.
Defense, tougher competition.
I just don't know where the respect for Ty Simpson dropped off, especially when you look at his situation versus, like, you listed all the stats and all the things about Indiana, and it's all true. I just don't think and out of respect for Fernando, I just don't think if you swapped Ty Simpson, Fernando Mendoza probably wouldn't even be a starter for Alabama. It probably would have been Keelan Russell this year.
I'm dead serious. If Fernando Mendoza was on Alabama, I think they win maybe 6-7 games. In all honesty, that's just me.
With that running game they had, it would have been
Because it would literally have been all on Fernando, and then all of a sudden you got all these drops that are happening that Ty Simpson experienced. And so now Fernando Mendoza is going to find himself in 3rd and 13, 3rd and 15, 3rd and 11, probably 11 times throughout the game, which statistically he showed he struggled to get out of that whenever he was in that situation in Indiana with
I want people to think. Yeah, and I want people to think about this. Maybe a lot of you guys haven't played quarterback or have dealt with. I don't think any of us have dealt with the pressure of college ball except for you. And so, but you weren't a quarterback. So imagine if you were a quarterback in college, playing, yeah, playing at Alabama, and Ryan Williams drops 8 passes in the game. As a quarterback in the huddle, you got to look over at your guy when that play gets called, and Ty Simpson is eliminating him out of the play, but you can't do that because every opportunity that's open, you got to make the throw. And then the next throw happens and he drops it. And then the play gets called. Going back to Ryan. Oh, Ryan's open. You throw it to him. Perfect pass. And he drops it 8 times. Fernando didn't have to deal with that, man. Like, there is a different mental fortitude of playing the quarterback position at that with Alabama's expectation. Let's be honest, guys. Regardless of what happened in Indiana last year when they won 11 games, nobody was expecting them to be in the national championship. They're expecting them to still be good because of Kirk Cignetti. I don't think anybody was expecting Indiana to beat Ohio State, right? But there's no pressure in the country that Fernando Mendoza had to deal with, that Ty Simpson had to deal with, of being the quarterback of the Alabama Crimson Tide. It's just not.
And he trailed only 2 times last season. They trailed against Penn State and they trailed against Ohio State. In Ohio State, they only won 13-10. So it wasn't like Fernando Mendoza just took over all of a sudden and ripped off 27 points to win that football game. No, they relied on the backs of that defense. That's what won that Ohio State game, was that defense. Fernando Mendoza had moments. Yes, he did, right? That deep ball to Becker on the right side to kind of solidify the game a little bit. He had his moments, but Ohio State only put up 10 points. So you got to really put it into perspective. And even when they trailed against Penn State, you go back and look at that Penn State game, Fernando Mendoza was rattled. You go look back, and I started charting plays when a team could get to him. What did his stats look like? When Ohio State got to him, that first half Ohio State did not look pretty because they got to him. Well, Dominion even got to him a little bit to open up the season. Then you
Indiana State in the first half.
Iowa started getting to him. And you can see all of a sudden he couldn't even hit screen passes, little slip screens to the wide receiver. He'd overthrow him because he's rattled a little bit. That first half
Ohio makes a good point. People don't remember Ryan Grubb was Seattle's OC last year, and he came to Alabama. That's who Ty Simpson was dealing with.
Yeah, I mean, so we talked about Fernando Mendoza, right? And again, I want to preface this. It's more about just the question marks of Fernando Mendoza and the evaluation of Fernando Mendoza. He could go to league and he could ultimately become a really good quarterback, right? It could happen. And if I was a betting man, I think the Raiders are going to draft Fernando Mendoza. If I was a betting man, I do bet on sports, but I didn't put money on it. But because I think we might end it with some Kirk Cousins, Fernando Mendoza talk. We'll end it with that. But let's talk about Ty Simpson real quick, because I don't like Ty Simpson in the first. I think the only way that you would get into the first is if you try to trade up with Seattle just to get that 5th-year contract. If you really like Ty Simpson, I'd make the argument that I think Ty Simpson fits Clint Kubiak's system extremely well.
I agree 1,000%.
In my pro comparison to Ty Simpson is Brock Purdy. And I said this months ago, is that I think Ty Simpson and Brock Purdy are very similar. And I actually think Brock Purdy is a good quarterback in the National Football League.
Yeah, I'm trying to look up who I thought my ceiling and my floor for Ty Simpson was, his ceiling is Andrew Luck and his floor is Daniel Jones.
So So let's talk about Ty Simpson a little bit, right? And
Yep.
before we kind of talk about just his characteristics and stuff, we do have to mention, like we've already mentioned before, like Ty Simpson was the guy for that Alabama offense, where Fernando Mendoza was a good piece to his offense, which leaned on the running game 80 to 90% of the time. The only reason why Alabama won football games was because of Ty Simpson. And Dante,
No
like you said
question.
before, through 9 weeks of the season, he was basically the Heisman Trophy front runner. It fell off in the playoffs. But
After getting scrutinized week 1 of losing to Florida State, which Ty Simpson had a really good game. They just couldn't run the ball for shit, and their defense was so bad.
so that's kind of what I was going to preface is you have I talked about it earlier, just how well put together that team was for Indiana. You talk about Ty Simpson. Ty Simpson had some of the worst. The Bernard kid is a good receiver, but outside of that, his weapons were mediocre. Had no run game. I think what were they, like the
124th out of 134 schools.
The 124th ranked run game in college football. Indiana, top 5 run game in college football. They had I believe if I looked, man, I got it written down. I believe they had the 11th hardest schedule last year. So they had the 11th hardest schedule last year. Fernando Mendoza, they had the 60th hardest schedule last year. And they had, I believe, I think the 18th ranked defense in college football last year. Alabama did. And so good defense, not great.
I think they were actually worse. Let me look it up. I think they were worse than that. I think they were like 80th or something. They weren't that good.
That bad. I had the numbers in front of me. But Ty Simpson,
You're probably right, but I'm gonna look it up.
And if Ty Simpson had a bad game, then Alabama had a bad game. And so we want to kind of just put that into perspective, and then we can start talking about what Ty Simpson and the attributes that he had. Now, again, some errant throws. You could definitely take a look at the game film, and he had some off throws without question. And now, mind you, he threw the ball roughly 100 times more than Fernando Mendoza and had one less interception. So, yes, he had a couple fumbles here throughout the season, but ultimately through the air, he took care of the football. Only 5 interceptions on the season and 100 more throws than Fernando Mendoza. So, Dante, you're looking that up?
Yeah, they were ranked 20th. So
20th. Okay, so I thought they were 18th. I think I said.
Yeah,
but
I thought they were worse than that. I think statistically, in some areas, they were worse.
I think they were. But I think overall, I kind of found them to be roughly around the 18th, so maybe 20th ranked defense. So it's still decent defense, but look, are you going to be able to lean on that type of defense every single game? No, there's going to be times where you're going to have to step up. And so, Dante, real quick, kind of give your pros. We can go with the cons in just a second, but give your kind of pros of and what you like about Ty Simpson.
Some of I think the most difficult throws this year were made by Ty Simpson outside of Darren Mensah. Which I know he's not draft eligible. He'll be at Miami this year. But when I go blow for blow watching film, and I'm like, man, he made that throw. Oh man, he missed that throw. But like, I just had to put myself in a situation. Would I have made that throw being this rattled, getting hit this much? Because as much as people want to say, Mr. Proctor that plays left tackle should be he's not a first rounder in my opinion. He has first round size and everything. Like he's a prototypical guy that you would want, but he was terrible. I mean, that whole offensive line was pretty terrible this year. And he was getting his clock clean, drops after drop. They brought Isaiah Horton in to be a big body receiver, move Ryan Williams inside, and none of that shit worked. Ryan Grubbs completely ruined their offense. And so when I see that, it's like, how did that team end up in the college football playoff? mind you, and they won a game against Oklahoma, whose defense were killers too. And so, I honestly just throw after throw after throw. I can understand from his perspective. I have to do something to get my team downfield, regardless of how difficult this throw is. I mean, we've literally seen Ty Simpson run in the back of the end zone and make a 30-yard run while it could have been a sack for most people. It's like, how did you see that receiver on that dig route 30 yards down the field and then got it to the opposite sideline?
Some impressive throws, 100%.
So mentally, and then I don't know if you guys have watched the John Gruden thing with him,
I haven't yet.
but I've been watching his interviews all throughout the season. It's just like, I think it's impressive that, a lot of people are like, well, you only played 15 games or started 15 games. But I honestly think it's impressive to be in that quarterback room that he was in and waited his turn 4 years. Imagine this, 805, being in college and being like, man, I was a 5-star recruit coming out of Tennessee. I could have transferred a long time ago. Nick Saban retired, and now we got Kalen DeBoer. Like, he had every reason to transfer out, and he didn't, and he waited his turn. That shows me that you're willing to learn different systems, because the dude had 4 different offensive coordinators that came through there too.
Yep.
So let's put that in perspective. 4 different offensive coordinators in a quarterback room full of killers. Wide receiver after wide receiver coming through there, not having 1,000-yard running back, not having the best offensive line in the world, and he's still out there making difficult throws, getting his team down the field, losing against Florida State, lost against Oklahoma in the season, got his team to the college football playoff, won against Oklahoma, broke his ribs against Indiana, had gastritis before that, lost 20 pounds. I just like his mentality. And he's a super positive dude about his journey too. He said, I could have felt sorry for myself, and I decided to stay with the school and still accomplish the things that I accomplished. And the one thing that I want people to know is that I was an Alabama Crimson Tide quarterback my whole career, and I didn't give up on that idea. Now, if I was a Raiders fan at the end of the day, I would want that dude on my team, because that's kind of like the Max Crosby attitude. Like, I want to be a Raider for life because this is the team that took a chance on me. I'm not just going to get up and want this huge contract and then go to another. I don't know what Fernando Mendoza's mentality is like, but we've already seen the dude transfer out and win the title, and he might have his head blown up right now. He didn't compete at the combine. Ty Simpson came and was like, I'm gonna compete. To me, I love that type of stuff. I really do. I love the fact that he wasn't just going to sit there on the sideline. And Ty Simpson had as much to lose in this whole effort, like the combine and everything, as Fernando Mendoza. Except now we're talking about Ty Simpson from definitely being a second or third rounder into being a first rounder now because he did that. So, in my opinion, the whole year, putting myself in his shoes, seeing the throws that he made, watching the film, still giving his guys a chance, even though they're dropping 8 passes in a game, building their confidence up where they're helping them win at the end of the game. That takes, the one thing about Ty, dealing with the drops and everything and having the team that they had, is he didn't lose focus of the main goal and being a leader for that team. Fernando had everybody else to lay on. I mean, let's be honest here.
I made that argument. It was a couple nights ago in my chat. Is when you literally every aspect of your team is top 5, O-line, defense, running game, least amount of penalties in a season. Like when everything is literally top 5, I question. And you only trailed twice in the season. My question is, was he the one having to lead these guys? Was he the one having to basically get these guys going? No, they did it themselves. They were top 5 in every statistical category you can think of on offense and defense, everything. And I'm
They
like,
would go down as one of the greatest teams that we've ever seen in college football history, and that's
I'm with-
that's that's more of a praise for their whole team, including Fernando.
and
But
coaching staff.
for and coach, yeah, Kirk
I
Cinetti
hope
did
I'm
it in 2 years.
being honest.
He took Indiana as and made them a prominent program. Like Indiana's always sucked through my lifetime, probably through your lifetime, through everybody's lifetime. They've never been good. They've only won 9 games. The highest win total they've ever had was 9 games. Curtis Work got them to 11. Fernando got them to 16. You know, that's great. I'm super happy for what they did. But like, man, I love to see the warrior mentality of like, man, I lost 20 pounds before I'm about to go into the most important game of our life. Still sling the rock, get crunched up, break my ribs, and still want to go out there and play. He said that Kalen DeBoer came into the medical tent after he broke his ribs against Indiana and started crying. He said Kalen was he was more upset than he was. He was like, "Thank you for everything that you did. There's not a tougher SOB in the country than you for what you did for this team this year." And it's true, man. I want to see somebody make a highlight tape of how many times Ty Simpson got hit, time after time after time after time, and then don't post anything else. Don't post the throws. Don't post anything else, and then just show the score at the end of the game. Oh, they won? How?
Torque, I see. What world we live in talking about how superior Indiana's offense was to Alabama's. This is where, in my opinion, their scheme was perfect for what they needed to do, and a lot of it was just run game. So, it wasn't that you needed this top 10 receiver outside wide, or this top 10 tight end, or this top 10 slot receiver. No, their running game was literally the fourth best in the country. And so when you can lean 90% on the run game, I don't know how much scheme you really need or talent that you need. They were good football players, don't get me wrong, but I think that they dialed up such a good offense, and just scheme that they got to lean on just the run game. Now, mind you, again, 60th strength of schedule. So 80% of that, or I wouldn't say 80, like 70% of that schedule was against really bad defenses. And so that's what made it look so damn good and so easy. And so I want to preface that, like, that's the hard part when people make the comparison that, well, Alabama is this SEC school and they had 5 stars. Well, none of these guys played like 5 stars at all.
They didn't. This was the worst Alabama team that I've ever seen. Like in the last 30 years.
Yeah.
And I'm 36.
It's tough to watch the games, and I'm breaking down Ty Simpson's game film, and it's tough to watch because Ty Simpson, like you were just saying, basically, how many times he gets hit in the game, right? And how many times he has to get up, and how many times. And when I said earlier, when you can see some errant throws by Ty Simpson, don't get me wrong, but a lot of times you're in a situation where you're almost forced to throw the football. But and I'm gonna make this example. There's also times, and Dante, you played quarterback, you ran offenses and stuff like that. Sometimes you, as a quarterback, it might look like an errant throw, but sometimes that is your read and that's where you're going. And if it's not there, you just sail it out of bounds and you take the next play.
Exactly.
And you see that sometimes, and it's because, guess what? Ty Simpson's receivers just could not get the separation. Like, he's looking, that's my throw, that's what I'm told to do. And he has to sail it because, hey, it's first down. I'm moving on to the next play.
If you think about it like this for Indiana, they got transfer Isaiah Horton in from Miami, who was supposed to be a dog. Everybody knew the talent level of Ryan Williams and Jeremy Bernard, who came over with Kalen DeBoer from Washington. There's no question of why Jeremy Bernard is as good as he is. I mean, he was playing with Roma Dunze, Jalen McMillan, Jalen Polk, like, Denzel Boston. Like, he knows, Kalen DeBoer knew what he had. So you look at those 3 receivers and you're like, damn, Indiana or Alabama should have been better. But then halfway through the season, true freshman Lotzell Brooks had to come in and be their second guy to Jeremy Bernard. So if that doesn't tell you how bad Alabama was right there, where true freshman Lotzell Brooks had to be a superstar for them down the road, these are not the Alabama team. This is not an Alabama team that was of old, man. It's just we got to get out of this mentality of you see Alabama's name and you think that they're like this great school. They were, they went to the college football playoff. But the reason why they got there, Ty Simpson's story at the end of the day will always be, how the hell did we win a game in the college football playoff? It's because I put the team on my back the whole season. They should have never been there. No. They should have never been there. But there was no school that ranked lower than the 50th Russian team in the college football playoff, if that tells you anything. They were 126. That's crazy, man. Like running, you need a running game. I don't understand why people don't think that. And I mean, a lot of people say he's a second round quarterback. I mean, I see that, but to me, the argument has always been from people, I want a quarterback that's went through some adversity. Give me that guy. I'd rather take that guy that was able to throw the ball downfield and make the difficult throw. Well, that's Ty Simpson. Like, 100%. What do we do? What are we questioning when we talk about these quarterbacks? Like, it's him. So how can people, if you watch Ty Simpson's film and say that he's mid, that's your opinion, but like, there's no way, bro, that you walk away from Ty Simpson's season and say, yeah, that dude is not a gamer and he's mid.
And this is just basically on the Raider side of things. Like I said, I think Ty Simpson is probably the best fit for Clint Kubiak's offense and what he likes to do. Ty Simpson, again, let's go back to just checking the boxes, right? Mm-hmm. Ty Simpson ran under center quite a bit in Alabama and did it at a very high level.
Yep.
Now, even though I see him do it, it doesn't mean it's automatically transfer to the NFL. NFL is night and day, right? The defenses, the sophistication of the defenses and the way that they move, it's night and day. But at least I could check that box saying, I saw him do it. The body of work tells me he did it at a very high level in college. So let's transfer that to the NFL. So it transfers. Again, it's still a massive learning curve, even for the amount of under center Ty Simpson ran, right? Fernando Mendoza ran under center like 3 snaps. But but also Ty Simpson's pocket presence and his ability to maneuver outside the pocket and still make those throws, those deep dig routes, those sail routes, even on the move. His body position when throwing on the move is a million times better than Fernando Mendoza. And he keeps the play alive. For Fernando Mendoza, when he takes off and runs, he's running. Mm-hmm. I mean, unless something closes off and then he peeks up real quick and will hit a receiver. But when he's running, he's running. Where Ty Simpson, he runs to extend the play and he keeps his eyes downfield and he hits his receivers downfield with good accuracy, with good ball placement, and he does it more times than not. And I think that's something that transfers extremely well to the NFL as well.
Yeah. I think, I'll compare this to Tyler Shuck last year. You remember that combine clip that went around where he totally missed her? And it's just like the Jeremy Bernard miss is the one that's going around about Ty Simpson. Oh, you're really going to draft this guy? And it's like, well, you're not looking at the full body of work and you're just going off of one clip where everybody thinks these quarterbacks are going to be perfect 805, and it's absolutely not fair. It's not, because like JJ McCarthy couldn't hit a receiver downfield at the combine to save his life on those deep 9 routes, but Joe Milton hits the guys not even looking at him at the combine. I was there in person watching. I'm like, damn, Joe Milton is the shit. Hold up. Like he just hit that dude without even looking. But does that make Joe Milton a great NFL quarterback? No, he's backing up Dak Prescott. Does that mean that JJ McCarthy was going to be trash? No, but he ended up being not all that great. It's the same thing with like these clips that go around. You're going to sit there and grind the tape like I am. This is why I want on my channel and your channel. It's important to go through the full game sometimes because people don't understand the nuances of like, it's okay to miss that guy and throw the ball out of bounds because that was the correct thing to do to keep the drive alive versus forcing it downfield when it's 2nd and 3 and there's no need to throw a 15-yard dig with two safety or with a safety and a middle linebacker playing Tampa 2 and you got picked off. What are we doing? That's Fernando Mendoza, though. Like, he'll do that. You know, Ty Simpson will do that every once in a while, but he's going to do it on 2nd and 17 because he just got sacked because Jan Miller didn't want to come up in the A gap and block the blitzing linebacker. And now he has to get it to Jeremy Bernard on a post route that he didn't necessarily want to throw. But guess what? Ty Simpson has some nuts and guts, and he knew that I got to get my team down the field. And this better be the best throw that I make in my life while he's jumping up, throwing it, and getting hit from a linebacker. That's the stuff that I want to see. It's as simple as that. Like,
well, in addition to that, and one of the things you mentioned earlier, and Houston, you're saying, having high praise for Miller, but doubting Mendoza is crazy working out. Dante is not high praising Milrow. I think he's talking about just the shock value that everybody likes to cling on to. It's like when Anthony Richardson hit the rafters, right? Or that one play that Anthony Richardson had against Utah, where he went to go pump the ball, the D end hit him, and then he rolled out of it and threw a touchdown. Like, those are, I call them highlight heroes. But I think what Dante was saying was that, everybody gets hopped up on Milrow because he throws a mile. And in reality, you have to go back and watch the game film and understand how does it translate to the NFL, the body of work that he showed. But kind of going back to talking about Ty Simpson, right? You said, started 15 games, right? The limited of games is a concern a little bit. I think that he played at such an elite level and showed a true understanding of playing the quarterback position. And when I say true understanding, it's the high-level throws that he made. Again, the dig routes, the seams, understanding the situation, being able to maneuver in the pocket, keep his eyes downfield, and still hit the receiver. Numerous times. It's not just one or two times. Yeah. It's literally probably you can point to a couple dozen times throughout the season where he's stepping up into the pocket. He's climbing the pocket, keeping his eyes downfield, and just drills a dig route. I mean, it's extremely impressive. But one of the things I loved about Bo Nix was his experience, right? So 15 games is a knock, but then it goes back to how many boxes does Ty Simpson check? And I will argue that Ty Simpson checks so many more boxes than Fernando Mendoza. And so would I take Ty Simpson by trading back and getting 2 additional first rounders and maybe get Ty Simpson in the second if he's there, or take Fernando Mendoza at number 1? I'm taking Ty Simpson all day long plus the 2 picks. Because not only does Ty Simpson, with his eyes and his understanding during the play, with being able to go through a progression and find his fourth read and his check down at a very elite level, you also see, and we touched on it just a little bit ago, probably like 2 hours ago, because this is a crazy live. He also understands what the defense is doing, right? It was a comment that was made previously, and I promised I'd answer the question. I apologize I didn't go to it. It was this one about basically Linderbaum is going to make the protection call and so on and so forth. One thing that I have to know
that though. How do we know that? We're not in those walls.
The one thing I have to stress to people is the center is going to help with the strength call. And yes, he's going to help with protection calls, but the quarterback is still going to have to understand the movement of the defense. Where there's pressure, where's the pressure coming? Are the safeties moving down, right? Not only is it combined with watching game film and understanding your opponent, but at the same time, Tyler Linderbaum as a center isn't going to make a protection call because a safety is walking over closer to a receiver. He doesn't have that visibility, and he's not going to be asked to. Fernando Mendoza, if he is our quarterback, he is going to have to understand the movement of the defense and where pressure is coming from. And Ty Simpson showed that day in and day out throughout the game film, is that he understood the movement of the defense. He understood how to adjust his protection calls, how to reset the running back from one side to another, how to bring in another receiver or use motion, right? Sometimes you can use motion just to get leverage on the defense based on what they're showing you. And that's what Ty Simpson showed day in and day out on the game film every single game. So that tells me and shows me that he has an understanding of what the defensive looks are. Where Fernando Mendoza, he saw pressure, he just ran RPO. And that's why a lot of times he would get himself in trouble when it wasn't an RPO, pressure's coming, he'd hold the ball too long, he'd make an errant throw, he'd be inaccurate.
Yep.
And so it's about checking the boxes. Ty Simpson checks the box, and it shows me he understands how to read a defense, at least at a very high level at the college level, in hopes that now translates to the NFL. And if it doesn't, then at least I can go back and say, I can point to a body of work where he showed me on film, he understood it. Where's the hangup? Whereas if Fernando Mendoza comes to the NFL and cannot read a defense at a high level, I'm going to go back and go, oh shit, yeah, he didn't look like he could do that in Indiana. That's on me.
Yeah, Ty Simpson also had 300-yard games when Fernando had 1, I believe.
No, he actually had more. I actually have the numbers. Hold on. I think he had 300-yard games. I think he had. Oh, I had
Wisconsin, Vanderbilt, and Oklahoma were his 300-yard games. Fernando's 300-yard games, Michigan State. That was it.
Michigan State. didn't Ty Simpson? Did he not have? I thought he had more.
No, he had 3.
Okay. So look, again, at the end of the day, it's just comparing where for myself, right? And I appreciate everybody that stuck through us through this live, because we've been going now for 4 hours and 20 minutes. I appreciate everybody that literally stuck with us from the beginning to the end. Space Beast, I still see you in here, man. Shout out to you. Torque, you've been in here for a long minute, man. I think a lot of people are just, the numbers have been staying pretty consistent. So I think a lot of you guys are just hearing us rant, basically. But I hope that we just kind of laid out a little bit. Just the concerns with Fernando. Again, it's all about the evaluation. We're not saying he can't do it. We're saying that the body of work shows us that there's a lot of question marks that remain as to how well he's going to be able to transfer to the NFL. And I think Ty Simpson has much less question marks. There's going to be a massive transition for both of them. I just want to take the one that has the least amount of question marks, especially given the fact one has the most, and we're about to pick him at the number 1 overall pick, which
tougher competition, more pressure, more adversity, and was still in the Heisman conversation a lot of the part of the season when Fernando was as well. So I don't see what people say, just that fact alone. Like, what is there not to like about a guy that literally got the worst Alabama team that we ever seen in the college football playoff and won their first game, and a guy that got gastritis and tried to go against? I wonder if Ty Simpson was actually healthy for Indiana, would they have been in that game too? I mean, it's a question mark that nobody asked. The dude lost 20 pounds. Like, I don't.
You don't lose 20 pounds just overnight, even though it was close to. Like, you're going to lose 20 pounds, even though it was very fast. It was probably at least in a matter of a few weeks where he started to feel. I actually said this on one of the lives. I was like, as much as he entered that Indiana game with that gastritis, I wouldn't be surprised if he probably went a couple weeks with like, hey, like my wife, she has like an autoimmune disorder, right? And so it took her a while to figure out, man, what's going on with my body. I wouldn't be surprised if Ty Simpson for probably a good 2 weeks, maybe longer, was like, dang, like I'm going through some shit. I'm feeling uncomfortable. But it maybe took him a couple weeks to voice it because he wasn't sure what was going on with his body.
With a bum elbow as well, and getting hit way more than Fernando was. Like, again, guys, we're not trying to say. I've written articles on Fernando Mendoza where we've given him a lot of praise. Like, I'm so happy for Fernando Mendoza and his accomplishments. I knew that Indiana had a chance to win the national championship with him, but I feel like me and you are just trying to say, like, Ty Simpson's not that far behind, and if you want a guy that's battle tested, he's probably the toughest SOB in the draft at the quarterback position, to be completely honest with you.
And I guess at the same time, I know a lot of the argument from the Raider Nation is basically like, oh, well, we're gonna lean on the running game anyways. Well, if you're going to lean on the running game, then go get 2 additional first rounders and go get Ty Simpson. You can hand the ball off 35 times a game with Ty Simpson, and he'll be able to run Clint Kubiak's offense, I think, at a very high level if what he showed in college can translate to the NFL. Build the shit out of this.
You know what I think 805 is going to be the biggest mistake? Not the biggest mistake, because I don't want to say the Raiders drafting Fernando Mendoza is going to be a mistake. I think he is the biggest question mark on like if he's actually going to put it together. But I think what's going to get everybody in trouble is when I think about the New York Jets situation, right? They're most primed in position to come and grab him at 16. I've mocked it there. A lot of people are talking about Ty Simpson at 16. The Jets, they want Ty Simpson at 16 after they pick up Arvell Reese or Caleb Downs, whoever they're getting. Mm. There's no better there's no better quarterback to go to New York than Ty Simpson. There's no quarterback. Again, the adversity, the dealing with, the worst Alabama team, the mentality that he has. The guys that have been drafted to the Jets over the years have never dealt with this. So you're talking about a guy that's going to come in and be able to handle that media and want to win with those guys like Garrett Wilson and Adonai Mitchell and Breece Hall. They already have an offensive line that's better than the Raiders right now. Let's be honest. Like they just are.
Sit for a year behind Geno and just learn.
Yeah. If it's the situation of 6 weeks throughout the season, we had Geno Smith, we just can't take it anymore, Ty Simpson comes in. Ty Simpson's going to – I can't wait to have this conversation next year if that happens, and we'd be like, Ty Simpson, man, we tried to tell y'all, like, there's one guy he's just prepared to go. Y'all want to say 15 – oh, he only started 15 games. That was the roughest 15 games for a quarterback in a long time. And he proved time and time again, like, I got nuts and guts, brother. Like, I didn't have nothing. I literally am dealing with toddlers on this offense, and I'm trying to just do what I can. So,
yeah. I don't know. Like, I hope if Ty Simpson, wherever he goes, like, obviously, I hope anybody has success in the NFL as long as you're not playing the Raiders. But I just hate it because it's like Shedeur Sanders, right? As much as I had made like a lot of question marks with Shedeur Sanders, I also think him going to Cleveland hurts my ability to try to understand how well did I assess Shedeur Sanders, because I think Cleveland might just kill Shedeur Sanders' career and they'll never get the best out of him. Maybe
I feel the same thing about Dylan Gabriel, but Dylan Gabriel played better than Shedeur.
Yeah,
but it's not to get into the Shedeur rant, but here's the craziest shit. I don't know how people can defend this. The worst QBR that we've ever seen and I think QBR is a fantastic stat to see for quarterbacks because it measures your competition to what your performance should be versus that competition versus the decisions that you made in the game. It's a whole formula. It's pretty spot on. The worst QBR that we ever seen before this one player was Jimmy Clausen. Y'all remember how bad Jimmy Clausen was? Yeah. He had the worst QBR for that season.
Actually, so I lived next to Osh Christian back in the day, so I saw him firsthand in high school.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I mean he was the shit. Like, but when he got to the NFL, he was bad. But Shedeur has the worst QBR of all time right now. It's worse than Jimmy Clausen's. But how can you defend that? You can't.
But I hate it though because you go to a Cleveland Browns team that it's not too far from the Raiders. Like the Raiders have literally killed just so many prospects over the years, and so I think if Ty Simpson goes to the Jets, man, I hope the Jets can at least do something with them and they don't do Jets things and absolutely kill any prospect that gets there. But and I think that's where it kind of makes it difficult. But real quick, Houston, I don't know if you're saying Mendoza had 6 interceptions this year, and I don't know if you're talking about that as like a good thing, which it is good.
Mendoza's receivers only had 8 drops versus Ty Simpson, who had 26.
Like,
Like,
but
come on, man.
only 6 interceptions on the year is very good. Don't get me wrong. But just
Mhm.
remember, Ty Simpson had worse run game, worse offensive line, worse receivers as a whole, had 100 more passing attempts and 1 less interception. So if you want to, and I'm not sure if you're talking about this or meaning it this way, then I'm just talking in general. But Ty Simpson had almost 100 more passing attempts and 1 less interception. So 5 interceptions is pretty good too.
Yeah, that's actually, that's actually a pretty amazing stat. Like, to have 5 interceptions with how much you had to deal with, brother, that's y'all can't there's no like not defending Ty Simpson when you think about it like that. Had more attempts and only what would you say 100 more attempts?
Almost 100 more attempts. It was like
God.
97 more attempts or some of that.
Come on, brother. 26 drops. Nah, like that's insane. Ty Simpson to be that dialed in all season is incredible. And he only played 13 games? Your boy Fernando played 16.
16 games. So he had more games and almost 100 less pass attempts. Why? Because they leaned on the run game. That's how they won games. And even they won, even with the way that Fernando Mendoza scored that touchdown was how? Not through the air, but he ran for that touchdown against Miami. Everything.
He didn't have 200 yards passing in that game, man.
I know. DK said, do you think another team is going to trade that much for the number 1 pick? The only thing I will say, because as with the amount of question marks I have with Fernando Mendoza, teams make crazy decisions. You had basically the 49ers give a haul to go up against Trey Lance, right? And that didn't work out, right? Teams will make wild decisions. And so even though I might not be high on Fernando Mendoza as the number 1 pick, franchises make mistakes. And you could see a team that just is so high on Fernando Mendoza because look, the mainstream media loves Fernando Mendoza. They love him. And they think he is going to be the next coming. I mean, when you have comparisons to Joe Burrow and all that stuff, which is wild to me, that's going to force GMs to make a very interesting decision. And so, we picked Damon Arnett in the first round. Teams make very bad decisions. I don't know what to tell you. So it could happen.
I honestly wouldn't rule out the possibility of you guys trading back. I for some reason, I still think it's like a 30% chance that happens. If let's say this 805, like, what is one position that outside of quarterback, because you're going to get a quarterback regardless when you trade, but what is one position that you're like, man, I need right now, like, to improve this team? Would it be a true number 1 wide receiver?
It would be a true number 1, and I would semi argue that if Rick Dennison thinks DJ Glaze isn't it, we need a right tackle bad to solidify this.
Okay. So I'll say this. I think the Cardinals are in prime position to throw some crazy shit your way on draft day.
God. So that's the team that pisses me off because we beat a meaningless Kansas City team the last game of the season, which didn't allow us to get the first pick in the second round. We now have the 4th pick, I believe it is, and the Cardinals are in front of us. I think Ty Simpson is like the perfect Sean McVay, Mike LaFleur type quarterback. I mean, I think that is like the prototypical quarterback for them. And I'm afraid that not only will the Cardinals possibly get him at some point in the first round, maybe they decide to trade back a little bit, knowing that they can stockpile some picks and get Ty Simpson at like 10 or something. But if they don't get him in the first, I see no world where Ty Simpson gets past the Cardinals in the second round right before us because they pick right. I believe they pick right before us.
So what if the Cardinals call and say, we'll pick swap with you in the first, we'll throw you a third, and we will give you Marvin Harrison Jr. in the trade?
Oh,
With the trajectory that Marvin Harrison Jr. is on right now, getting better and better and better.
I would almost want a pick this year and a pick next year. Because
okay, I would say that okay, we'll take away the third and do that because I think that's realistic too.
Because you jumping up. If you give me 2 firsts, and are you saying and Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Marvin Harrison Jr.
I'd do that in a heartbeat. I'd do that in a heartbeat because if you don't get your quarterback this year, right? If you don't get your quarterback this year, I think next year's quarterback draft, even though I do not like waiting for the quarterback, I know a lot of people, they sit there and say, well, we need a quarterback. I get it. We need a quarterback, but I'm on the fence. I'm on the side of we need the right quarterback. I'm not going to pick at a desperation just because we need one or we haven't had one in a while. No. I want the right guy. And I would argue to say that next year's quarterback draft class is going to be absolutely nasty. So if you give me an additional first rounder next year and I have 2 first rounders to play with, I would still get a quarterback this year. Later in the draft to start the process of developing a quarterback. God, next year's quarterback draft class is crazy. So yes, I would probably, I would take 2 first rounders and Marvin Harrison Jr. because you still have him on a rookie contract. And so you can still get
so you have your 5th year.
You know, and then you can move on from them. And every year, good wide receivers come out. College is a pass happy league. And so every year you're going to have some good quality receivers. So get Marvin Harrison Jr. on a rookie contract, 5th year option. Yeah. I do it.
Yeah. Cause I'm honestly just like thinking, what would the Raiders have to do to trade down and be like, you know, a NFL wide receiver is still better than any rookie, especially Marvin Harrison Jr. at this point in time. Like, you know what you got, you know? So, but I just think like him, the thing that would be good for Marvin Harrison Jr. is you have Brock Bowers. So he doesn't have to feel like the number 1 target, but then that's where things get sneaky. It's like, oh shit, Marvin Harrison Jr. is actually that dude, and we got to deal with Brock. This is fucking crazy. And it's a great situation if you go into the second round and you get Ty Simpson if he's there, and it's like, well, or even like, say like the 4th round comes around and like Drew Aller's there.
Yeah, I like Drew Aller.
I think Drew Aller would be awesome.
I hated it. I think you're on a live a while back, and I think I mentioned this. I hated that Penn State offensive coordinator. I hated
Andy Kotelnicki. Do you want to hear something crazy about Andy Kotelnicki? So I've been saying the same thing for years. Here's a crazy shit about Andy Kotelnicki. When he was at Kansas, their quarterback was Jalen Daniels, who's in this draft too. Like amazing talent, was in Heisman conversations like in the first 3 weeks of the season. So when Andy Kotelnicki was at Kansas, Jalen Daniels was hurt every single year he was there. Then he went to Penn State, get a statue of a quarterback. We all know that Drew Aller's not a running quarterback. He made him into a running quarterback, and Andy Kotelnicki got him hurt in that Northwestern game, just like Jalen Daniels was hurt. And Jalen Daniels 2 seasons without Andy Kotelnicki, he was healthy. And now Andy Kotelnicki went back to Kansas. I'm like, this is the craziest, like, crazy shit I've ever heard.
So when I was watching Drew Aller 2 years ago, not last year, but the year before that, because I always wait till after the college football season. I don't have enough time. The one thing I hated about that Penn State offensive coordinator was just the amount of times that he would literally motion Drew Aller out of the quarterback position and then motion back and then bring Tyler Warren in at quarterback. And then it's almost like he was trying to outcoach himself. Like he was trying to act smarter than what he really was, when at the end of the day, like, why are you motioning 3 times before the goddamn snap when at the end of the day you end up just running like a dive with Tyler Warren? Like it was the weirdest thing. And I'm like, you're also just confusing the shit out of your offense. Like all those motions just cause confusion, and you don't, at the end of the day, now you motion 3 times. Drew Waller comes back to the quarterback position. Now he's on a short play clock, and now he's trying to diagnose the defense after these 3 motions, and now he's got 5 seconds to figure out what the defense is going to do, and now I got to throw the football. Like it just didn't make sense.
Yeah. I think Torque knows, because we were all watching film on Drew Aller. We were trying to count how many consecutive passes that Drew Aller was able to make in that offense while he's like slinging a rock. It was no more than 3 at a time. It was like bam, bam, bam. And then they would run, do some crazy other shit, blah, blah, blah. And that would happen for like 10 plays. And then Drew Aller gets a chance to throw it again, and then he misses. It's like, he's not, I feel bad for Drew because his arm is cold, man. Like, how can he rip it for 3 throws in a row, and then you run these crazy shit for like 10 times? 2 of those plays are him running up the middle. It's Drew Aller. Stop running with Drew Aller. And then by the time you're like, all right, break. Now we're going to run this crazy pass play and expect you to go in there and rip it, and then he totally misses. It's like, I feel bad for Drew, but that's what casual people don't understand. It's like, you literally had Drew's arm cold for 10, not only multiple possessions, but 10 plays in a row, and then expecting to rip it on a difficult pass. I feel bad for Drew. You know what I'm saying?
I'm with you. And so, all right, let's do this. And Bradley, we kind of touched on it a little bit earlier. I think what really is difficult, and I'm not sure if this is the premise of your question, but when you talk about mainstream media and you talk about all these guys on TV and women on TV making these evaluations, I think 90% of the time they're kind of going off of analytics. So, for example, like Ty Simpson, they are going to lean on the fact that he only has 15 starts and he's 6'1", right? Like that is going to be the start of their conversation, which that tells me you did not go back and watch the film. And it's like when Dan Orlovsky, he went on and said, I believe it was his first time talking about Fernando Mendoza, and Stephen A. Smith, of all people, started out his rebuttal with, you should be ashamed of yourself, to a former NFL quarterback. Like, and then he went on about how he's Heisman Trophy and he has all these accolades and he's 6'4", blah, 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 right? Nowhere in that rebuttal, Stephen A. Smith, did he even try to attempt to say why Fernando Mendoza is a good quarterback or rebuke what Dan Orlovsky was saying. He just went to, well, he's a Heisman. And so the analytics is what they go off of 90% of the time, and they don't really do a deep dive on the film because, again, it's one thing to watch the film and it's another to understand what your eyes are watching and digest it in the proper way. A lot of these people don't know how to do it, to be honest with you. And it's tough. And real quick, Jeff, yes, we still are on, and you're going to probably like this one. This is what we're going to do. We're going to end it with this. Dante, you mentioned a little bit ago, you said that you think that there could be a little bit bigger window that we might trade back. I'm actually going to argue that I think that window got a little bit bigger with Kirk Cousins, not just because Kirk Cousins is in the building, but here's my thing. And just follow me here. Again, this is me kind of putting my tinfoil hat on. So bear with me on this.
Okay.
Kirk Cousins comes in. He's going to be a 38-year-old quarterback on most likely his last year of his contract. He just got done with the Atlanta Falcons. The Atlanta Falcons really screwed him, right? He went over there, signed a big contract. He thought he was going to be the starter. I think he left Minnesota thinking that maybe, hey, you guys picked J.J. McCarthy. I still got years left. I can still ball. So he goes to Atlanta. He signed a contract like, I'm going to be the starter here, and I'm going to take you guys to a Super Bowl. Atlanta basically screws them and gets Michael Penix, right? So then Kirk Cousins now is going to sign with Clint Kubiak, which he had one of his best years with. And if you put yourself, Clint Kubiak, John Spytek, and Kirk Cousins at the table, and they're talking about the future of the Raiders and the future of Kirk Cousins with the Raiders, do you think that Kirk Cousins would come in and agree to compete? Which, when you say, because he said, "Oh, I'm going to compete with Fernando Mendoza," it's not a competition. Fernando Mendoza is going to take your job at a very minimum by next season. It's not a competition, right?
You know your fate.
Yeah, like your fate. If you come in and you know that the Raiders are going to draft Fernando Mendoza, then you know you are here for 1 year. That is it. Then ask me this. Will there be another team out there? And with, I think, the mindset of Kirk Cousins wants to start. Kirk Cousins knows this is probably his last opportunity to take a team to a Super Bowl. If in his mind he wants to compete and do that, what team would take on a 39-year-old quarterback at that time next year, right? You cut him, you move on from him because it is just a 1-year contract, basically the way that it's drawn out. What team would sign a 39-year-old quarterback on that contract when he just got beat out by a rookie? I don't know if Kirk Cousins would agree to a contract like that if he still thought he could compete for a Super Bowl. If in his mind he wants to go compete somewhere. So I'm thinking they're at the table going, Kurt, and again, just bear with me, tinfoil hat.
No, this is good.
We're going to attempt to trade back. You have 1 year. We trade back. We stockpile some first rounders. We're going to build. We're going to have 2 first rounders this year, right? We're going to trade back, get another one this year. Let's say it's the Jets. So we have a number 2 and number 16. We're going to build. You have 1 year to prove you can be the guy. If not, this contract is set up to get off of you, because if you retain him, now we're up for 2 years, $80 million. That ain't happening on a 39-year-old quarterback. That ain't happening. So that 5 year makes absolutely no sense. And so if the Raiders are going to pick Fernando Mendoza, and that is your message to Kirk Cousins when you sit down at that table, why even offer a 5 year? That makes no sense. In my opinion, it looks like that contract is Kirk Cousins. We're trading back. We're going to build this thing. We got 2 first round picks. We're going to get an additional first round pick next year. If you ball out and win us 10 games, we'll ride with you for the next 2 years, or we'll still pick a quarterback next year and we'll let that guy sit. But we're going to give you 2 additional years if you win us 10 games. Because honestly, if you cut Kirk Cousins because he just lost his job to a rookie, no other team is going to sign you. So why would Kirk Cousins agree to a 5-year contract? I just don't see a world where Kirk Cousins sits at the table. And if there's the scenario where Kirk Cousins had nowhere else to go, then the Raiders would know that, and they'll say, hey, we're just going to give you a 1 year, or we're just going to give you 2. We're going to give you a 2 year. Maybe Fernando sits, because I don't think there's a world where you pick a number 1 overall draft pick and he sits the 2nd year. Like there's no way, right? Fernando Mendoza at the very least is going to step in the 2027 season. And so I don't see a world where the Raiders offer him a 5-year contract. And I don't see a world where Kirk Cousins, after getting screwed from the Vikings or from Atlanta, agreeing to a 1 year, not just a 1 year, but let alone a 5 year, knowing that Fernando's coming in and taking your job. Like, it's not a competition anymore. The word competition is out the window. Fernando is taking your job. So either Kirk Cousins is cool to literally ruin his career this year with the Raiders, because I don't see a team giving him a chance at 39 years old and saying, oh yeah, Kirk Cousins, 39 years old, that just got beat up by a rookie. Let me give you a 3-year contract and you be our guy to take us to a Super Bowl. I don't see that happening. So why would Kirk Cousins agree to that?
Unless he knows, and from his perspective, that the conversation was just that, right? You're 30, you're going to be 39. Do you want to be remembered as the guy that never got a ring, regardless if you're on a roster or not? Or do you want to be known for the rest of your career? You had a really good career. You're not a Hall of Famer, but you were the next guy, like a Brett Favre, to help put another guy on the map, and you be considered not only for that, but you could start getting into your next line of work, which would be coaching after this as well.
But then you would never, if that was the conversation, you would never sign a 5-year, $172 million contract. And I don't see the Raiders offering that. If that was truly like, I'm just going to help you guys come and prep, and I could tie my name to a potential success story, then you're signing a 1 year, maybe 2 year. I would think.
But what if, I don't know all the aspects of this, but what if the conversation was that he wants to become a coach after they retain his rights as an employee for the Raiders, and they were able to like offset that money however they were able to into a coaching contract where it's not, you're not getting paid the 80 million or whatever the case may be. We'll have to find, because there's escrow accounts and things like that money goes and comes in and out of, because now you're not an NFLPA guy. Now you're an employee of an NFL organization. I don't know if that's something like how that worked out, but because I agree with you, I don't understand. The Raiders not going to pay that, and then plus on the other side of that, like
they're not going to pay the 2-year $80 million after this year. You're not doing that for a 39-year-old quarterback. That's not even
not. And there's no team that's desperate enough to do that. Yeah, and there's no team that's desperate to do that unless it's Minnesota. And Minnesota's already said, nope, we're not doing that because we have Kyler Murray and JJ McCarthy.
This contract, I'm not gonna lie. Like, and again, it's my tinfoil hat. Like, I'm just really
it's interesting because I didn't even think about it like this either.
Like, how does a 38-year-old quarterback equate to a 5-year, $172 million? And I understand everybody says, oh, but there's an out after first year. I get that. Why would Kirk Cousins agree to literally just killing his career after he thought he was going to be the guy in Atlanta? And I think he still thinks he can be the guy. You're going to kill your career by getting beat up by a rookie. And no other team is going to sign a 39-year-old quarterback to be like your main guy for the next 3 years. Like, if you're trying to go rebuild a team, no one's going to give that contract. They're going to most likely go after their quarterback. And
there's got to be like some voided money or something, like a scenario clause
out of it, so they could cut him before the next year. But that's the problem that I have, is you're going to cut him, which means you literally lost your job because you're a 5-year contract. So it means you didn't play out your contract, which means you suck and you got beat out by a rookie. Like, I just don't understand why you would sign that type of contract. It would have made more sense if the narrative was, Kirk Cousins, we're going to draft Fernando Mendoza, we're going to sign you to a 1 year. So the narrative is you're only 1 year. So it's not we're cutting you. Your contract's up and you can go move on elsewhere. Maybe you didn't have anywhere else to go. So this was your only spot. That would make sense, at least for his opportunity to go elsewhere and sign a contract, because he can go to that team and go, well, it was just a 1 year. I had nowhere else to go last year. Let's compete. Let's do this thing. Oh, no. Your ass is getting cut off of a 5-year, $172 million contract because you got beat out by Fernando Mendoza. Like, honestly, I'm in Kirk Cousins and Clint Kubiak. They have such a good relationship because of the way that they worked in Minnesota. And that was Kirk Cousins' best year as a quarterback with Clint Kubiak. I'm wondering if they're sitting at the table and going, also, Clint Kubiak has a 5-year contract. So nothing tells me that Clint Kubiak is tied to a quarterback this year. You have a 5-year contract. And so you're not pigeonholed into having to get your guy this year. And so is he like, hey, Kirk Cousins, let's sit down. We balled out 3 years ago or so.
Mm-hmm.
We balled out 3 years ago. We're going to give you one opportunity. 1 year, we're trading back. We're going to build up this roster a little bit. You got 1 year to prove it. If you can't prove it, then we got an extra first round draft pick for next year. And who knows? Maybe you end up trading Max Crosby at the trade deadline. You get another first rounder. Who knows? But we're going to stockpile some draft picks. And if you can't cut it, we're getting our quarterback next year. Or if you get us 10 wins, we'll sign that 2 year, $40 million per year deal. Because after that 2 years, then you can get out that contract. We'll give you 2 more years if you ball and get us 10 wins. I don't know.
Yeah, that is so interesting, man. I don't know. There's got to be, I just would love to have been like a fly on the wall during that conversation. Because you're right. Like, you know that you're about to get cut once he once he comes in and take. Doesn't matter when. It could be week 16. You're done. Like, if Fernando Mendoza comes in week 16, you're guaranteed to be cut, sir. So
and then what happens to, like, if Kirk Cousins was 31, different story. Still young, still has plenty of years left. You can go somewhere else. No, he's going to be 39 after this year.
Yeah.
I just don't see a world where another team will take a flower on him, and Kirk Cousins is basically like, yeah, okay, I'll crush my career here. I'm getting cut after this year. Cool. Let's have some fun.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, and if people say, "Oh yeah, he's cool with that," well, then why the hell do you sign a 5-year deal? I don't get it.
Unless it's like, yeah, no, I'm getting cut, and do I resign and take an exorbitant, like extraordinary money to come off of my deal to come back? Like, we're cutting million. I'm coming back for a $5 million contract. I think that you guys would be okay with that. But like you said, you're getting cut, and unless you're willing to take a huge pay cut, you're not getting paid what you got before. What are you willing to do? I don't know, man. We might need to call his agent in on a Zoom call and see how the hell.
What I tried to do is I tried to put myself in Kirk Cousins' shoes, and it's like, what are you agreeing to?
Well, this is kind of a slap in his face because, like, he's been finessing people out of money, him and his agent, for forever. So maybe it's one of those ones where it's like, well, this didn't end up too well for us, did it?
and even if, and I know some people said, oh, well, he might go ahead and win like 7 or 8 games and show that he can play a little bit, and then you trade him. And I'm sitting there going, okay, well, that doesn't make much sense, because a trade means you still lost your one, who's going to trade for a 39-year-old quarterback that's going to play for them following year. So, and 2, when you trade him, you're going to assume that contract most likely, which means you're going to ultimately end up cutting him to restructure that contract. And with the amount of money that Kirk Cousins has been getting over the years and the amount of money he might want again with the next contract, you might be like, screw you. I'm not paying you 3 years, $40 million for a 39-year-old quarterback. So you might move off from him, and then you just lost whatever trade capital you just gave to the Raiders.
And the Falcons are still in this. Like,
yeah, they're
gonna have a say so too. Like, okay, you getting traded. You want to offset the rest of his money for the first year that he's gonna get paid from us? Like, are you crazy?
I'm telling you, like, to me, I'm not saying that I'm not, again, tinfoil hat a little bit, but the more and more I think about it, I'm just sitting there going, holy shit. Like, are they willing? Or again, other thing I thought of was maybe they did sit at the table and go, look, we're going to set out a contract as if you ball out this year, we'll stick with you for the next 2 years. Or if we get an absolute haul, we are getting Mendoza, and Kirk Cousins was willing to roll the dice that maybe they're not going to get a massive haul, and they're going to, no, sorry, flip side. If they don't get, like, they're going to look for a trade. And if they get the trade, then Kirk Cousins, you are our guy. You're going to prove it this year. But if we get but if we don't get a haul, if we don't get what we're expecting, we're going to get Mendoza. So you're kind of rolling the dice on yourself that, Mendoza won't be here. I don't know.
Yeah, It's such a strange situation, right? Like, what the?
It is like when I first saw the contract, I was like, "Are you kidding me?" But then I was like, "Okay, what's the details?" And then when I saw the details, like, "Oh, okay, yeah, it's a 1 year. Like we can get out of it. That's fine. That makes sense, blah blah blah." And then I'm like, "But wait a second. He's 38 years old. We're gonna like if we draft Mendoza and he goes into it knowing like yeah, like I don't want to like keep repeating it, but it's just in every
Yeah,
scenario, it
it's
just doesn't make much sense on
the
either.
only thing that I can think of is like he knows that his next career is coaching and that money's going to transfer over into a different financial part of the NFL where it's not necessarily against a salary cap, it's against whatever financial thing that happens there. But then is that a pay cut too if you go into like I don't know. I think Kirk would be a great coach. I mean, the
Yeah,
way that he's so interested about the game, and if it's under Clint, like that would make all the sense in the world to be like, okay, you're coming in as an advisor or a or analyst, then the QB coach, like do the Mike Vrabel, right? Like start at the bottom, you're with your guy, Fernando, you want to see his. I think that would be a really cool story. Like, yeah, I already knew my role, man. I knew that Fernando was going to come in at some point, and that's what the talks were. Let's not worry about the money. The money to take care of itself. I'm going to be in a different pod of this whole thing, but I truly want to be a coach and watch Fernando succeed and be a Raider and be with Clint. That would be a really cool story. And then all of us would be like, oh, okay, cool, man. Like, all right, Kurt, like, way to turn your stinginess around for once. But
and that would be a pretty big kind of turn of events if it worked out that way.
yeah, because I can't really see anything else happening now that you broke it down like that. Like, because ain't nobody gonna take a chance. He'll be 40 by then, unless somebody's like really desperate, which is gonna be nobody because next year's draft, if you're desperate, you're going to get a quarterback.
100%.
I can see 10 quarterbacks coming off the board next year in the first round. By the way, this whole thing
There's
is
still
going.
quarterbacks next year.
Yeah.
Crazy. But hey, we'll do that on a different show, man. Let's get the hell out of here. I think we've wasted too much of this chat's time. Just rambling on, man. Chat. I see all you guys. Chill, right? Torque. Bradley. I saw you popping in and out. Edwin's up in here. DK, man, you still pop like you guys. You guys reign strong, man. I appreciate you guys. Definitely go over to Gridiron Apex, Dante's channel. He breaks down all the college prospects. Man, he does a deep dive. This is one of the reasons why I want to bring him on because I do my homework, but at the same time, I know Dante. He does a deep dive on players that aren't even tied to the Raiders, but at the same time, knowing that they're out there and understanding that there's more out there than just the prospects that you see. And Dante will always give it to you straight, and he's got the history and the experience to be able to do it properly. And again, like we said when we started out, we'll give you our take. Dante will give you a take, but we always encourage you go do your homework, go do your own assessment. So I just kind of shouted out your channel, but Dante, real quick, let everybody know kind of what they can expect with your channel and kind of the days that maybe you go live if you have a set schedule.
Yeah, so we're gonna start back up here pretty soon, going live on a consistent basis. We kind of take a little bit of an off season, just focus on the draft because a lot of people just love when we focus on the draft. So we stop our regular shows, but spring ball is wrapping up for everybody here. Quarterback competitions for college, so we'll start out our college show on Mondays and the NFL shows on a regular basis on Tuesdays here in the next couple weeks. We will be at the draft too, so hopefully we get to meet up and and do our thing.
I'll shoot you a message on kind of where we're at and where we're going to be. We
Okay.
definitely got to cross paths. I'll be there. I'll be there Wednesday. I land Wednesday, but then we'll be there Thursday, Friday. We fly out Saturday night.
Okay. Yeah. We always do like a St. Jude's charity stream and stuff leading up to the draft, so that'll be ongoing for 30 days. So we do that around this time too. But yeah, just you know how this process is, man. It's long and tedious, and it's like you're getting at the end of the finish line, and you're looking up to next year's next year's class that comes in. But yeah, it's time to dig right into, I'm starting to do all my high school stuff. Everybody's starting to commit to the different colleges. So I'm helping some high school guys out now. I try to get some offers and things like that. But yeah, doing our back end stuff, man, researching, watching film, start our college show, NFL show on a weekly basis, and then we'll try to collab more in the future. And then, like I said, we'll meet up at the draft too, and have a good time there as well. So
yeah, 100%, man. Everybody, make sure you guys go over to Gridiron, Apex, Dante, his channel, man. Anything you need to know about college prospects, even just takes on NFL, definitely head over. If you guys don't know, I'm 805 Raider. My channel is Real Talk Raider Nation. We went for 5 hours, which, Dante, hey, congratulations. It's the longest live I've ever done. I'm like a quarter away from Jeff's lives, because Jeff usually does like the 2 week straight lives. That's what he typically does. But
I've done some 10-hour lives in my past, so
I'm trying to get to Jeff's level a little bit. So
yeah.
We're gonna get out of here, man. Dante, hang on for a second. We're gonna chop it up just after for a quick second. But hey, chat,
Okay.
I appreciate you. Do me a favor, double tap the screen, hit the like button, hit the sub button. We're gonna do this again. Look forward to it, man. And we'll see you guys on the next one. We're out of here.